Chapter 141, 141. Best grandpa ever. No, dear, not everyone who has white hair is a grandma. Hector picked Yelena in his arms and walked out of the room. Mooney, keep an eye on the patient. You two redheads, follow me. Jean and Natasha glanced at each other for a second. Both were extremely different from one another, yet similar. They had faced a lot of trauma, but while Natasha was young and still had the mind of a grown-up, Jean was older and still had a bubbly personality. Yet, friendships start where least expected. I like your hair, Jean complimented. Natasha nodded, probably a personal bias, but I'll take it. Wait, was that the most serious-faced sarcastic response ever? Sanctuary 2. What? Thanos suddenly jolted up, alarmed as if something bit him. What happened, father? Gamera asked him. Thanos couldn't come up with an answer. But something did happen, and he could feel it. Something beyond the understanding of any mortal. We must fasten the search for the stones now. Gamera and Nebula, today, I give you your last challenge. Find me the infinite gems or their location. Whoever brings the most will become my heir. He raised his arms sideways. All this will be the winners. Thud. Both girls kneeled. I will find them for you, father. Nebula was more enthusiastic. I vow, father. I will find the gems, no matter what. I will slay whoever dares stop me. I will make you proud. Thanos just grunted. Go now, my daughters. Earth's moon. I observe all that transpires here, but I do not, cannot, will not interfere. For I am the what? Wait. Did the universe just die for a split second? Ancient One. What a strange day. I feel as if I was reborn today. Odin. The old man still sat on his throne, but his eyes looked calmer and warmer. He took a long breath of fresh air. Father, did you call for me? Thor asked. Yes, my sons. But it seems the darkness has passed away. You may leave and get back to your training as I had planned. Odin shooed them away. What happened? Frigga asked, now that only she and Odin were left. He sighed and replied, something that shouldn't have, but it has passed away now, and there is no need to talk about it any longer. Zenhoberi. So, you people can change your body to any shape and size. Erskine spoke with Princess Varank. She indulged his questions as he was someone close to Hector. Yes, that's how we evolved. It is also one of our strengths that has allowed the Skrulls to continue to live in harsh situations. How do you think I survived on that desert planet? That's amazing. I wonder if I can have your DNA. I am working on a superhuman serum. If I can somehow add some abilities from a Skrull to it, then maybe it will improve. Varank was secretly elated about it. She knew about the project to make Super Skrull. Can I take it as well? If Mr. President agrees, sure. Yonman, it's so tiring today, it feels like I woke up from death. Care to join me on lunch? Erskine asked her with a straight uninterested face. Varank nodded. There was no harm in that, I'll be glad to. Maybe I can introduce you to my religion. Let's go then. Erskine walked out. However, his heart was pounding like a future internet thought jiggling her silicon ass on camera. Fuck. How does that virgin old man know these tricks? It worked. Erskine was told by Hector not to act too enthusiastic and interested if he wanted to score her. He needed to keep a straight face and look professional. Do little things that would make her happy. Do not creep her out, or it would make her erect a mental wall. Well, Erskine's wish was coming to completion now. Sadly, at this rate, the only virgin left would be Hector. Back on Freedom 1 ship, Jean was interested in various technologies on the ship. From the blaster to the ship itself. But, she first wanted to understand the structure of the universe. So, Hector handed her an extra datapad on which she could just search for information. She was much stronger than before. The good Phoenix was totally an add-on to Jean, rather than being a parasite. Soon enough, she came running to Hector and shouted, Holy shit. So you're fighting an intergalactic empire? 2 intergalactic empires, and mind your language here, Hector responded, his hands already covering Yelena's ears. He was sitting on the floor, with Yelena in front of him, getting her hair combed. But, how are you going to fight them? She asked for more, as not all juicy details were in the datapad. Hector thought about what to say. Well. Remember that torch girl on Earth that I beat? She was a human, got kidnapped by Kree, and got turned into half Kree. The Kree also enslaved a planet, so I freed them, and now I have an army of 1 billion strong soldiers. An armada of 10,000 warships and still increasing. Now I even got you. Plus, another galactic empire of those green people is going to join me. Also, I'm going to get very strong. I might also bring a few gods for help. This is so exciting. I'm never going home now. Who doesn't want to be a part of history? Just like George Washington, in space, Hector King Washington will become the liberator and bring democracy. I sure as heck want to sign a galactic declaration of independence or something. Haha, calm down, little girl. There is still some time before we can do it. Come, I will comb your hair too, make the same ponytails as I did when you were small. He suggested to her. I want to do it too. Yelena chirped. Jean felt giddy in her chest. She missed this wholesomeness back in school. Unfortunately, Scott was not very emotionally resonating. Although ponytails were not her style anymore, but who cared? Yes. Hector let Yelena experiment with one side while he worked on the other side of the hair. Jean just closed her eyes and felt like she was getting a massage. God, I can't believe I just went through all that pain not long ago, and now I feel so relaxed. You're the best, Grandpa. And me. Bam, she clutched Yelena in her arms and launched kisses on her cheeks, and you are the cutest little angel in the world. By the way, where is Natasha? At that, Hector chuckled loudly. That child, she's still mentally broken. I'm working on her. She thinks I don't know that she secretly studied in my classes and practices to become a great spy every day. Do you want her to be that? Jean inquired. I only care that she lives happily. If she wants to become a spy, so be it, but I'd still support her if she wants to become anything else. Jean rested back, feeling happy. I wish everyone was like you. Then how would I be special? All right, sit straight now. Jean enjoyed the little gestures of kindness. She was extremely grateful to Hector, as he had most likely saved her from a life of pain and sadness by telling her parents about Jean and taking her to school. Initially, she hated it, but as she grew, she understood how deep in a mess she would have been without Hector and Mooney's help. Not to mention, Hector saved her from the Dark Phoenix and now made her stronger than she ever was. I wish this lasts forever, she muttered to herself. While the three had their little fun and joked around, Mooney stayed beside the patient in the medical bay and licked her face every now and then when he felt he saw some emotions on her face. Woof. He called for her. Mooney's ears perked up, the patient just moved. He licked her face again and barked, woof, woof. Wonder Woman felt strange as if the air was touching her body. She had been roaming around the dark void of space for longer than she could remember. The feeling of her back touching the soft bed was also something she had forgotten. Then there was the bark. Pretty lady, wakey, Mooney barked in his language and tried to nudge her by rubbing his head on her neck. Who? Wonder Woman slowly pried open her eyes. But then closed them again as the lights on the ceiling felt painful. Then in a second, she became used to it and woke up completely. The first thing she saw was the white-furred dog. Bam, she grabbed Mooney by his neck and pulled him into a tight hug, her eyes tearing up simultaneously. Crypto. Chapter 142. Fluffy pillow, woo-woo. Mooney tilted his head in confusion, unable to remember who the heck this crypto doggy was. Wonder Woman looked at the good boy carefully again and realized that she mistook him. Who are you? Where am I? Woo-woo. Mooney barked. Can you understand me? Mooney nodded his head, shocking Wonder Woman. But, she had still not let him go from a hug. After all, the good boy was still warm and cozy to hold. But she asked him now, can I hug you a bit more? You have been the first living being I've seen in 100,000 years. Woof. Mooney again nodded and even snuggled in her arms. However, he had mentally called Hector and told him that the patient was up. She stayed silent for a good few minutes, taking long breaths and feeling the oxygen in her lungs again. Then, once she felt her mind was at balance, she opened her eyes and let Mooney go. But then she felt something metallic touching her. Looking down, the red piece of cloth that covered her was some sort of an oversized coat with stars on the shoulder and collar. "This is my coat." Hector entered. Wonder Woman got alert and turned hostile instantly. She jumped out of her bed and stood up. "Who are you? How are you alive?" Hector waved his hand. "Easy there, I am Hector King Washington, the ex-president of the United States of America. You are currently on my spaceship, somewhere inside the Andromeda Galaxy." What? How? Everything was destroyed, the undoing had erased everything from the existence. She tried to make heads or tails of the situation. But she couldn't even remember there being a president with such a name. Her universe was destroyed. Hector took in the new details. But, now there was no way but to tell her the truth. "You are not in your universe. I was fighting a primordial cosmic entity not long ago, and it destroyed the universe, then I defeated it and subdued it to bring back the universe as it was. But surprisingly, I found you floating nearby. Most likely, you were brought in from another reality." As hope reappeared in her mind, her face instantly gleamed. I know the multiverse was real. So everything is nearly the same here? You were the president. Do you know Batman? Superman? Flash, Green Arrow, or Justice League? "Man, this is making me sad now," he muttered silently. Seeing her being so desperate was disheartening, as he knew his answer would send her back into sadness. "No, I have not. As I said, this is not your reality, not even your multiverse. This is a completely different realm." What do you mean by a different multiverse? How can there be such a thing?" "You're lying." She took a fighting stance. "Look, if I wanted to fight you, I'd already had, but trust me, the only thing I want is to help you. Look at Mooney. He could have ripped your throat apart if he wanted to." Grandpa, why the pretty lady so mad?" Just then, Yelena peeked her head out from behind Hector. Wonder Woman stopped immediately, reflecting on herself and realizing that what Hector said about harming her was right. Feeling hopeless, she lost strength. She was now stuck here, in an unknown universe with no way back. Easy there." Hector rushed forward and stopped her from falling. He laid her back on the bed. "It's all right. You're safe now. I can understand that you have many questions to ask, but take a rest first. Eat something and energize your mind," he suggested. Mooney stayed seated beside her, while Yelena also climbed on the bed. Yes, you are safe. Grandpa saved me too. He came in like boom, and then bam, he punched the bad people and made them cry. He saved me, my sister and lots of friends." Wonder Woman couldn't help but smile at her innocence. She caressed Yelena's hair. "What's your name?" "Yelena Belova, and you?" "Sigh, I'm Diana Prince, or Diana of Themyscira," she answered, her eyes looking hazy, most likely memories resurfacing. Hector decided to let her rest a bit and get her something to eat before asking about her origin. "Mooney, stay beside her, and Yelena, let's go. Let Diana rest. Jean, you come too. It's time to cook something for her." Hector pushed everyone out of the room and proceeded to close the door. "Mr. Washington." Diana called him suddenly. Hector paused and just peeked inside the half-closed door. "Anything you need?" "Thank you for saving me." "Haha, it's all right. And call me Hector. May you have sweet dreams." "Mooney, you're in charge." He shut the door close and left. Woof. Mooney saluted with his one paw on the head, looking cute. Diana saw the interaction and silently smiled. Seeing other humans after so long was heartwarming. "Well, Mooney, it seems you'll have to get bored with me." She caressed the good boy's head. Mooney made happy noises and sat down where her pillow was. Then he frantically slammed his head on his sides. Woof. He meant, "Here, I will be your pillow." Diana seemed to understand him and rested down, putting her head on his side tummy. Mooney was beyond soft and squishy, plus the warmth was heart-soothing. "Thank you, dear." Mooney simply blushed and put his head near her shoulder, falling asleep. This was what good doggos do. They make you feel happy. Hector was in a relaxed mood. He did not think much about Diana, as she was here already, and he was yet to get answers. Instead, he had decided to get some rest as he had just fought the Dark Phoenix. There were a few things he did wonder. Satan had said that my body is that of Hulk. Doesn't that mean I should get stronger with time? Not just this, he also had to plan to go to Asgard and also meet Galactus to put Varank on the Skrull throne. Once that happens, he will strike the Kree Empire. But it was also time to weaken the Nova Empire first. One thing Hector hates is backstabbers. Nova Prime betrayed him, and for that, she will get nothing but animosity from him. Oh! Grandpa. The rice, it's about to burn, Jean suddenly exclaimed and took the spatula from his hand. Then she giggled, hee hee, looks like someone's lost in thoughts. I wonder if it's something for that lost lady. Hector scoffed, come on, Jean, I'm not a sex fiend who starts salivating at every woman. I was thinking about the war, planning for the next move. Sigh, why do I forget you have Washington in your name? Grandpa, please promise me you won't die a virgin. I read the book Uncle Kennedy wrote. The nation sympathizes with you. There is even a cult that claims you didn't die, but rather got elevated to angelhood because you remained a virgin for more than 100 years. Haha, it's ALRI. They what? Oh. Jean nodded her head innocently, yup, before all that Dark Phoenix debacle happened, the Catholic Church was even thinking about naming you a saint. But I'm not even Catholic. She shrugged, that's the thing, nobody knows your religious orientation, so everyone says you followed their religion. I think we need to end this war quickly and return home. Pat Jean patted his back, don't forget the damsel in distress. Ah yes, I need to help her too. Poor woman, away from her universe. Maybe I can send her back somehow. Sigh, this is why you're still a virgin. Grandpa, learn to realize golden opportunities, strike while the iron is hot. Hector jolted as if he remembered something, yes. She has still not taken off her iron boots and armor. She must be feeling hot. Facepalm, I'll just cook food. Hector internally chuckled. He was just acting dumb with Jean. Of course, he was attracted to Diana, but to take advantage of a woman in distress who was going through a mental trauma was something his honor would never allow him to do. The best he could do was to wholeheartedly help her while focusing on the war for the freedom of galaxies. A/N, this isn't going to be a fast romance, as Hector is not a hentai protagonist for whom the women would spread their legs apart at first sight. Wonder Woman here is called Immortal Wonder Woman. She's at the peak of her power. This version is from the comic called Future State, Immortal Wonder Woman. She went through many tragic experiences, and they will be revealed in this FIC as well. If you can't wait, I suggest you read this comic somewhere online. You will better understand her character. At this moment, Wonder Woman is mentally not sound and has some other problems. As a result, the romance will progress slowly while the plot moves. Chapter 143, Traumatized Diana. Hector planned to go to Asgard first, but he decided that could wait, as Thor and Loki would remain dumb for a long time to come. Instead, the higher priority was meeting Galactus and making him eat Tarnax 4, also known as the Skrull Throne World. Let's go, my first ever visit to another planet, Jean chirped as soon as the ship landed on Moran's training base. Ugh, tell me if anyone hits on you, I will blind them. And where did you get the change of clothes anyway? He asked her. She grinned and just snapped her finger. In an instant, fire surrounded her body and then vanished the other second, revealing her superhero costume. It was a bodysuit with a black neck and chest area in a V-shape, while the rest of the parts were shiny dark green with gloves and boots being golden. She looked stunning. Snap. Once again, she was engulfed in flames and turned the clothes back to normal ones. Hee hee, see that? I have so much more to learn from this little bird living in me. This is her rent. Oh, Grandpa, do you want me to make you a superhero costume? Hector looked at his own body, at his red coat. What? Is this not good? This is supposed to be my superhero suit. I am the only serving 6-star general in history, so I very much like this. Then, what will be your superhero name? For example, I will call myself Phoenix. What about you? Mr. President. She inquired interestingly. Hector nodded and walked out of the ramp. Yup, that's about it. Come, Logan must be around, growling at some poor guy. Jean ran behind, stumbling once. Are you serious? Mr. President. That's not a very good name. Dear, I'm not just the President of America. Add my Ravager clan, this alliance, and the Galactic Federation to it in the future. So, I will be the Mr. President of the Galactic Federation. Whistle. Thanks, now I feel worthless. Sigh. Soon, the whole decision-making body gathered in the temporary alliance headquarters. Hector was the de facto president as he was the military leader. Give me updates, then I will tell you a really juicy thing that happened. Cull gave his report at first. The training is going as planned. We will have 1 billion regular troops by the end of next year. But some of them will go through advanced training as they have talent. Ravagers have been armed to the teeth, Yondu added. Next was Logan. The contract from Sovereign has arrived. All have signed the deal with their blood. Hector checked the markings on the paper. The Devil's contract was sealed now. Since it didn't happen face to face, he didn't have to show himself. Good, send them the plans for our new warships. Order a fleet of 1,000 to be made as soon as possible. These will be our heavy guns. Knock knock, Mr. President, I have great news for you. Come in, Peter, what you got? Peter smiled giddily. I found something. Look at this, the daughter of Thanos you were looking for. She has been popping up in a lot of places. Good, take a squad and bring her to me, unharmed. Tell her these words: if she wants to know the truth about what happened to her species, her parents and her planet, then come along. This will pull her right to us, he ordered the boy. But Peter was extremely delighted. This was going to be his first ever mission, one where he led the team. I will get ready right away, Mr. President. Yondu didn't feel it was right, though. Maybe I should go with him. Ah, is our cold-hearted smurf going soft now? Hector teased him. Never. I was just caring for him as a crew member because, as you know, we are wanted folks. We can die at any moment. Ah, by that, I remember something. Do you know, all of you were dead for some time. Hector proceeded to tell them about his fight with the Dark Phoenix. By the end, everyone just sat in the room silently, questioning the reality. The fact they came back to life and didn't even know they died was very belittling. Fuck, ever since I decided to follow you, I have been freed, then became wanted in 2 galaxies. I have grown rich, and now I have also died once. Talk about a life story, Yondu muttered, not angry, just amazed. Haha, this is just the beginning, boys. All's well if it ends well. Let's prepare to head out now. I will go to Galactus, and you all will continue. We will launch a strike on Hala with overwhelming power. He ordered them and walked out of the headquarters. Just outside, he found the giant gorilla he met in the Kree prison. How are you, Fong? Fong, the gorilla, didn't seem pleased. You said you will destroy the Kree. Yes, and I am working towards it. No single man can destroy the Kree Empire. You need an army and forces. Wait a few years, and by then, we will be prepared. Why don't you join me? I'm headed to meet the World Eater, Galactus. He suggested. The giant gorilla thought for a split second. Fine. So the two started walking towards the ship. Hector tried to know him better simultaneously. So, what's your story? I am the Emperor of Biastia. I refused to bow. Kree destroyed my planet with all my people. Then they imprisoned me to torment me as I'd remember what happened. Fong answered in a pretty straightforward manner. Hector sighed, sorry to hear that. They are seriously a pain in the ass. Destruction and decentralization of the Kree is the only way forward. Because at this point, they are not destroying and enslaving because they need to, they are doing it just because they can. But as soon as he said this, Hector's mind exploded with a lot of new thoughts. Fuck, this is what America was doing. I will die only after I have killed those responsible for the genocide of my people. Fong proclaimed. Hector didn't say anything and just entered his ship. He'll help Fong achieve that for sure. He went to the control room and ordered the pilots to set the destination. Beep beep. However, just then, a very short message arrived from Adam. Sector 133.544556 123,423.5663 231.345455 567.53566 in Andromeda Galaxy. Sigh, this madman, he sighed, but in delight. He walked to the pilots and handed them the coordinates, to this location. Tell Yondu to start the Delight plan. Where do we go now? Fong questioned him. Just a small stop in Vormer. This will help us negotiate with Galactus. You can head to the common hall and wait there. I will see you later. Hector happily walked towards the president's private area, where Natasha, Jean, Yelena, and Mooney spent most of their time. However, when he arrived there, he didn't see Diana. But everyone else was there. He quickly rushed to the medical bay. Bam! He opened the door and found Diana rolled into a ball in her bed, covered entirely by the sheets. He walked beside her and patted her shoulder, Diana, then he pulled off the sheets, revealing her form. She stayed there as if she were a baby in a cocoon. She opened her eyes again and looked at his face. She didn't cry, but her eyes told Hector a different story, one he had seen many times during the wars. Signs of PTSD. He sat by the bed and covered half of her body with the sheets, then handed her a glass of water. Embarrassed, she took it. Forgive me, this isn't like me. Hector shrugged, it's all right. I had it too when I lost my legs that time. How long were you trapped in the void? 100,000 years. You were alone. She nodded her head, mostly alone, until I had to fight that monster. I don't even know if I defeated it. I don't even know what I'm to do anymore. There is nothing left. Hector had no idea how to console her. She was no child but rather an old goddess, and he had never been in such a situation. Well, I believe you are suffering from a few phobias right now or anxiety disorder. But don't worry, they are treatable. One would have killed themselves if they were in your place. To live for so long with nobody around must have been maddening. But dash. He robotically extended his arm, unsure if this was the right thing to do. Ugh, it always worked on Jean, Peter, Yelena, and Natasha. P.A.T. His hand landed on her silky hair, which he softly caressed. He also stood up awkwardly. Well, you are not alone in this universe. There are plenty of beings. There is also Earth. There are people in pain and evil to destroy. Diana of Themyscira, aren't you a goddess of war and peace? It seems there is still plenty of work for you. She looked at his face innocently, her eyes sparkling with broken emotions. Hector nearly skipped a beat from how beautiful she was, so he quickly pulled his hand from her head. Ugh, Coffee most likely have monophobia, the fear of being isolated, lonely, or alone. So come and join the rest in my office. They are playing Monopoly. He started to walk out, but slowly, giving Diana enough time to get up and gather herself. He told himself to be professional and not be a horny gorilla repeatedly. Life just got more interesting, I guess. Chapter 144, Getting Soul Stone. 1 week later. To reach the place called Vormer was not easy. They had to pass through a storm that was raging through the solar system at that time. Even the planet resided near a black hole, which made things worse. Hector's knowledge about the planet was from the movie, and it was supposed to be a dark hellish planet with pointy mountains and water maybe. It was undoubtedly ominous. It's so scary, Yelena hid behind Hector's legs as they watched the planet while the ship descended to the ground. Jean also nodded, yup, this is really creepy. We won't be staying here for too long, don't worry. And nobody lives here except one being. So let's move. Adam is probably waiting for us at the peak. Hector pressed the button to open the hatch. Wonder Woman looked down. Is that deep ocean? No, just shallow water. It won't even come up to your knee. Yelena will drown, though. He scared the little one. Bam! She climbed Hector's coat and sat on his shoulder. Hee. I sit on freedom, Grandpa, then. Well, I was not going to take you along originally. They walked out and headed towards the tallest peak they could see. Some sort of light was also falling on it from the sky as if they were in a game and it was a marker. Hector tried to sense any kind of living thing on the planet, as the name Vormer rhymes with worms. But no such thing was there. The place was dead as the original Kennedy in a nice roofless car. What are you looking for here? Diana asked, still doing her crash course in knowledge about the current universe. Hector had no way of getting her encyclopedia about Earth for now, though, as the datapads didn't have information regarding Earth. Yes, why are we even here? I don't like this place, Natasha added. Hector looked at the young girl. He had never seen Natasha conveying her feelings openly. This was strange. Maybe some unconscious effect on her since she died here in an alternate future. To get stronger. What I'm about to tell you all is a big secret, not that I care for, but if you want the universe to be at peace, you won't tell anybody else. The thing I am looking for is called an Infinity Stone. Before the universe began, 6 singularities existed. The Big Bang then formed concentrated crystals out of them and sent the 6 stones hurtling throughout the universe. Each stone represented a different aspect of the universe. They are space, mind, reality, power, time, and soul. Jean, you probably know about Hydra, the same folks Captain America died fighting. Yes, they had possession of one of those stones. Only beings of immense power can directly wield the stones. So, I'm here. How powerful are they? Jean inquired. He replied, giving them a shock, well, with Space Stone, you can go anywhere in the universe. With a Time Stone, you can control time to your wish, you can control all minds with a Mind Stone. If you hold all stones, you can bend the universe to your will or even destroy it. Such powers, it's like the mother boxes. Diana muttered. Mother what? It's such a strange name. Is that a weapon? Jean inquired. Diana nodded, there are 3 of them. They are like living computers. Their abilities are not completely the same as what Mr. Washington calls Infinity Stones, but they can do a wide range of things, from molecular and genetic mutation and terraforming to creating teleportation tubes. My fellow heroes and I fought to protect these mother boxes from falling into the wrong hands, especially Darkseid. Darkseid. Does it grow apple tree? Yelena asked her. Diana's face fell, and dark memories resurfaced. No, he was extremely powerful, killed Superman and destroyed Earth. Hector patted her shoulder. About this, let's talk later. But don't dishearten yourself. As long as you are alive, there is always hope. She nodded. Batman's ghost had said the same thing. Hector decided to not talk about her past right now, or she might end up crying. Instead, she needed slow talk and a steady change in her surroundings. That's why Mooney and Yelena were given this job. Woof. I know, son. You don't like water. But this is work. Look, it's right up those stairs. They started to climb the last stretch of the trek. For Yelena, it was fun as she sang Twinkle Twinkle. Mr. President. Adam's voice reached them. He was waiting for Hector, and beside him were 2 more people, some aliens, 1 male and 1 female. They had red skin and pointy ears. Hector didn't even know who they were. I believe you have taken all the measures I asked you to. Adam nodded and handed him the datapad. Yes, as you wished, I found these 2 in a minor Nova Empire's prison. They match what you want. What are they here for? Jean inquired. Wait and watch. They arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of them was a weird stone slab on the floor, beyond which was a steep cliff. There were also 2 towers on the sides, making it look like a ritual site. Where is the stone, Mr. President? Adam asked him, not being able to control himself. He had wished for this moment for so many years now. A soul was finally within sight. Just wait. He must be coming soon. Hector looked left and right and awaited for the red skull to appear. Natasha, meanwhile, went closer to the cliff and looked down at the depth. She quickly took a step back in fright. I can probably fly over it, Jean muttered beside her. Natasha sighed, I envy those who can fly. To ensure that whoever possesses it understands its power, the stone demands a sacrifice. Then came the ghostly voice of Red Skull, the men of the hour. Hector scoffed, Red Skull, Schmidt, simper of stones, you're just like those Twitch simps. You spent your life chasing after something, wasting energy and money, yet you can only watch over what you can't possess. While someone else enjoys it. Is the stone here, or did someone take it? That was all Hector wanted to know. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om If it was gone, I would have been too. Hector didn't hear him anymore. He had the answer. Looking back at the two prisoners, he told Adam to take off their blindfolds. The male and female prisoners hugged each other immediately and started crying. Hector gave them the offer, "Do you love each other? If yes, I have a deal. If one of you jumps from this cliff, I will consider letting the other one go." "What?" "No, we want to go back to prison," they demanded. Adam briefed them, "I bribed the prison guards to take you out. You two are not criminals anymore. You are asking one of us to die. This is madness," the female alien shouted. Bam. Hector picked her up from the skull. "It wasn't madness when you mindlessly were selling alien children to the slavery of all kinds. You two are one of the scummiest criminals in the galaxy. That's why I chose you. Just because you two couldn't have a baby, you decided nobody deserved that happiness." "They what?" Jean and Diana exclaimed. "What slavery?" Yelena asked. Natasha took her to the side to tell her. After all, they were slaves of the Red Room too. "So, if you two really love each other and want to see the other one free, then one of you must jump. You may decide who it's going to be." Hector repeated loud and clear. Silence took over all of a sudden. It was a shock to them, but they came to terms with it. First, they kissed each other, and then they started to fight over who would jump. Both wanted to do it. They loved each other. That was the only good thing they had. And the reason why they were here. "No, I will. I will stop you." They started fighting each other to jump. But it was not as badass or meaningful as Clint and Natasha's moment. These two were sloppy, and Hector had no pity. They were enslavers of kids. "I love you. The woman ended up jumping after her husband tripped on a rock and fell back. Thud. She died, and the husband crawled to the cliff and started crying, "Hooray!" No. Hector was excitedly rubbing his hands, ignoring how dark the scenes were. Even Diana and Jean felt something, but he and Adam didn't. However, 10 minutes passed, and the man was still crying. He didn't disappear to appear in a puddle with the stone in his hand. "Hora! You can't die." Hector started to frown. He turned to Red Skull and grabbed his tattered robes from the neck. "What is this? Why doesn't he have the soul stone?" Red Skull didn't have any expressions on his face, but his voice had smugness. "As I said, to ensure that whoever possesses it understands its power, the stone demands a sacrifice." The woman didn't have the stone in her mind. She only wanted freedom for her lover. Hence, the stone remains where it was. Damn it. Hector threw Red Skull away. His simple plan failed, and now he had no idea what to do. He couldn't really kill Mooney just for that crap stone. The boy was more precious than even his own life. Chapter 145, Questions Answered. Okay, it's brainstorming time. The stone demands a sacrifice. He called the team closer to himself. You killed her for nothing." The male alien was still there, shouting at Hector. He even launched himself towards him and punched his chest, only to break his fingers. Hector silently, but coldly glanced at him. "No, she sacrificed herself so that I might consider letting you go. I have considered not letting you go. Go and meet your wife in hell." He lifted the man by his skull as if he were a basketball and threw him away like garbage. Thud. The body turned into a heap of dead meat. "How can you? You killed him," Diana protested. n/o/vel/b//in.c//.om. "Ah, I forgot she's from DC. Everyone isn't entitled us there. Of course I killed him. You wanted me to let a child enslaver go?" "No, thank you," Hector replied. He would never act softly when it came to his ideology. Not even for a hot goddess. "But you don't have the authority to judge who dies and lives," she argued. Mooney burst into laughter at that. Whoa. Hector, too, haha, "Actually, I do have that authority. I will tell you how later. For now, I have work to do. And lady, I do not kill innocent folks. I kill enemies who are soldiers or criminals. Unlike your universe. Can you tell me how many died in Zod's attack? Tens of thousands, right? How many died in stopping Lex? or dark side. Do you get me? Collateral damage is everywhere, while my track record is great. Ask Jean. Jean nodded heavily. Yes, Grandpa's great. He stopped genocides and changed the world for the better. He's been given 3 Nobel Peace Prizes already. Even Professor Mooney got one. Yes, now calm down. You will understand later. I'm supposed to kill folks like them. Now, brainstorm. How do I get the stone without sacrificing Mooney? WOWE. Mooney repeated his name in dog language. He did not know that his ass was on the line for that stupid stone. Does someone really need to die? Adam wondered. Just then, Hector had an idea. Yes. From what I know, Soul Stone is supposed to be sentient. So it most likely doesn't want sacrifice, but rather a person to be mentally prepared to make a sacrifice. Whoosh. He ran faster than Mooney could see and grabbed him from his belly, lifting him in the air. Mooney started to fight his hold. No. Daddy. I don't want to die. Knock. Hector silenced him down. Fool, I'm not killing you. Just go with the flow. He walked towards the edge of the cliff and looked down. There was a stone stage on the bottom, and God knows who made it for what. But he roared at it, watch me, Soul Stone. Cut the crap and surrender yourself to me, or I will rip apart this planet if that's what it takes. And then he jumped, Mooney still in his arms. Grandpa. Jean, Yelena, and shockingly even Natasha ran to the edge in worry. Adam was calm, he had trust in his boss. Diana didn't know him or felt attached to him enough to care. Not after he just killed someone so blithely. It's okay, EI. Hector's diminishing voice echoed as he fell. It was a pretty deep cliff. Mooney and Hector were even talking the whole way, although the good boy was terrified due to what he had heard before. Boom. Hector contacted the stone slab with full force. His body already weighed hundreds of kilos due to his adamantium update to the bones. Having Mooney in arms made it heavier. The force at which he fell was like an orbital bombardment. The cracks spread in a radius like cobwebs, releasing a cloud of dust from the gaps. Sadly, for the alien husband and wife, their bodies turned into meat pastes. He put Mooney on the ground with a thud as well, and that seemed to have done the deed, as the stone slab completely shattered, revealing there was nothing below it other than a deep dark fall. Ha ha. So there you are, Stone. Hector bellowed in laughter. His shiny white beard fluttered upwards, and his coat spread around like a parachute. It was a good multi-kilometer deep fall. Unknown how deep it would go. Ah. There it is, he saw a shining yellow light straight below him. However, as he moved closer, he felt some sort of an attack on him. The stone was supposedly being hostile to him. Though the attack only made Hector laugh out loud, Wahaha, foolish stone, you dare mess with Hell's Inquisitor. My soul is immortal. Grr. WUF. Mooney added his own insults. Boom. Once again, Hector touched the ground, though he made a bigger circle of destruction this time. The stone illuminated the place. It was a simple small cave, enclosed from all sides. Sitting at the center, the shiny, juicy soul stone remained on a protruding platform. He walked towards it without any reservations. You're mine now. No matter how much you fight. He picked it in like he was pinching something. So small, yet this little shit has so much power. Dad, can I lick it? Mooney asked him. Sure. Lick. You are. Sigh, he patted Mooney's back. There you go, vomiting. Is it that bad? Let me try too. Lick. You are. Ugh, my God, who knew infinity stones are this bad? Hector, too, vomited beside Mooney. Perhaps, they were the first people to vomit on this planet, let alone in the home of the Soul Stone. They absolutely tainted it. The Soul Stone, however, understood what Hector was talking about. It was angered at being insulted and tried to attack Hector even more vigorously. Yet, both just kept vomiting, ignoring its soul powers. The soul gem was sentient, it had a desire to collect souls, and the two mad lads just killed its appetite. Whoosh. Hell's Inquisitor. I want answers. Who are you? Just then, Wonder Woman flew down and gently landed. Her lasso was radiating beautiful light, making her face and body shine. When Hector cleaned his mouth and looked back, he felt mesmerized. Heck, Mooney was awestruck too. But Diana's face was completely serious. Hence, Hector took a serious tone as well. He simply put the stone in his coat's inner pocket and helped Mooney by patting his back. Dogs take longer to vomit than humans. It's what it says. My official identification as a cosmic entity is Hell's Inquisitor, he replied. She suddenly moved her hand and put the ring that hung around her neck as a locket onto her finger. Then a green light came out of it, taking the shape of 2 chairs. Hector blurted in amazement, "You got the lantern's ring too, amazing." He wondered why Wonder Woman had all these things. He even noticed Batman's belt on her waist, and the red cape she had was most likely Superman's. Wonder Woman took a stricter stance at this, narrowing her gaze. "How do you know all this? You mentioned Zod and Darkseid before. Who, or should I ask, what are you?" "A demon from hell." But then she glanced at Mooney, not sure if he was really from hell. How can someone so cute be from there? Sighing, he took the remaining seat. "Fine. It's time for your crash course on the levels of universes. I am not from this universe. Not even from this multiverse. I am like you, from outside of this multiverse. However, I am not like you either, who comes from just another universe's infinite iterations. I am an omniversal being. Here, let me show you a chart." Hector brought out a simple thing he created long ago to teach people. "See this, at the bottom is a universe. Then there is the multiverse. Until now, they all had walls separating them. But, next comes the omniverse, a giant container in which everything you can imagine exists. Now, outside is the reality of the true God, one who runs everything as the administrator. I just call him Old Man. No matter which multiverse you are from, the God above all remains the same." Wonder Woman looked at the chart with focus and listened sharply. "You mean to say that Yahweh and others are not the topmost people?" "Oh, you mean the presence?" "No, he's not. Like in this universe, Yahweh is just another Skyfather, the same as Odin and Zeus. The true God is much above them, as there is only one for the entire omniverse." "Then what are you?" she asked him. "Woo-woo." Mooney barked suddenly, pushing Hector's lap with his paw. Sighing, he took out the shiny soul stone and gave it to him. "Fine, you can play with the stone, but don't lick it again." Mooney nodded responsibly and started playing catch with it. The stone was not happy. It couldn't even harm Wonder Woman for some reason. It was a day full of shame. He focused back on the damsel in distress. Simple. Each universe has its own hell and heaven. Likewise, each multiverse has its own hell and heaven. Like that, the omniverse has its ultimate hell and heaven. I am the third in command of the omniversal hell. My job is to exorcise multiversal and omniversal dark beings. Hence, Hell's Inquisitor. What you see right now is merely a constructed vessel for my soul. Because my soul is too powerful to even step foot in any universe without breaking it apart. I am limited by this human body. Otherwise, I am basically God. I'm more of a gray character with a good heart rather than my bosses, Satan and that masked maniac ruler of hell. But, they are also doing their job. The demons you know are more like evil beings who interfere with the mortal world. We, the real deal, don't do that. We do our jobs, play in hell like normal beings. Heck, demons in hell even have families. Then why are you here? Another question arose in her mind. He sighed and relaxed back. Haha, that's the funny part. I was bored with my job, so Satan sent me here to relax. But seeing the misery, I decided to change some things for the good, my way. This brought hope to her heart. Then, can you send me back to my home universe? It should be easy for you. Ugh, that. I'm not sure about that. Why? Chapter 146, Soul Maker. Why? As you said, you are an omniversal being. One with a lot of power. She asked him, unable to hide the disappointment in her voice. I cannot right now. First of all, this body is pretty weak. Second, I am an omniversal being, but I can't freely travel and mess around with it. Third, I don't have that authority yet. Maybe if I got stronger and promoted, I would get that too. My job is just to exorcise dark entities. At best, I can travel the multiverse here. But I'm sure one day I can help you return when I reach the pinnacle of this multiverse. He replied, also ensuring he gave her some hope. Wonder Woman looked down at the ring, a look of sadness appearing. If that happens, I will be forever indebted to you, demon or angel. I don't even care at this point. The things I've seen. What is your story? I would like to know which iteration of the universe you are from. He asked her finally. She made the ring also create a table between the chairs, on which she made holograms appear, depicting various scenes from her memory. It's a long story. Hector looked to the side. Mooney was tossing the soul stone around happily. Well, we've got time. I'm sure they up there are making fun of that Red Skull. She nodded and started. Everything was fine, then everything was gone. The Undoing was an eldritch force that destroyed universes. A shadowy cosmic force that takes the form of a swarm of silhouetted dragons with tentacles. The Undoing does not just destroy worlds and life but erases them from existence. It slowly spread around the universe, erasing everything. Darkseid could not fight it either and surrendered to fate. He revealed that the Undoing was a form of the anti-life equation that undoes reality. He came to Earth to fight Justice League one last time. We could not defeat him. His and Superman's fight eventually destroyed the planet itself. Clark saved me. Hector sighed, already getting the gist of what happened. She continued, left alone, I roamed the universe in search of another life. But none I could find. Alone, in search of a reason to keep existing. But, in the end, the Undoing did catch up. I tried to run away at first, but then I realized there was no other way but to face it. I faced it with all my might, never wavering will and a strong hope that I will win. The last thing I remember then was losing consciousness as the Undoing screeched in pain. I do not know how I defeated it, but I did it. Then the next thing I saw was Mooney. Hector rubbed his beard in thoughts. You were most likely stuck in the void for much longer after winning, perhaps millions of years. As you have no recollection of what happened after you defeated it. But your mental health is so unstable, you must have been in the void for very long. She thought about it too. It is certainly possible. Well, her story was pretty straightforward. He was sure there must have been other important details, but they didn't matter anymore. Her universe was gone. He stood up. Mooney, let's go, and bring that stone to me. I will put it on a bracelet later. And you, Diana, you can see me as a monster or an angel. It's your opinion. If you want to return to your universe, you will have to wait a little. Thank you, Mr. Washington, she said with genuine gratefulness. She considered it her luck that the one person she found in this strange universe was a good being, albeit being from hell. Ugh, just call me Hector. Well, Hector, how will you get out of this hole in the ground now? Can you fly? If not, I shall help you. Please hold Mooney and grab my waist. I will fly you out, she offered him genuine help. Hector's gaze unknowingly fell on her waist. He gulped and looked at Mooney. It's all right. I got another way out. Boy, make the portal. WOF. Mooney looked away, denying it. I want a grandma. Hector frowned. I guess you don't want a double chocolate-dipped cookie then. Whoosh. And then came the portal. Let's go, Diana. How did you become red? Are you an alien? Yelena asked Red Skull a few questions. The man was annoyed, but he could not really harm anybody. I desired to hold what I shouldn't have and paid the price. Grandpa said he beat you up. Is that why you are red? As I said, I tried to hold the space stone and failed, Red Skull added. Why couldn't you hold it? Are you weak? Well, there was no answer to that, nor was Red Skull obliged to answer to it. But he was annoyed nonetheless. Whoosh. And just then, the portal opened and came out Mooney, Hector and Diana, all in one piece. Yelena jumped on Mooney and hugged him. Hector, though, walked to Adam. He doesn't break promises, and he made one to him about giving him a soul. Well, Adam, are you ready to receive the soul I promised you? Can't wait, Mr. President. He was silently happy like Mooney in a toy store. Hector took out the soul stone and kept it tightly in his grasp. He could feel Red Skull's envious gaze on him. He, too, tried to hold one of these and ended up here. Yet, the American president, his enemy back then, is able to do it. They were not the same, he realized. Ignoring his sobbing face, Hector let the power of the Soul Stone surge through his body. The Soul Stone was perhaps the most unique and powerful one among all of them. It had sentience and lust for eating souls. The user was not much safe from it either. But Hector's soul could not be touched by it. What kind of soul should I give him, he wondered. Originally, Adam would have taken the whole stone to keep it safe, but now, Hector was a better safety locker. I know what to give him. A soul that's wise and calm, a soul that is kind to those harmed and innocent, and ruthless to those who sin. He is my general. It's better if he has a good mindset, he discussed it with himself. Well, here you go, Hector proceeded to put his palm on Adam's chest. A bright light traveled through his hand and entered straight into Adam. Even after Hector had taken back his hand, Adam's veins were visibly shining in yellow light. It wasn't painful, however. The thing lasted for a few minutes, then slowly dimmed out. How do you feel? He asked him. Adam touched his chest and looked left and right. He took long breaths. This feeling. I don't feel empty anymore. I feel feelings. My eyes want to produce water, and yet, my heart is shivering with an unknown jolt. This is strange. Bwahaha, come you, boy. Hector gave him a nice hug. For the first time, Adam Warlock smiled, and he looked damn handsome doing it. Hector patted his back. That's called excitement, son. Congratulations on becoming full. Diana walked forward and touched Adam's arm. Amazing. Hector just created a soul for you with the help of that stone. With the reality stone, I can create an alternate world for myself. Yup, these stones are pretty big cheats, and I have decided to get them all now. I mean, why should only Thanos have all the fun? He proclaimed with no reservation. If this could give him power, there was no harm in it. Grandpa. Gimme a soul too. Yelena asked him. Haha, dear, you already have the most beautiful soul. Ask your sister, aren't I right, Natasha? Natasha nodded silently and patted her little sister's head. Jean was rejoicing, yes. Now can we please get out of this depressing place? Show me a real planet with modern tech, Grandpa. Sure, but first. Hector faced Red Skull. You killed millions of people, experimented on children, basically made Hydra what it later became. For that, the fact you still exist is not good. You deserve to be in hell, not here, guiding genocidal maniacs. What do I? I am erasing your soul from existence. You are now free from the control of the Soul Stone. Hence you are not needed in the world of the living. Whoosh. Red Skull's body started to disappear, snap style. He didn't have much to say except, I know the multiverse is real. Maybe I won in one of them. That was the final end of the Red Skull. Now, when Thanos comes here later, he won't find shit. Chapter 147, Emotional Talk. Freedom 1 was now on its way back to planet Moran. Hector also needed to work on exploring what powers the stone provided him. However, first came another critical task, taking care of a lost girl. No, it wasn't Diana. Bam. P.A. Just when the rest of the group was sleeping, Hector decided to go to the gym on the ship and train with the stone. However, as he was entering, he heard loud sounds of a punching bag being hit. So he peeked inside and found Natasha sweating and hitting the thing. She looked frustrated, and her whole form was a mess. She continued to hit the bag, broke down in sweat and tiredness, and then went to punch and kick it again. Being 16, she had a big enough body to train like an adult. He entered. Your form is all wrong. Doing that will hurt you more than make you stronger. She paused and looked back at him. What's wrong? I need to get stronger fast. He walked to the punching bag and held it. Straighten your back, don't protrude your face out. That will make your face an easy target. Now, use your waist to turn around, don't just throw your fist. Push it with your body weight. Yes, try it slow at first. He instructed her. Bam. Yes. That sounded good, like a real deadly punch. Now, don't just mindlessly keep on punching. Think about conserving your energy while doing it. As a woman, your body has the disadvantage of not having the same muscle structure as a male. Hence, you need to find ways to be as deadly as possible in the least moves possible. How can I do that? Hector thought about it. The best thing is for you to master jujitsu. But I don't know anything about it, since my fist of freedom and the fist of democracy were always enough to knock them out. Why do you want to learn all this anyway? To get stronger so that I can earn myself a living and protect Yelena after you let us go, she stoically answered. Hector was very confused by what she said. When did he tell her this? What? Why would I let you go? What made you think that? Do you not want to be around here? I heard you telling Peter that after he turns 18, he must leave and work on his own. You sent him away now. I will have to leave as well and take Yelena with me. Bwahahaha, come here, you child. He laughed and ruffled her hair. Foolish girl, I sent him on a mission. But, wait. I already got the soul stone. I don't need Gamera now. Sigh, I hope that lad is fine. Anyway, dear Natasha, I am not sending anybody away. Peter was a special case, he was going crazy slowly, becoming an unruly child, so I had to scare him a bit. But don't worry, I am your and Yelena's grandpa forever. You can rely on me. That's what kids are supposed to do. But, why would you? Why are you doing all this? We are not blood-related to you, she asked him, confused about his intentions. She never thought Hector kept them around for nothing. Every human was born selfish in her eyes. Just like how her fake parents, whom she genuinely seemed to love, abandoned her and Yelena for themselves. Sai, come here and sit beside me. He called her to the side seats. You know, I'm nobody special. I don't have some sobby story. I was born with a silver spoon. Had crappy parents. My life was defined by how many achievements I got to make my family feel proud. Simple to say, I was a disappointment. However, one good thing I had was a strategic brain, and behold, I joined the army. Then got badly injured. It was a depressing time for me. He was telling her about his original life, but it somewhat coincided with his current identity. Natasha heard him with focus, trying to understand what he wanted to mean. As you can see, I never suffered that much. Not like you. After all, you're just a kid and have gone through a trauma that would break people a dozen times. But, I do have one thing in common with you. I, too, don't have anything akin to a family. In a way, I envy you, for at least Yelena thinks you're a real sister. I got nobody except Mooney. But you guys call me Grandpa, even if it feels weird, I like it. And as a proud, strong grandpa, I will protect you. So don't worry, you are forever stuck with me now, n/o/vel/b/in.c/in/.om. Bam. All of a sudden, she jumped to hug him tight, hiding her face on his chest, smearing it with her tears. Hector just caressed her hair. It's okay, do whatever you want to, be whomever you want to be. You will always have me supporting you. Yelena too. She's my little radiating angel. You don't have to hide your emotions, dear. That's what makes us living beings. To hell with your past. It's time to make happier memories. Play with Mooney, Yelena and Jean. Cheer up that lost goddess, eat ice cream, watch movies, dance, and listen to music. You can smile, laugh and have fun. There is no penalty here. The Red Room is gone, and if they still dare come out of their hole, I will just destroy the whole Soviet Union. Even his encouragement was filled with threats of mad proportions. But she liked it. It showed how far he'd go. Being someone who never had a safety umbrella over her head, this was very new and heartwarming. What about Alexei and Melina? They are still out there? She asked. Haha, just them. Look here, tell me what this is. He asked, showing her his right fist. Hand. No. It's the fist of freedom. And just one knock from this bad boy on their head is enough to either splatter their brains or make them forget they are alive. Hee, the other one is democracy. But space doesn't have democracy, she reminded him. Hector just scoffed. Not yet is the key word here. After that, she went silent and got back to her feet, walking towards the punching bag. Thank you, Grandpa. I feel much better today. But I've seen the dangers of the universe with you. I can't be weak if I'm to be related to you. Absolutely right, dear. So let's begin the training again. P.A. Kicks and punches resumed again. Hector tried to teach her all the army takedowns he knew. He'd even give her a better super soldier serum later to make her stronger. She was going to be many times better than the cannon. A true superhuman spy. After their long 2-hour training session, Hector sent her to take a bath and sleep. Rest was important for young bodies. He, though, didn't feel the urge to sleep much, so he went to his office to make some plans. But he found someone. Our lost goddess is in my office. What can I do for you today? She smiled, a hint of pureness reflecting on her face. It was from the bottom of her heart. Hector could feel, I can't believe a being from hell can talk so good. He chuckled, so someone was peeping. Well, I care for Natasha. She's always been very quiet. If I can make her open up, I will do everything for it. My ideology is simple. I am ruthless to enemies and kind to innocents. But when it comes to kids, I believe all of them deserve happiness no matter what species. Because most often, the sadness and their madness are caused by adults. I see, certainly as wise as what they call you. I wonder if you'd like it if I called you Grandpa too. She wondered, putting one finger under her chin teasingly. Hector nearly vomited blood. No. Cough if anything, don't call me that. You're pretty old too, Diana. They just called me Grandpa because they have other parents. It'd be weird if they called me Daddy, right? She chuckled loudly. Truly, it's a word overly sexualized for some reason. From this, I remembered to ask, how old are you? Cosmically, I mean. He had no idea seriously. Let me see. I lost the count after I made it to 1 million. It's tough to be aware of time when you're exorcising evil all day, every day. Maybe I'm 1 billion years old, or maybe even older than the universe. Who knows? Whoa. All of a sudden, Mooney jogged into his office and made a leap to sit at the table. He had 2 combs in his jaw. He gave one to Hector and one to Diana. Then barked, Wofu. Haha, you want us to comb you? Sure, anything for my boy. Mooney smirked as if he had just gained a great victory. But that smirk was not lost on Diana. She asked, are you really smiling? I didn't know your species could do it. Woof woo bow. Diana stared at Hector for translation. He laughed. He says, being a doggo is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Did he just? Yes, he quoted Darth Sidious. Bonk, son, that's not a good man to take your quotes from. Woo wov. He sighed. Obi-Wan's, hello there, is not a quote, boy. Just be silent and let me comb you. Mooney did just that, with his eyes shut close. After all, he had already won today. In his mind, he did think something. Oh, Daddy. What am I to do with you? If I don't help you, I won't ever have a mommy. Chapter 148, TAAII some random planet with a big city. Come on. Just go with me and see it for once. Why should I believe in you? Because he's the fricking president, that's why. Gamera, we're friends now, right? Don't you want to know what happened to your planet? No, we are not friends. You have been following me for 4 weeks now. Gamera kept walking away, not even bothered looking at Peter. Peter was offended. We even kissed. We're way more than just friends. She scoffed. Someone falling on you and lips touching is not a kiss. Peter ran up and stood in front of her. Really? That's the worst excuse. It's like saying I mistakenly fell on a penis and got pregnant. Your tongue was exploring my damn mouth like them cultured tentacle hentai. That can't be a mistake. She rolled her eyes. Peter, we both were intoxicated, we both were horny. It just happened. Could you not make it a big deal now? I have work to do. I know you're Thanos' adopted daughter. Don't you want to know what he did to your parents? Peter dropped the biggest bomb. She stopped and stared him into his eyes narrowly. I just have to shout your name, and you will be caught, do you know that? Your grandfather is the most wanted man in 2 galaxies. Not even my father is this infamous. Peter chuckled, really? Nice, what else would you expect from the badass president? But wait, this is not about him or me, this is about you. This will be the last time. You do not want to see the utopia your so-called great father left behind. How great is his balancing crap? Why? His work has brought peace and prosperity to the worlds, his ways are violent, but they work. What's there to see? She barked. Peter just scoffed and took out his datapad. Is that so? Then look at this, the footage of the planet before my old man took it over and changed things. The video played, and with that appeared the misery of the people. Poverty and madness were everywhere. In the middle of it, Gamera couldn't keep herself gathered and snatched the datapad away from him. This can't be real. He said all these planets are prosperous now. They are. Not really when you think about it. Your father has a fatal flaw in his plan. He kills half the population, but the resources remain completely depleted. So when there were 100 million starving people, there would now be 50 million. Nothing except the number changes. And he probably didn't tell you how he killed your parents. It was an indiscriminate massacre. His armies came in and just blasted things. Peter revealed all the information Hector had told him. But the poor guy was not told that there was no need for Gamera now. Hector already had what he wanted. Take me to this planet, now. Unknown Sector. TAA-2, or Worldship, was the flagship of Galactus, the Eater of Worlds. It was as big as a solar system. This was all that could house a being of that size. Umbia's strip-shaped home of Galactus, devourer of worlds and ravager of planets. It was so big that several planets were held captive by its gravitational pull. The absolute behemoth even moved around in space and was at this instant headed to the Skrull throne world. However, it was slow and would take years due to its size. Hector had no such time, so the moment Galactus' ship was spotted, he fired up the engines, gathered the crew and headed to it. Logan also hopped over this time, as he had given the order for the building of an armada of ships on Sovereign. Where is Mooney? It was the first thing he asked for. Followed by a lot of hugs and kisses from the fluffy boy. Welcome to the ship, my horny wolf bodyguard. I hope you didn't just populate the entire Sovereign planet. He japed and patted Logan's shoulder. No matter what, the guy was a close friend to him now. Ugh, who is this? A gorilla. Even ignoring the stunning Wonder Woman, Logan's eyes fell on Fong. Haha, don't mind him. He's a good ally of ours. His name is Fong, as stoic as you. I think you will make good friends with him. Ah, that one is Diana. She's not from this universe. He introduced everyone. Fong and Logan just nodded at each other and grunted. While Diana shook his hand and sensed his claws from his bone structure. Amazing, so many strange beings in this universe. You haven't been to Earth yet, Diana. I think you will be amazed by the gifted ones. The humans of Earth have a hidden gene in their body that, when activated, gives them random superpowers. It's a result of ancestral gene manipulation done by Celestials, a race of godly beings. Hector revealed to her. As she was still pretty much clueless about this universe's Earth. Amazing, we have metahumans in our world, but they are not as many in number as you are saying. It must be hard to run the country with such beings. He shrugged, not really. They are a poor bunch. The government and the normal people discriminate against them. They have close to no rights. They get hounded by mad scientists or militaries. But this time, when I will return home, I will fix everything. Okay, now, get back to work. We have a lot to do. A war to win, galaxies to free and rule. Logan, you go and teach Natasha a few martial arts moves. Jean, you take Diana and do your research work. Yelena, you play with Mooney. He ordered them one by one. Yay! Yelena just jumped on Mooney to play with him. The ship made its way out of the Andromeda Galaxy. They could not use any jumps either as they had no idea where Galactus' ship exactly was. So they made their way slowly and steadily. TAA-2. Sire, a ship is coming towards us. It seems to be headed directly for us. Who dares invite my wrath? It is time for me to eat, go, and destroy them for obstructing my path. Freedom 1. I'm a Barbie girl, in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair and beat me everywhere. Let's go party. Yelena was humming the censored song while sitting on her favorite grandpa's lap and looking out of the screen as they approached the giant ship of Galactus. It was as big as a solar system but not as full as it. The ship had a shape that made it very long. Whoa. That's so scary, she commented. Haha, the guy inside it is even scarier. Oh, look, didn't I say a Silverman will come? He's here. Hector noticed Silver Surfer coming towards them. He only knew about his name and some other things from the movies that Fox had made a long time ago. He knew that the man was not evil but instead was forced to look for the worlds for Galactus to eat. Whoosh. The Silver Surfer phased through the walls of the ship and arrived straight in the control room. Naturally, everyone got nervous, including Diana. She was more worried for the kids, actually. Hector was very calm and still played with Yelena. He laughed at one of her comments. Whoa, he's so shiny. Can I also sit on that board? Haha, of course, you can, dear. But first, let me talk with him. Hello there, boy. Are you lost? He asked. Leave. My lord is not happy with his way being obstructed. I am here to meet Galactus. I have an offer for him, a juicy planet that's full of life. He can eat it as soon as possible, he said clearly. Silver Surfer silently watched his face for a second. But then shook his head. I do not care for that. He is already on his way to feed himself. Move, or I will be forced to destroy that ship. Psi n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Poor kid, he's brainwashed. But you know, like all beings, you have a weakness. And it's your soul. Whoosh. Suddenly, Hector moved his hand as it held the soul stone in it. As soon as he did that, a translucent image of a human passed through Silver Surfer's body, getting trapped inside the stone. Silver Surfer's limp body fell with that. It was as easy as that. The power of an infinity stone was boundless, only below the living tribunal. No wonder Thanos coveted it. Chapter 149, Judgment. Did you kill him? Diana asked him. She did not want Hector to become too uncaring about another being's life. Hoping to help him control himself whenever she could. No, just paused his life for a few minutes. But I don't think this trick will work on Galactus. This is why get ready for a fight if he's not patient. And so, the ship arrived at TAA-2. The hangar for the ship was in their sight, but they didn't go too close. Wonder Woman, Adam, Mooney and Hector went out on their own. Ah, I envy you all who can fly. He was jealous of a wonderful woman. n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. Meanwhile, Jean was helping Logan fly. It was decided that Natasha and Yelena would stay on the ship. They were not 18 yet, hence, no fighting for them. They flew to the giant ship and arrived outside its steel walls. They had no idea from where one could enter, so Logan used his adamantium claws to open a hole in it. The giant structure had its own gravity, it was much more than Earth, and it pressed them down. Thankfully, all of them were not ordinary people. Bam! The last kick from Hector pushed open the hole, revealing the insides. It was like a giant empty pipe. After all, this is where Galactus roams around. Great, he lives in a sewer he made for himself, Logan muttered. Does he poop? I wonder if it comes out as big as a moon, Jean wondered. ____. Hector, Diana, and Adam started at the two in awkwardness. These comments were totally unnecessary. Wow. Mooney was just laughing his heart out. Let's not talk more about it anymore. Keep it civil. We are not here to offend him. He shushed them quickly and continued on the way. But the whole ship was as big as a solar system. So, they could not be going around searching for him. So, Hector shouted, Galactus. I've come to bargain. Whoosh. It seemed Galactus heard him. That's why all of them found their bodies vanishing. It was teleportation, they could feel it. The feeling it gave was that of freefall from the sky. Soon enough, they again found ground under their feet and in front of them was the giant throne, on which sat an even bigger being, Galactus. He looked weird, and it was unknown if the colorful patterns on his body were his skin or clothes. If they were clothes, Hector wanted to know who the fuck sewed them. Who dares stand before me? Hector replied similarly, standeth before thee, Hector King Washington. Jean tried to hold her laughter, but a squeak still leaked. I do not know you, not care to know why you have come. Where is my herald? Galactus asked him. Hector nodded at Mooney. The good boy started waving his paw, and the circle appeared a few meters in the air in no time. From it dropped the body of Silver Surfer. Just a second, Hector sent the soul back to the body. The soul stones had many abilities. One of them can trap souls inside itself in an idyllic world named Soul World. But when Silver Surfer woke up, another effect of the soul stone became apparent. It was the ability to revert beings to their natural state. Hence, now Silver Surfer lost all the mental manipulation mumbo-jumbo that Galactus did. He simply fell down to his knees, devastated. I killed all those planets, those people. You ate them. It is my nature to eat, not to think about what I eat. To me, planets are the same as food to puny beings. The mortals in them are nothing but spices, Galactus replied, completely unhinged by the Silver Surfer's remarks. You are mad. I am nature. Hector sighed, Galactus, I want you to go and eat Tarnac 6 at this very instant. _ The Silver Surfer looked back at Hector as if he had just asked for Galactus' heart. You madmen. You came here to feed this monster. Hey, I will evacuate the planet first. Besides, this is the best thing possible, as my grand scheme will save trillions of lives in the process. Hector argued with him. I need no mortal to tell me what I shall and shan't eat. Hector interrupted him, no, that was not asking, that was an order. You see, I have so many ways to kill you right now. First of all, you're hungry. Second, we got the Phoenix Force here. Third, we got Wonder Woman with Green Lantern's ring. Fourth, there is I with a soul stone. You may have power cosmic as your core, but it can still be affected by the stone, as it represents the peak power of the soul. You can't kill me, not with that little gem, Galactus said. I don't want to kill you. I just need to trap your soul and wait for your physical body to die from hunger. Or I can just tell Wonder Woman here to use the ring's reality manipulation power to kill you, he smugly replied, his plan being rock solid. Galactus had no way out. Can I do that? Diana exclaimed in shock. Fuck, Hector cursed in his head. He thought Wonder Woman would know all the ring's capabilities. Yes, it is the strongest object in the universe, and your will defines its power. You can even travel back in time with it. Though I don't think you can bring back something erased from existence. He clarified at the end, just not to get her hopes up. Still, she was very amazed. This is amazing. I need to explore this ring more, it seems. Whoosh. Just then, Galactus used his power cosmic to remove Hector from existence. After all, it allows him to produce nearly any effect he desires, including size alteration, the molecular restructuring and transmutation of matter, the teleportation of objects 7 entire galaxies across space and time, the creation of force fields, the creation of interdimensional portals, telepathy, telekinesis, and cosmic awareness on a universal scale. He was hella overpowered. But that doesn't mean he can just eat an omniversal being out of existence. For that, one needed to have absolute rule over this universe, something Galactus didn't have. After all, there were many characters even above him in power ranking. Hector laughed, "Bwahaha, foolish giant. Now it's my turn." He pulled out the soul stone from his pocket. It was shining brighter than the sun today as Galactus had the juiciest soul it had ever encountered. Hector pointed his fist towards Galactus and willed the soul to be sucked into the stone. Some sort of light radiated from Galactus' body, but he didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest about it. Instead, he simply stared Hector in the eye, silently wondering why his powers didn't work on him. What could he be, was all he thought. His eye light went off. Jean exclaimed. Whoosh. However, Hector, Mooney and Diana also disappeared at that very moment, as if they had teleported away. Where did they go? Logan just sat down and lit a cigar. Ugh, as always, nothing goes straight. Calm down. They will be fine. Silver Boy wants a puff. Are you serious? This is big, even Mooney is gone, Jean freaked out. Yes, Logan felt a bit worried for Mooney, but shrugged, it's okay, it happens all the time. He probably brought the wrath of some other powerful being. Somewhere unknown. Hector appeared to be standing in the middle of space. There were a lot of shining galaxies and cosmic clouds around them. But, the real deal was the golden being, bigger than the sun, sitting on a throne. The being's aura radiated authority and power, also its wisdom. Hector had already realized who it was, as the being represented one of the top powers in the entire Marvel multiverse. Its eyes shone, and it spoke, "You three stand before the one who oversees and maintains balance in the realities. For being intruders and destroying the balance of the universe, you three stand for judgment before the living tribunal." Mooney gave no damn to this glowing giant. He was heaven's doggo, protected by the god himself. Though he was confused about one thing, bow-woo-woo-wuff. Hector burst into uncontrolled laughter. Gone was the seriousness that he managed to bring out, puffed. Bwahahaha, come on, Mooney. Think about the damn timing before asking questions. Of course, he's naked and doesn't have a penis. He doesn't need one. Goddamn. Wow bow. Son, that's not something you are supposed to be curious about. He scolded him. But then Diana innocently poured oil on the fire. Is that golden color his real clothes or his skin? Chapter 150, cute, okay, no jokes now, please. Let's get serious and deal with this mess. The living tribunal probably does have the authority to make us leave. He brought back a serious look and faced the living tribunal. LT, can I defend myself? Hector asked him, shortening his name. Suddenly, living tribunal's heads turned, and the one with covered eyes spoke, "You have destroyed the order within this universe. Created an imbalance that has made it tilt towards being more good. So you're saying that I did such an amazing job that good now overpowers evil?" Nice, Hector thumped his chest in pride. But the living tribunal was not enjoying it. You killed the destruction aspect of the Phoenix Force, one of the multiversal cosmic being important to maintain the balance. Now you wish to kill Galactus, another force of nature. Diana spoke at that, but he eats planets with living beings on them. He kills billions at a time. Once again, the heads turned, and the one with the whole covered face voiced, "I am not guided by any personal motivation or desires. I do what is determined to be the greater interest of the universe. For greater interest, the sacrifice of millions of lives for the sake of billions more, or even billions for the sake of trillions, is acceptable." Hector scoffed, "Well, then you have no right to stop me since I outrank even you in terms of cosmic power. Who are you to decide that this universe needs more bad than good? Your duty is to keep the universe from collapsing, not managing its balance." The normal face spoke, "As the being above all, the one who passes impartial judgment above all, I keep in mind all other cosmic entities and their role. Lord Chaos and Master Order watch over the balance, and to ensure one of them doesn't overpower the other, I must maintain a balance. Now, the in-betweener shall keep the cosmos in balance for them." Now, Hector was a man who understood comics, but not to such a deep level that he would know every single cosmic entity. If you are a judge, then don't you give people a chance to prove their innocence. I do, and hence, I shall award you the right to a reprieve. You have 24 hours to fix your mistakes and receive my judgment. Hector just shrugged, "I don't want to kill Galactus, but rather restrain him and control him. So I'm not breaking any laws. By intervening in his work and attempting to dictate his life disrupts the natural order, as you should not be in this universe." Hector argued again, "What if I create planets to feed Galactus? Yet, the planets which should be destroyed will stay, and the in-betweener will have to intervene. You three have no argument to make. As beings from outside this multiverse, you have tainted this one. I must banish you." Woof woof bow bow wow wow wow. Hector saw Mooney suddenly jumping in front of Diana as if defending her and angrily barking at the living tribunal. "Stay away from her, pepperless man, or I will call the wrath of my old grandpa. Daddy finally found one I must protect." Hector was amazed, "You can do that? Call the big G here." Woof. Mooney just scoffed. Today, he was sassy, Mooney. Yes, you can't send Diana back. She's got no place to go. Her universe was destroyed. He argued as well. She can stay, as her effect on this reality is limited. But you and he must go. Hear my judgment now. The Cosmic Tribunal has made a decision. Hector King, Washington and Mooney shall be removed from the multiverse. However, nothing actually happened. The Living Tribunal was not going to walk up to him or physically kill him. He had the entire universe in his palms, he could make things happen by just willing them to happen. Yet, there was a clear absence of any action. Oh, hello there, Lord Inquisitor. It seems you're in a bit of a pickle. And then, out of nowhere, another voice came, one very well recognized by Hector. A new being had appeared, and he was sitting on the Living Tribunal's shoulder, smiling the whole time. The man was as handsome as they come, wearing a suit as well, but the one particular thing about him was his wings on the back. On top of that, the Living Tribunal seemed to have stopped moving. Hector sighed, "What are you doing here, Lord Lucifer Morningstar?" Whoosh. He appeared right in front of Diana and smirked, "Oh my, you have a great choice, my pure friend." No, we're not dating, yet." He clarified quickly not to make her feel awkward. "Yet is the key word here, Hector. Well, Boss Satan sent me to deliver something to you. So here you go, care for him on your own, please." Lucifer, out of nowhere, brought out a little naked kid with green hair and a pacifier in his mouth. He handed him to Hector, "Take care, and oh, consider this matter settled." He flew back, first patting Mooney and then sitting on the Living Tribunal's shoulder. He started whispering something, "Oi, do you hear me, you lowly insect? We hold the authority over the omniverse, that man over there, if you destroy his body, his soul will destroy this reality. My boss decided to give this universe to Hector as a playground, don't you ruin it now. Be a good boy and resolve this matter, or else, even the one above all can't save you, A/N, imagine it Aaron-style talk." Whoosh. In a small cloud of fire, Lucifer vanished from the spot, leaving behind the mystery baby. It was constantly staring at Hector's face, the eyes continuously shining. Both seemed to be communicating. "Don't do it." But the child did, pfoo. He threw away the pacifier and shouted, "Dada." Bam. Hector didn't even take a second to throw the baby away, letting it float in the vacuum. Diana quickly rushed and held him, "What are you doing? He's just a baby, your baby." Angry, Hector smacked the baby on the head, "Haha, no, Diana, I have no child, I'm a bloody virgin. Nor is this a real kid, he's Beelzebub, a demon lord from hell, older than the known multiverse, billions of years old. He went on an adventure in this baby form and has since then kept it, I guess." Diana also felt disgusted for holding it so intimately, so she left it floating, but then she turned to Hector and asked seriously, "You're a virgin?" "I am, no. I mean. Ugh, yes, I am." There was now silence as Diana stared at his face awkwardly. Hector stared daggers at Beelzebub, deciding on punishment for it. Most women hate virgins, after all. However, haha, oh my god. And you're supposed to be third in command of the top hell. That's gotta make you the purest hell lord. That's so cute. For the first time in millions of years, today, Hector felt like blushing, and let's just say, he was terrible at hiding it. His face glimmered with a wide, perfect smile as he rubbed his long beard. No woman ever called him cute. All the time, it was something related to his body or his status. Today, it changed. After millions of years, he again felt something in his chest. A feeling he had long forgotten. The irregular beating of his human heart in this body. That emotional rush came from the compliment and seeing her smile so elegantly. Both were just looking into each other's eyes as they kept giggling. He was not dumb and realized it quickly, is this love? Is she into me? However, Hector and Diana's moment was destroyed by Beelzebub's cries. They looked and found the baby demon was under attack from Mooney. The good boy was angry because he destroyed his dad's reputation. Hence, Beelzebub was forced to use his pacifier for defense, like it was a shield. Hector lifted the baby up, "What are you doing here?" "I want the truth, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." The boy stole his gaze, "Iya. Whoosh. He held him upside down by one leg and shook him, "Truth. Stop with this gibberish." I was kicked out. Chapter 151, Two Aimless Beings, Why? I pranked God by hiding his glasses. Beelzebub replied with sadness and regret evident in his voice. Hector's eyes rose, understanding the gravity of the situation. Boy, that was no prank. That was a death wish. Be happy you only got exiled. Woo. Mooney barked, should have spanked him, n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. And why are you in that baby body? Naked, of all things. Beelzebub answered gloomily, He punished me by locking this as my form until I learned some manners. He sent me here to learn from you, as you're the purest virgin in hell. Hector was irked. Once again, you call me a virgin, and I will make sure you live without the peeing tool. How can you think of harming a baby? He scoffed. Babies aren't billions of years old and can destroy universes. Aren't I right, Diana? Agreed, a child is called a child for its underdeveloped brain. This one here is possibly overdeveloped. Diana commented. What do you mean overdeveloped? I'm cute. The fact that you look like this and talk makes it creepy and disgusting. She countered. Hector silently chuckled. Take that, overpower reincarnated story baby main characters. I don't want you to be anywhere near me. I don't trust you, kid. Hence, off you go. Hector threw him away into the funhouse demonic dimension. Beelzebub can make it his home. Now, back to the living tribunal. So, what have you decided? You are like the Beyonders. They have no need to be here, yet they force themselves in. For everything good, there is evil. For the order, there is chaos. What stands against you three, outsiders? Nothing. Yet, I cannot do anything. Whoosh. Without saying anything more, their bodies started to disappear. No, they were not dying but teleporting. However, as they were about to vanish, the living tribunal uttered some words. The hidden consequences will be yours to face. I shall no longer watch over this universe. Logan was talking to the Silver Surfer, already having struck up a friendship as the two cried about their shitty past. Heck, even Jean entered. So you chose to become his herald so he may spare your world. That's very noble of you. Jean was amazed at his story. Meanwhile, Logan was dubious. I still can't believe that your father single-handedly created a worldwide utopia devoid of crime, disease, hunger, poverty, and want of any kind. The old man hasn't been able to do it yet. How can you folks? Bub, your story sounds too good to be true. Silver Surfer nodded. I can understand. Such a civilization is hard to develop itself before being destroyed by its own greed. But, if he had the power to even stop Galactus with such ease, then I'm inclined to believe that he simply didn't wish to make your world a utopia. Logan agreed with that take. Indeed, who even wants to live in a utopia? There is always some sin, some vice for mankind to follow. You rid one thing, they develop another kink of madness. The only way to truly make the world a utopia is to take away free will, and that's something the Prez will never do. Whoosh. Woof. Mooney Spark announced the return of the three. What happened? Where were you? Jean Rushley asked. Just an omnipotent being wanting to interview me. Let's get this over with. Hector glanced at Galactus' silent soulless body. He just sighed and returned the soul, who knew even you had feelings. The red light reappeared in Galactus' eyes, but he didn't even attack, just started at Hector. What are you? He asked what, not who. Galactus had by now realized that Hector was not a living creature of this universe. Hence, his power cosmic had no effect. He was more curious than angry. I am, just a simple man, not from around here. But what about you? I never knew the big mighty, eater of worlds also thought about the feelings of other lesser beings. You should have told Silver Surfer. He would have worked for you with no questions asked then, Hector said. The Soul Stone gives the user the ability to see all memories of one trapped inside it. Hence, Hector saw a great many things in there. What? What did he do? Silver Surfer desperately asked. Well, the big guy here silently saved your home planet. Some decades ago, it was destroyed by beings called the Others. Your planet and all its people died. But Galactus brought everything back to as it was, wanting you to have a place to retire when you leave. No one even knew about this happening. Silver Surfer didn't know that either. Why? Galactus cryptically answered, I am nature. I do as I wish to do. But not right now. You must go and eat Tarnax 4. I need to install a new Skrull monarch so they can ally with me in defeating the Kree Empire. There is profit for you as well. Due to this war, many Kree worlds will be emptied. You can have them for yourself and eat them slowly over the coming centuries. There will be no need for more deaths. Why do you wish to do this as an outsider? Galactus questioned him. And that was something that even Hector didn't know. True. I have no incentive to do all this. I don't understand why I want to bring this peace. The fight with the Kree, I honestly got nothing to do with them. But here I am, arguing with you. Perhaps, I'm a warmonger. Perhaps, I'm just bored and aimless. Maybe there is a meaning to all this in the grander scheme. But for now, this is all I want to do. Then you are like me, Galactus commented. Hector smiled, perhaps. Well, I shall take my leave now. I mistook you for someone evil. Now I know you are just a natural part of this universe. As Hector gathered his folks around, Galactus voiced, evacuate Tarnax 6, Hector King. I shall devour it in 10 Earth days. He stopped and gave him a nod, and I will forever remember this, so when the time is right, I shall repay with an appropriate favor. Stay alive, Galen. You're one important guy. Hector then took Mooney, Jean, Logan and Diana back the way they came and entered their ship, soon enough blasting off to Moran so that they could initiate the secret invasion of the Skrull Empire. This did make Hector chuckle, haha, how the tables have turned. But, back in TAA2, Galactus had a change of mind regarding one of his friends and herald, go, Norinrad. You are free. Silver Surfer was shocked by this kindness. Am I to assume this is one of your schemes? Galactus stared out of the giant window of his ship, possibly doing what equates to sighing. You know nothing, Norinrad. We have met many times, in the past, in the future, in this universe and in the one before. You may leave and live the life you forever desired. Go, do not test my patience. Silver Surfer simply took his board and flew away, passing through the ship's walls. He didn't look back, nor did Galactus look at him. Instead, he stayed seated on his big throne and stared at a close-by planet that was held by the ship's gravitational pull. It only reminded him of oneness, a place long destroyed and forgotten, a place that he used to call home. Meanwhile, on Freedom 1, Diana sat beside Hector on another chair. They were all in the ship's control room, which was illuminated by the passing worlds as the ship traveled through the jumps. She asked, why did you let him go? He kills beings with no care for them. It's not the right thing to do, Diana. Galactus is not a living humanoid anymore. His role in this multiverse is the same as the role of Death, a Grim Reaper or the God. What? He was a human once. Jean exclaimed in shock. He chuckled, I can see why you'd think he was always like this. His size and shape are weird. But the man has suffered through enough. The universe is not eternal, everyone. It goes through multiple cycles of expansion, then collapses, called the Great Crunch. Then, the universe gets reborn with a big bang, with the cosmic egg in the middle. Galactus is someone from the universe that existed before this one. He came from the most advanced civilization in that universe. He grew loveless as his mother genetically engineered him to be a hero of his planet. Then, the universe crumbled. He couldn't do anything as he saw everything collapse. His wife too, died while she was pregnant. But for some reason, Galen survived, and one thing led to another. He got turned into this multiversal entity whose work is to help maintain the universal balance. He cannot die from the destruction and rebirth of the universe anymore. He's eternal. Logan smoked and sighed in pity, bastard lost everything and can't even die. He can, but perhaps, the nature of his creation does not allow him to commit suicide. I somewhat pity him. As from what I saw, he considered Silver Surfer more of a friend than just a herald. Hector added. Woof woof. Haha, yes, maybe he needs friends. Then what did he mean by you and him being similar? Diana asked him, glaring with narrow eyes. Hector just relaxed back in his commander's seat, we're both lost. aimless. To me, what I'm doing feels like just living, doing a 9-to-5 job. I do not wish to be a hero or liberate galaxies from tyranny. I'm just doing it for some reason. Just like how Galactus is simply eating planets because that's his nature. Why else does he exist? He is probably confused. I'm supposed to be Hell's Inquisitor, then why the fuck am I so kind? My own actions baffle me. Language, and there came a warning from Diana. Yelena was sleeping in her lap, after all. Haha, you just reminded me of another funny guy. Sigh, I'm tired of this space adventure now. Let's go to Earth after ending this war. Fine by me. I'm running out of cigars, Logan grunted. Waff wahoo. I wanna be mayor again. Jean giggled, and this time, I will be your permanent secretary. Mooney happily jumped to snuggle with her, wah-wah-woo. I love you too. So soft. So smushy. Chapter 152, Time for War 2000. The new century had started on Earth. A new president was in office, sadly, not from Hector's camp. Slowly, Kennedy lost the majority in the Senate and the House of Representatives, as he had no mind-altering powers, and new people got elected every few years. Many of these folks were who never had any contact with Hector. America was mostly the same, all except there being near to no racial division based on skin color. The economic disparity was mostly non-existent among all races, as Hector's baby bonds had revolutionized the nation. It allowed poor kids to start businesses and go to college and old people to have a great retirement fund. But capitalism is not always easy to fight. The difference in wealth between the richest and the poorest was still enormous. With nobody like Hector stomping on the necks of greedy bastards, the fire was being fanned, weapons were being manufactured and sold. Unknown to them, they dug their own grave, as the man they feared was not dead but just on vacation. Sovereign. A series of planets that were called Sovereign had gone through a radical change over the years. Their society saw massive changes as they allied with Hector. With the new Galactic Federation force personnel having frequent visits, many intermingling happened. In a few years, millions of babies with not-so-golden skin were born. With that came the first crisis of Sovereign. High Priestess Aisha defended these new babies, while the High Council deemed them impure and a shame. They proposed creating a subspecies that shall serve as slaves to the original civilization. This prompted Hector's response. Being against slavery, he asked Aisha what she wished. But when she was confused, Adam Warlock came to her help as her genetic brother. He had passion, love, and also anger. He now had a soul and was no different from Hector in terms of values. Sister, if you do this, you will taint the beginning of this new Galactic Federation. The Federation Charter 1 clearly defines that we are against any kind of slavery and will not tolerate it. But what about the High Council? They hold supreme authority. She asked, as even she felt powerless. She can be removed anytime. Diana, as the first advisor of Hector, gave her suggestion. I've seen what such backward ideas can do. They harm the world more than help. Your planet is no longer just a machine. It's finally living again. Children are born naturally, loved and have parents. Your people now feel something they had forgotten. Let me tell you, if you try to change them now, there will be a civil war. Agreeing to that, Hector gave a solution, exactly. And that's why you have to use the public narrative, make them hate the High Council and then pick up any scandal the High Council members committed in their lives. Bring it to light and sentence them to death. Purge the Sovereign from its waste. We are bringing a revolution to 2 galaxies, why not start here? And his words motivated her. She did as Hector taught and, in a few years, got rid of the High Council. After that, it was smooth sailing. Sovereign got fully busy manufacturing warships for Hector. The order was for 1,000, but it'd be nice if they made more. However, Hector knew that the war was not won on the back of a few. It requires a wide range of support. Currently, the Kree Empire controls countless planets. Each of these planets was subservient to the Kree, but that didn't mean they were happy. Hence, Hector went on a long diplomatic journey to visit all planets that were dissatisfied with the Empire. He suggested they either join him or stay put when the war breaks out. They must not support the Kree in any way. This way, thousands of worlds signed a secret pact with Hector, even agreeing to join the new Galactic Federation, as there will be a power vacuum after the Kree Empire is removed, and someone is needed to fill that. It was obviously going to be Hector's faction. Therefore, most believed it was the right time to join to reap the sweetest fruits later. Meanwhile, the Skrull Empire just calmed down as Hector's new friend, Galactus, ate the Tarnax 4. But then a new planet was dragged all over to the exact location and declared the new capital of the Skrull Empire under Queen Varank. There was a lot of talk of revolt and civil wars, but Hector helped from behind the scenes. He was not alone, as now he had some new, vastly strong members on the ground. With the Soul Stone, he was able to insert a new soul into the body of Mr. Sinister and make him a Skull Knight, called Skull Knight S. Not just this, Hector hijacked the Super Skrull program and tweaked the souls to make them entirely loyal for peace and order. Slowly, all checklists were coming to a finish. The preparations for war were in full swing. As a matter of fact, he knew that the Kree Empire had learned what Hector was doing by now. An army to bring them down was being made in their backyard. Slowly, they too learned how deep in trouble they were, so they offered the Nova Empire an alliance to get rid of this trouble. It was just a matter of fact before the war was declared. How could he allow that to happen? Xander. An unsuspecting ship approached the grand central square of the beautiful planet. Inside it was just 4 people. Hector fixed his collar as he looked in the mirror. How do I look? Diana, who combed Mooney beside him, complimented, like a strong general. Wahaha, that's what I was aiming for. Mooney, are you ready for today? We're going to declare war. Oh whoa, the good boy howled. It didn't mean anything, he was just excited. But Diana was disheartened. Are you sure you don't want me to come? Someone needs to watch your back. He shrugged. No, I don't want to show you to the universe yet. You're a secret trump card. Currently, you are just known as a strong otherworldly beauty beside the old president. They don't know yet how deadly this beauty is. Also, Nova Prime betrayed Mooney and me as she signed the deal in front of us. She will answer now. She sighed, then, good luck. Oh, I got my lucky charm for that, right, my boy. He pulled Mooney's soft chubby cheeks. N/O/vel/b/jn.c///om. President, we've landed. Yondu notified them. Just wait for me here. Let's go, son. Bam. He pressed the button to open the hatch. As it lowered, the warm sunlight fell on his shiny bright white beard. From behind, all one could see was a dark shadow of Hector and Mooney. Diana saw it and truly felt they looked badass, even proceeding to take a picture. Without a single care, Hector walked out. The ship was made to land not in the landing bay, but rather in the middle of the administrative district's largest square. From there, he had to walk straight, and he'd be in Nova Prime's office. Being extremely famous in the galaxy, people recognized him just from his red coat and white beard, also the big good fluffy boy. Whoosh. Stop and surrender. Put your hands up. Call for backup. Put the planet on lockdown. People, leave. However, nobody left. Everyone just took out their datapads and started recording. Some even started live streaming. Hector just chuckled, haha, be it Earth or space, people don't change. What do you say, Mooney? Shall we become legends today? Bow bow. Mooney tiled his head. Are we not legends already, Dad? Wahaha, no, this will be different. This one will make our enemies wet their pants for centuries to come. Ah, look, they sent all the forces on the planet here. The scene was being recorded from the sky. There stood Hector alone with Mooney, and in front of him were hundreds of thousands of Nova Corps soldiers, clad in armor and aiming their guns. Over them hovered a dozen gunships. The moment was peak badass. Diana saw everything back on the ship and wondered, how is he going to deal with all of them? Yondu laughed, haha, they are dumbass. The old man said he could temporarily kill the entire planet with the stone. Diana sighed, but she didn't miss the word temporary, that's so brutal. Scoffing, Yondu took out a bag of Earth's lays. You haven't even seen half of it. Whoosh. And then, suddenly, a bright light, originating from Hector, spread around, touching everything all over the planet called Xander, be it in the sky or the ground. Grand General Hector King Washington was once again back in business. Chapter 153, Spreading Fear. Hector used the Soul Stone to drop down all his enemies around him. Not civilians, however. After all, he needed them to keep recording how awesome he was and how easily he was dealing with the whole planet's defense systems. Haha, this was easy, he muttered and walked straight, stepping on the pile of bodies of the Nova Corp soldiers. There were thousands of them. But he made sure not to hurt anyone's body. ****. Then came the sirens, not Mooney. The entire planet started to go into lockdown. There was only one person who could do it, Nova Prime, because only she was the one Nova Corp member who didn't get her soul sucked out. NOVLB //JNN. Hector hated that woman. Her face screamed career politician. He hated such people, as they stay in power not because they wish to help people and serve them but rather because they want to serve themselves. Here, maybe Nova Prime honestly wished good for her people, but to join hands with Kree was one stupid move. The two walked directly into Nova Prime's office building. No civilians followed, however. Woof woof woof. Who let the dogs out? Hector laughed, seeing the good boy singing along. Thanks to his bald friend, he was able to get the latest Earth music. And he just put the music on to make Nova Prime feel fearful as he gets closer. Breaking the deal. Remember? I told you back then you'd regret it. Hector shouted. The voice reverberated in the empty corridors. The song and Mooney sparks were not music to the ears of Hector's enemies. You just made the Nova. Hector interrupted as she tried to talk through the intercom. No. I made you nothing. You broke the deal, gave me to the Kree for short peace. Now, you dare consider joining them against me. Bam. He footed down the last door protecting her. Appearing like a grim reaper, he smiled at her face. Do you feel it now? The fear? The rage when everything seemingly going well suddenly goes to hell. But today, I'm not here to talk. I'm here to kill you. I wonder how the Nova Empire will react to this. Hector played a clip on his datapad, also showing some documents. This is crazy, a bribe of 3 million credits. Although it's not a lot for someone of your status, still, enough to do the damage. We can talk about this. President Washington, she tried to buy some time, as she had already sent the SOS to the nearest Nova station and the entire Empire about what was happening here. Sigh, no, I don't want to. Even if you agree to become a pawn of mine right now, you won't be of much use. You do not control the whole Empire, rather only the Nova Corps. Even if you deny it, the Council might agree to join the Kree and become my enemy. And I believe in resolving a problem in its budding phase. However, if I kill you and spread this information, it will spread chaos throughout the Empire. After all, the top leader turned out to be corrupt. The people will lose faith over the Nova Corps and the Empire's rulers. No. Hector just shrugged his shoulders and pressed a button on the datapad. It immediately made the various speakers and hoardings around the planet show the contents. From Nova Prime taking bribes to her lavish lifestyle. Hector built the narrative that Nova Prime sold the Nova Empire to the Kree. Many details were overdramatized, but that was part of the psychological warfare he learned on Earth. This way, as long as the public sentiment was against the Kree, the Nova Empire couldn't join in the fight because, like any other kingdom or empire, the tax was the primary income, and when those who paid the taxes were not happy, it's the brewing of a perfect storm. He was basically creating a condition similar to what was the case in the original United States during the 60s and the 70s during the Vietnam War. Now, it's your turn to die. Hector took her soul away as well, this one permanently. The best thing was that killing this way left no mark on the body. This would make people confused about how she ever died. The possibility of it being ruled as a natural death was also there. Whoosh. The penis-shaped hairstyle woman died right there. But, Hector didn't stop. He picked up her datapad, got her scans and copied the database of the Nova Corps. This way, Hector's new Galactic Federation will have all the needed information about planets, essential people, and criminals. But, one thing was remaining. He and Mooney walked out of the building and stopped on top of the stairs. The general public was still there, waiting for something more explosive. He cleared his throat and roared, "KREE Empire has threatened the Galactic Federation for far too long. The Nova Empire is forbidden to join it, or don't mind me if I start hurting you as well. I declare war on the Kree Empire. Today. I declare the death of the Kree Empire. He then walked straight to his ship that still sat unharmed. Once again, stepping on the bodies as he walked, the Nova Corps soldiers also started to get up slowly. They all were confused and scared of him, having no intention or willpower to fight anymore as they remembered the experience of their soul being sucked out and being stuck in a weird place. Hector and Mooney got back into the ship while waving at the crowd of civilians, who were slowly coming to realize what had just happened. And in no time, the engines fired up, taking the ship away from the planet. Relaxing on the ship, Hector called the rest of the leaders on the holographic communicator, "Get ready. We shall hit the Kree Empire's bases in one day. Prepare all the commanders and start arming the soldiers." After getting affirmations, he sat back in the command room. Mooney was having the scratches of his life with his head on Diana's lap. Hector did feel jealous of his son, to be honest. But, ignoring it, he started to do all the calculations and planning. On Earth, waging war on a world scale was already mind-breaking hard work. Now, it was supposed to be on a galactic level. It will need all his brain power and seriousness. He was not going to be fighting alone, the whole army will be behind him, and all of them will be the men and women that followed him. Their lives were his responsibility, and he didn't want them to end up dead. Death was inevitable, however. Since it was a war. But if he can reduce it to some level, he'd be happy. Xander. After Hector left Xander, the crowd of Nova Corps soldiers rushed to see the Nova Prime. Instead, they found her dead, lying on the floor with the word traitor written on her forehead with a black marker. Someone of their own had done it, someone who was probably a civilian worker. Bam. Projectiles started to get thrown at the building of the Nova Prime, and the other Corps members on the streets began to get called out and cursed at. People started to organize groups and criticize the Empire's policies. The mess had started, the spark was given, and now it was time for the Nova Council to see if they could be forgiven. The ship arrived on Moran in no time, and Hector didn't waste a single moment. "Diana, don your armor and take out your shield. You will be going with me to Hala. Mooney as well. Logan, Yondu, Kull, Fong, and Adam, you will be leading the billion-strong army of Moran. Varank, you will be leading the Skrull military dash." Peter interrupted in the middle, "What about me? Too young, you can be a captain at best. To become a general, you need to have some important set of leading skills." Hector bluntly replied. The green woman beside Peter chuckled, teasing him. "Ugh. Hurts more coming from the president." Peter shut his mouth then. "What about me, Grandpa?" Jean asked. "Well, you will be the backup for all my generals. Since you have already learnt the ability to teleport, you can provide all of them immediate support." "She's younger than me." Peter objected now. Sighing, Hector replied, "Can you blast a whole Kree accuser ship in one move with your palms? __. Ah. I will shut up for good now." Boom. Suddenly the gate slid open, and Kraglin Obfontary walked in. "Grand General. We have a situation. Someone sent a message, wishing to meet you." "Who?" Hector took the datapad from him. Thanos. Chapter 154, We Meet Again, Thanos. What the heck does he want now? Hector muttered to himself. The Mad Titan didn't seem as threatening to him anymore, as by now, Hector had a much bigger and stronger army. Plus Wonder Woman and Jean. Even Thanos, by now, knows that fighting Hector was ensuring mutual destruction. He didn't want this. Then his focus went to his pocket, which had the Soul Stone. No, he shouldn't know this. Not even Gamera know about it. Fine, tell him to come to Zenhobri, he passed the order. As soon as this name was spoken, Gamera's eyes widened. She stared at Hector, "Why?" He scoffed, to show his dumb purple as how wrong he is in his conquest. The planet he chose for the meeting was Gamera's home planet, the same that Thanos ravaged by killing half of the population and then boasting he fixed all problems. This is going to be fun, Logan was enjoying it. Even Yondu didn't act like a wuss anymore, truly realizing that they were not the same old small Ravager clan anymore. Their growth was exponential and too quick. As the various planets prepared for war, Hector's giant Federation ships got armed to the teeth and loaded up. The aim was to hit all Kree major bases in one go simultaneously to achieve the most benefit. From the Skrull side, Erskine was Hector's point of contact since the old buffed scientist was dating the Skrull Empress. He was pleased with her since dating her was like dating every single woman in the universe, as Empress Varank could just take any form. Be it any Hollywood celebrity, Erskine was doing her. He was living the dream. But he still loved her and mostly preferred her original form, the others were just for rare kinky nights. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy some Jennifer Connelly secretly? Are you prepared for the war? Empress Varank asked him as she donned her armor. Erskine fixed his glasses and chuckled, "You call me the mad scientist and ask such questions. Dear, you're getting old, it seems." She scoffed, "You're the one to talk about age. Anyway, I've received the orders from the president. The Skrull Empire is to hit the Andromeda Galaxy and take over all Kree assets and even Nova assets if we can without much fighting. He will be handling the large Magellanic Cloud, the home galaxy of the Kree. I have never been in a war physically. I am excited and at the same time horrified." Erskine said. "Well, this war is a necessity. If we don't fight, the Kree will take everything from us. I am also horny." Zenhobori. The planet was now in great shape, the crimes and madness were removed from it, and people had food and clothes. It was to be the new headquarters of the Galactic Federation anyway, so there was no harm in taking over. It only brought jobs for the local people. The planet had thousands of ships docked around, all of them being military. Then even on the planet, star cannons were placed in a formation that covered all of space. They could shoot down any ship. When Thanos Sanctuary 2 arrived outside the planet's orbit, it was immediately surrounded and escorted to a place to dock itself. Then, Kull went to receive the warlord and bring him to the meeting place. With no fear in his eyes or nervousness, Kull was very cool. "I am General of the Fifth Fleet, Kull. I shall be guiding you to the meeting place." Why was this place chosen as the meeting location? Thanos asked him first thing. "Mr. President will answer all your questions, Lord Thanos." Kull didn't even look at him. "Are you not afraid of me?" Thanos asked him. He was used to seeing even the strongest of beings showing some level of fear in front of him. Kull shrugged, "You can kill me, sure. But can you guarantee to win the battle?" This did shut everyone up. Indeed, even if they kill him, they can't leave unscathed. There were enough ships to obliterate the Sanctuary too. How strong Thanos and his Black Order were didn't matter. Thanos' smaller craft landed at the port. From there, they all got on a hovering taxi. It was just a platform with side grills to hold on to. It hovered around on designated paths. Ah, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. "Look around, the finest example of my work," Thanos muttered, looking at the tall buildings, greenery, and technology around. The people wearing modern clothes, smiling and working. Kull tried to hold his disgusted scoff when he heard this. The Mad Titan was also a fool, it seemed. After a 3-minute ride, they arrived in front of the most beautiful building in the city. A tower-like structure with greenery everywhere. The large board on the building read, "Zenhobori's Genocide Museum." Thanos stopped right there, even though he felt that this was wrong. He glanced at Kull for a second, but since Kull didn't stop, he followed, as showing weakness was not an option. As he entered, he saw various images on the walls. All were 3D holographic and looked real. The images were of misery, pain, and outright suffering of unimaginable proportions. "Welcome, Thanos. I believe now we both have the right to call each other by name, so just call me Hector." Hector appeared. With that, Kull and the rest of Thanos' staff left them alone. He handed him a glass of drink and took one for himself too. Thanos, seemingly in deep thought, nodded, "See this, I removed this misery." "Ha, that's where you are wrong, Thanos. These images are from the time I took over this planet. Follow me. I have a movie to show you." Thanos was left speechless. This was the first time in his life he was coming face to face with the reality of what he does. Never before did he bother to check the planet he just wiped half clean. So he followed, to see what Hector had in defense of such an accusation. Eventually, they sat in the darkroom and watched a short movie. It was a documentary that Hector's men first recorded the moment they arrived on the planet and started surveying it. All the secret clips of various planetary warlords were there, committing inhuman crimes. Bang. The screen turned off, and the lights turned on. Hector got up and simply walked out of the hall to sit in front of a giant painting hand-drawn by someone. All this happened after. Thanos vocally wondered. Indeed, it seems your method for bringing peace and order just caused more damage than good, Hector commented and allowed him to take a seat on the bench. Then Thanos looked up, and the painting came into view, leaving him speechless for a few minutes. This is drawn by your daughter, Gamora, whose parents you killed and took her away, told her you are a savior. She drew the moment she remembers clearly, the moment you took her in and taught her a lesson. And the painting is also named after that lesson, called Perfectly Balanced. Gamora, the big purple guy muttered unknowingly. It was wrong to say Thanos was completely evil. He was just mad about his goal. Still, Gamora was his favorite daughter. And this brought some memories, adding on what he saw, he had utterly failed, both as the bringer of chaotic peace and as a father. Where is she? He asked Hector. She has refused to see you again, Thanos. You lied to her, she said. Well, now you know why I asked you to come here. I just showed you the flaws in your thinking. You turned this planet from a ghetto to a fighting pit. Your war should not be against overpopulation, but rather an overuse of resources and lack of them. But, let's leave all of this. The bigger question I have is, why have you come finding me? Thanos sighed and answered, to make an alliance. Do you want to end the Kree Empire? I have the means to make it easier for you. What? An alliance was the last thing Hector was hoping for from this Thanos visit. But since he had already messed up the butterfly effect, he had no idea what even to expect anymore. But why would Thanos decide to go against the Kree when Ronan is his minion? It sure is a weird day. Chapter 155, General Wolverine, and what do you wish in return for this help? Hector questioned back. Thanos was somewhat shaken in reality. His ideology was in direct conflict at the moment. His work had failed, and now he questioned every planet he haved. Alliance, I wish to bring peace across the universe. Unfortunately, the Kree and Nova Empire stand in my way. Hector scoffed, and you think I would agree? I'm not genocidal, and I don't support your way of solution. You have brought nothing but misery to already miserable planets. In my journey, I've seen various planets visited by you. Most of them don't have a single living being left. They failed to make use of the opportunity one bestowed upon them, Thanos said boastfully. The opportunity to feel more suffering. Did you ever think about what happened to the little babies whose parents you just randomly killed? They, too, died or got sold off to slavery. You bestowed nothing but more pain to those little ones. Go now, I do not wish to fight you, nor do I wish to ally with you. Hector would have honestly killed him, but he already had a war going on. The Soul Stone may be useful, but he didn't know what other artifacts Thanos also had. On top of that, he wondered if Thanos' thinking could be corrected. After all, as far as he knew, this Thanos was not mad about Lady Death. He was not trying to covet her. This guy just had a twisted idea and decided to have an OCD on it. Thanos was in no position to force Hector anymore, nor did he have any Infinity Stones yet. He nodded and decided to return to his ship. It's bizarre to see how you rose to power this fast when you were merely looking for ships to buy not long ago. May the odds be in your favor, n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. The purple giantman left, silently stepping on the hovering taxi again, not saying a single word to his black order. Instead, he just looked around at the buildings, at the prosperity. This is what he wished to bring. This is what his path of balancing was meant to do. Yet, here he was, admiring the work of another man. Where did I fail? He did not even wish to see Gamora anymore. He couldn't bring himself to look into her eyes. After all, he did love her as his daughter. Facing her before he had answers to his questions was wrong in his prideful mind. How did it go? Gamora asked Hector. Well, from the look on his face, he certainly looked mentally shaken by the truth. I think he seriously didn't know that this planet was in a worse shape due to him. Hector responded after returning to his main warship, Freedom 1. Yondu scoffed, "That's what happens when you rule like a genocidal dictator. I'm damn sure that Thanos probably sent some low-level runt to check these planets, and that runt lied in fear of facing the warlord's wrath." That was genuinely a great point. History was full of such scenarios where lower officials would lie to their king to make him feel good and save their necks. Clank. Hector put his atomic disintegrator gun in his pocket and took a long breath. "Thanos is not our concern for now, however. This war has already started. What I did at Xander must have already reached the Kree. This is going to be a long war, people. Many lives may be lost. But the future will be secured. Secured from tyranny, death, and slavery. Yondu, you leave. Diana, Mooney and I will head to Hala. Peter and Gamera will stay too. I don't trust this fool that he won't do something stupid." "Hey, I'm ambitious, not stupid. I, too, want the same pay grade of a general once," Peter barked. He was not much different from the original Peter. This one just had more humanity and less urge to be a crook. The rest of his madness was the same. "Well, you won't be too much help at this point. But, I shall allow you to fight. Diana and Mooney. Are you two ready?" Then, he turned to his son and the woman he was trying to impress. Clank. Wonder Woman clanked her bracelets and gave a small smile. "Lock and loaded, General Washington." He chuckled, "Hector will be fine, Lady Diana." At that, she rolled her eyes. She was not used to being called this anymore. Not ever since she chose to become a superhero. Woof. Mooney made a long bark, and suddenly some magic got activated, giving him a few blue patterns on his white fur, making him look badass and serious. Whistle. "Son, calm down. We're just here to free the galaxy, not butcher it," he ruffled the good boy's fluffy head. The preparation was done, and the armada of ships, divided into various fleets, headed to multiple planets in control of the Kree. Hector, meanwhile, led to Hala. The battle had just started, but the Kree were yet to show signs of movement. Hala, Kree homeworld. The decision is final. We will sue for peace. War is terrible for us. We've only recently signed a peace pact with the Nova, and the Skrulls have also gotten stronger with a new queen. Fighting this galactic federation right now will do us more harm. We should instead do what we did eons ago. Lock ourselves up, prepare for war, and become so overwhelmingly strong that they can't defeat us. Bam. Ronan stood up and pointed his finger at the hologram. "I knew it. The Supreme Intelligence has gone mad. Does it now believe we should let ourselves be attacked? This is madness, or perhaps, the time that human infiltrated, he did something to it. I refuse. I am a pure Kree. I shall fight for my Kree empire." The most powerful and influential Kree members that sat around the table fell silent. Ronan was known to be trigger-loving, but they too felt that not responding to this threat was wrong. In their eyes, the Kree Empire was still the strongest hegemon in the universe. Hence, without saying, a few more left, following Ronan. This did what Hector couldn't do all this time. Divide the Kree Empire. Andromeda Galaxy. General Logan, the enemy planet has surrounded itself with a swarm of microbombs. We cannot pass through it. Logan looked at the small planet. It was one of the major military bases of the Kree Empire. It didn't have any original population as the planet was first cleaned off of its aboriginals. As soon as he heard this, a battle that he saw on Earth during World War II came to his mind. He still remembered it as clear as a day, the face of the people. Hector ordered the island of Iwo Jima to be burned to a crisp by raining down oil all over it. The enemy's caves became an oven for themselves. A dangerous grin appeared on his face. "We have the repulsive chargers. Check the inventory and tell me how many such bombs we have." Confused, the lieutenant hurriedly looked at the datapad and answered, "The fleet has 4 million such bombs, sir." "Good, connect all ships with me." "I will give them orders," Logan ordered from his general's chair in the control room of the Wolverine flagship. It was one of the original Kree Accuser ships that Hector caught over Earth. As he had learned from Hector, he commanded, "All ships, swarm the enemy planet with repulsive chargers, do not detonate them until all chargers are in place. Then wait for my command." In a matter of minutes, all ships surrounded the planet and sent out their chargers. Once they were in place, Logan gave the command, "Do it." boom. The planet was engulfed in flames as the swarm of trillions of micro-bombs got pushed back into the planet. The bombs that were supposed to stop the Galactic Federation from entering were now Kree's worst enemy. Like rain falling, the bombs fell and exploded on the ground. Some exploded in midair, covering the sky with fire. Oxygen all over the planet got burnt, and trees and all life started to suffocate. The atmosphere became its vacuum chamber. Some people fell, some burnt, some with limbs apart and some suffocated. But one thing was the same all around the planet: screams and death, along with the general lack of breath. In space, the fleet watched as the planet became a coffin for its inhabitants. This was the Wolverine fleet's first victory, and no friendly life was lost. Following the old man all this time finally came in handy, Logan muttered and smoked a cigar. This always made him lose tension. Get ready to head to the next target. Chapter 156, Worst Timing. Hector stood in the war room, waiting for the first stats to come in. This will define how fast he needs to go and how prepared the Kree are for this war. Peter, Gamera, and Natasha were acting as his assistants, helping him keep a record of everything. Unfortunately, Yelena was too young, and it was better she didn't read reports of 1,000 people dying because a ship got blasted. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//om. Grand General, General Wolverine has given the status. He has cleared off 15 planets already, and no large-scale battle has happened, Peter said. Gamera further added, General Yondu cleared off his sector as well, 1 battleship lost, 10 crew lost. General Kull has also cleared his sector, no casualties were reported, but 1 transporter ship was lost. General Adam has the best campaign, already cleared 2 sectors and nothing is lost. He used his own powers to destroy the ships from within. General Fong has also cleared his sector, and he's going on his own with the spacesuit and punching holes in enemy ships. Hector then faced Natasha. As she reported, General Zebulon has reported 3 ships lost, 1,200 casualties. General Topher is still pushing into the enemy. They are facing a space battle. The Skrulls have also gained positions by taking over many of the Nova Empire's assets. They are still in the middle of grouping all their forces. No response has been seen from the Kree forces yet. Our fleet is the biggest and is supposed to face the most might of the Empire. What about Jean? Where is that little girl? He asked her. Cough. I'm not little anymore, Grandpa. Jean. What are you doing here? Hector turned around, only to find Jean happily sitting and eating Oreo. Grandpa, I don't have to be there at all times. I can teleport, after all. And I can get a better look at the situation from here as you get all the information. For example, I will head to General Topher as there's a space battle going on. She argued and soon finished the packet. Then she got up, and her body caught fire, soon to vanish along with those sparks. Hector simply sighed, I should be more strict with kids. Diana chuckled, and you need to be less strict on yourself. Look at your forehead. Lines of wrinkles, those are signs of overwork and frowning too much. He instinctively touched it and felt some patterns. Well, I'm immortal but still an old man. Oh, Diana, how much I envy you. Haha, believe it or not, I actually look much older. Look at my face. You can see some age lines, she still complained. Hector cursed in his head, damn girl, you're beautiful enough to be the wet dream of every teenager even after being this old. You don't have white hair, though, so that makes you still young, he countered. But before Diana could say something, Mooney jumped on Hector's lap, his forehead creased in worry, as he barked continuously, Daddy, I got white fur everywhere, I'm old. How old? Am I not handsome anymore? Will bitches still love me? He tried his best to control his laughter at the last words and kissed the good boy on the head. Boy, you are the most handsome good boy in the universe. I'm sure you will find someone. What did he say? Diana asked. Nothing, he just thought he's very old due to his fur. He can be very dense sometimes. A few meters away from them, Peters was feeling envious. Man, when I'm old, I wish to look like them. Gamera scoffed and moved away while snarkily taunting, then stop eating French fries every day. Triggered, Peter ran after her. How dare you? You just disrespected the staple American diet. Natasha, now left alone, sighed, God, when will this war be over? She wanted to go to a normal college later and study psychology and get some nice degrees. Her dream was to become a spy who could play with the minds of others too. Her grandpa had even given her a nice nickname, Black Widow. Sure, it was plagiarism on Hector's part, but he could not come up with a better name. Xander, Nova Empire Council. Can't believe he walked in and simply killed Nova Prime. This is madness, we must pursue justice and bring him down. Calm down, council members. What he did was nothing but a response to our own short-sightedness. We first sanctioned his business and then handed him to the Kree Empire for a crime he committed for us. Now, we were looking forward to joining the Kree Empire in their war with the Galactic Federation. If anything, we invited that man's wrath upon us. He has made all voice recordings available, and he many times warned us not to do it. So, I ask you all today, do you want to enter this war? Especially now, when the Skrulls have just launched an attack on us. At that time, the new Nova Prime stood up, looking angered. I wish first to stop this Skrull menace. However, I wonder if they have something to do with the Galactic Federation. The timing is too convenient. Garth and Saul, as Nova Prime, do you have a firm belief that you can and will protect the Nova Empire? The way that men made our soldiers fall like toys is an ability none has seen or heard of. All of them recount the experience of being trapped in a suffocating cage. Garthan nodded, a wider grin appearing on his face. I can assure you, I will safeguard the Nova Empire at all costs, council members. I have received the power of Nova Prime, and my own. Previously, Irani Rail was too diplomatic and scheming. But sometimes, you must use your fists to get things done. As of now, we shall declare neutrality in this war. However, if the Skrulls still attack us, if the Galactic Federation wins, and the Skrulls declare to be a part of it, then that would mean we will be at war with the Galactic Federation. Now is the time to prepare for the Great War. Unknown planet. Stakar Ogord called another meeting with the Ravagers. This time it was a big one, with all 99 factions coming in to meet. The captains sat together in a grand hall, where the top 5 leaders talked and took responses from the rest of the members. It was a day that could very well change the history of the Ravagers. Everyone, as you know, due to President Hector, the Ravagers have faced a lot of problems. First, we were banned from entering Nova Empire's territory. Then, we were banned from Kree space. Our businesses were hurt, and we hated him. But he kept providing us with jobs and kept feeding us money. However, now is the time to decide. President Hector is a being that the likes of us can't even dream of messing with anymore. Even the likes of Thanos have to give him a face. So we must decide now, should we provide him support or stay neutral? Stakar asked everyone. Neutral. Let the bastard die, someone shouted. Hongxing King, a captain, voiced, Captain Ogord, what if he loses after we give him our support? Then forget the 2 regions. We will be hunted everywhere. Stakar nodded, indeed, but what will be our value if we go to him after he wins? We will be the weaklings who didn't come to support when he needed it the most. So let's take an initial vote count first. Take your datapads and choose an option. The sounds of screen taps continued for a minute. When it lessened, Stakar glanced at the screen and sighed, looking at his wife, this is going to be a long night. Vote. Stay neutral, 70. Support, 20. Join Kree, 10. Freedom 1. Hector's fleet was making steady progress towards Hala. However, they had to face a few skirmishes as Kree ships would come to harass them and delay their move. The Kree were planning something, and Hector knew this. So he also kept his fleet at all times on a high level of alert. Beep beep. Another distraction. Hector annoyedly asked. Peter looked at the screen of the navigation officer. Nope, it's a single small ship, too small, actually, and weird. Weird. It looks like an egg. Hector's mind went into overdrive, and a particular person came to his mind. So he quickly moved to look at the screen. As he expected, this was the worst-case scenario. This fucker, he had to come now. Did he strike an alliance with the Kree? He glanced at Diana, shields up. Always ready, Hector. He turned back to face Peter. Son, do you trust me? Peter saluted, with my life, my soul, and my body, old man. Good, Then whatever happens now, do not be swayed by feelings. Keep a clear mind and listen to me as well when we go to meet that ship. Who is in it? Peter inquired. Hector grunted in response, a man with inflated ego. Chapter 157, Father and Son Ego, the living planet, was here. The world may not know, but Hector knew everything there was to know about this fucker, and one thing he was sure of was that this guy needed to die. However, Peter was a good lad, and if he trained well, then he could harness the power of ego and become one more powerhouse of the Earth and the Galactic Federation. How to do it was something he'd have to brainstorm on the go. Even killing him right now was hard unless he gets to Ego's planet and destroys its core. But doing that would also kill him. Sir, the ship is requesting to dock. Hector sighed and nodded, let it dock. Peter, Gamera, Mooney and Diana, follow me. Also, Peter, listen to me carefully as we walk. Hector took the longest route to the docking bay. Meanwhile, he talked to Mooney mentally, telling him to be the calming catalyst. Son, the man that just appeared out of nowhere, is called Ego, the living planet. He calls himself a celestial, but he's not. He is, however, a primordial and powerful being. He came into existence millions of years ago as a flickering brain-like organism, parentless and bodiless, floating adrift in the vacuum of space, alone. Over this extended period of isolation, Ego learned to manipulate the molecules around himself, creating a protective shield. Over the course of untold eons, Ego continued to build planetary components layer by layer around this core, which eventually evolved into a lifelike planet. Ego craved a deeper meaning and purpose in life. Having wondered about the existence of other life forms in the universe, so he created a biological humanoid avatar, another extension of his true self, and set out on a voyage through the cosmos. At that, Peter interrupted, but why are you telling me that? Keep listening, son. This concerns you and your future. He spoke in a more serious tone. Peter shut up and listened. As Hector doesn't usually become serious, Ego was not impressed by the results of his journey, deeming the other life forms he had encountered disappointing. He concluded that his true purpose in life was to remake the universe in his own image. Ego proceeded to plant seedlings of his own design on planets all throughout the universe, intending them to eventually terraform their worlds into new extensions of himself in an event he called the expansion. He basically wants to devour the universe. But Ego soon realized he had a problem. He alone was not enough to activate his seedlings. He'd need an ally. So, believing himself to be the last of his kind, he began a new campaign, siring children on thousands of female humanoid aliens and impregnating women under the false pretext of love. All in hopes of getting an heir. He hired Yondu Udanta to track and deliver these children to him once born, though none of them proved to have inherited his DNA, at which point Ego killed them, hiding their remains beneath the surface of his planet. And Peter, you are one of his children, the only one who inherited his DNA, his powers. Boom. It was like a blast that resounded. Peter stopped moving and stared at Hector's face, unable to believe that all this was real. Why, you're kidding, right? Is this a joke? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. No, son. Yondu originally kidnapped you to hand you over to Ego. But since he knew that all kids who get to him die, he decided to keep you to himself. Hector clarified. Whoosh. They had already arrived at the docking bay. The door opened with a small cloud of smoke, and Ego, along with Mantis, walked in. The men looked old but younger than Hector. You are a hard man to catch up to, Mr. Washington. Ego gave respect to him. At this point, all universal beings who were not gods or multiversal entities would give him face. Father. Peter muttered. This caught Ego's eye, for which he felt astonished. You know me. You are, my dad. Why did you leave me and mother? Ego started to shed some crocodile tears. Son, I wish to do it, but my biology didn't allow me to remain by you and Meredith. I truly loved her, son. I truly did. When I learnt about her demise, I asked Yondu to bring you to me, but that wretched Ravager kept you away. Ego proceeded to walk closer to Peter to hug him. Peter didn't stop him, however, much to Hector's annoyance. He had tried to give the boy everything he could and keep him happy, so he wouldn't feel like he was mistreated when the time came. But it seemed that was not enough. Ego patted his back, over the millions and millions of years of my existence, I have made many mistakes, Peter. But you are not one of them. Please give me the chance to be the father that she would have wanted me to be. There is so much that I need to teach you in the light within us. We are supposed to be gods, son. Gods. With a big G. While Ego felt the happiness of finally finding his son, Peter was feeling deep conflict in his heart. He couldn't come to believe that his all-powerful father could not fix a mere brain tumor. Why didn't you save Mom? Ego's face showed a visible strain of muscle. I was too far away to know, Peter. I wish I was there, I could have saved her. Then how did you send the Ravagers even before she died, so they arrived just at the moment when she died? Peter interrogated further. Perks of living with the greatest politician in the universe. Did you? Or did you not know about her tumor? Peter raised his voice. Ego didn't let him get away from the hug. Trust me, son. It hurts me as much as it does you. But believe me, as long as you help me in my mission, we will have enough power to bring her back into existence from the claws of that wretched death. Peter's heart shook for a second. The offer was too enticing. He loved his mother more than anything, so much so that he still cherished the mixtape she gifted him, even got Hector to coat it with a special protective liquid. How? How will we do it? What have you been doing all this time? Peter asked him, showing his vulnerable side, that he completely trusted Ego. On the side, Hector stopped Gamera from going and interrupting, as she clearly saw the lies of Ego, something she learned after living with Thanos for so long. Ego caressed Peter's back of the head. My dear boy, I hoped for this moment to come for so long. I tried so hard to find you, so we can take the universe and make it ours together. Things I sacrificed for this, my life, my love. What do you mean? Son, I loved Meredith so much. If I had stayed any longer or had another visit, I would have stayed and let go of all my dreams and ambitions, the expansion plans. But I had to do it. What? What did you do? Peter got louder. Ego wasn't going to let that slip out so easily. So Hector spoke from the side. He planted the tumor in your mother, Peter, so she may die, and you don't get too attached to her. If he had any, Ego's heart raced faster than a horse in heat. He looked at Peter's face. The eyes started to show a hint of realization and pure anger. Peter. Peter, I had no other choice. I am your father, you wish to have one forever. We can finally be together and rule the universe. We see a dash. No. Peter's muffled voice interrupted Ego. His eyes started to shine in blue suddenly. I already have a father and a grandpa. Boom. It was the most beautiful spark of blue lightning that abruptly came out of Peter's palms, attacking Ego in the chest and sending him 10 feet in the air back. But it didn't stop. Peter's whole body started to radiate the same blue lightning, his hair began to float, and his eyes went completely shining blue. Ego cheered in excitement. The thing he longed for eons was finally here. You have it. My DNA. My son. You killed my mother. Chapter 158. Yes, Mommy. Peter, in rage, leapt on him, the lighting in his palms taking the shape of a spear. He slowly fell over him. Ego quickly covered his face with his hands and tried to block it, feeling not challenged at all. After all, he was the source of Peter's powers. Boom. You want to fight me with the powers that I created? I thought you'd be smarter, son. But we can work on it later. Ego barked and also prepared to fight. Bwahahaha. Hector suddenly burst into laughter, feeling good that Peter chose him over this discounted father. And now, Hector had every right to beat this living planet's ass, if it had any. Peter, my boy, I am so proud of you that you could see the bad signs in Ego's words. Hector started cracking his knuckles and radiating a dangerous aura. Clank. Wonder Woman's sword appeared, along with her shield, which she slammed at each other. Are we going to defeat him too, Hector? I can't ever get over the way she takes my name, Hector sighed in his heart, totally simping for Wonder Woman like a gentleman would. After all, it had been a long time since a woman had called him by his first name. Woof wow wow. Mooney also barked, but at Peter. Hector translated, he says that if you had gone with this ugly man, then he'd have bitten your ass. Peter made a fake crying face. Really? Mooney, I'm saddened to see you don't even trust me. At that, Natasha snarkily spoke. I knew you wouldn't go, like hell you'd leave after Gamera finally started responding to your attempts. Really? She did. Peter's face lit up. Gamera looked to the side and scoffed silently, not acknowledging that she was worried about him not long ago. However, they forgot that Ego was still there and got annoyed. He faced Hector and talked man to man, "We have no qualms with each other. There is no need to fight me and bring destruction to yourself. You are already in a war with the Kree Empire." Hector started walking towards Ego in response, massaging his palms. "You are Ego, the living planet, a being who dreams to destroy the universe. A being who kills children. Galactic Federation is concerned when a rat like you dares peek its head out. When you say I will eat the universe, it's my business. And to kill you is my duty." Boom! Hector stepped so fast that he looked like a blur. Shocking even Ego, he punched him right in the chest and then pushed him back. Bam! He didn't stop the bull run until Ego's body was pressed against the wall of the ship behind which Ego's ship was docked. Ego looked at Hector's face up close. There was not a single ounce of fear, instead, there was a broad smile of confidence. The white hair fluttered over his face, providing more badass VFX. Diana. Boom. Wonder Woman flew right into Hector's back and pushed him with her shoulder. In return, Ego found the ship's wall behind him cracking. He scoffed, "Do you think this will kill me?" Hector smiled, "Not really. Mooney. Do it. *ZZZZZZ. Asterisk. The good boy made a teleportation circle behind Ego. It led to outer space, but it didn't affect the ship since it was a magical portal. Whoosh. Diana, Hector, and Ego flew out of the ship swiftly. The portal closed behind them, while the ship continued to head to its destination, Hala. Getting Ego out into open space was necessary, as Hector knew that fighting this being would cause a lot of damage to the surrounding, plus he had no idea how powerful he was while away from the planet. With the open dark empty space being the battlefield, they can go all out. "You are making a big mistake," Ego raged, flares of lightning appearing around his body at the same time. Hector scoffed, "Diana, am I making a mistake?" She shook her head, "Not at all. You are saving the universe." Whoa. Mooney also arrived from a portal. Following him were Peter and Gamera in invisible spacesuit energy shields. Hector didn't translate this time as Mooney just asked to make Diana his mommy again. Thank God Mooney could not really speak human words. "So, how are we going to kill my father?" Peter asked. Hector didn't have an answer. He had already used the Infinity Stone, but it didn't do anything to Ego. It was unknown if the being even had a soul, as what made him alive was questionable. He was born as a brain, after all, not as a heart. "Let's test him first." "Fine by me." Hector, Diana, and Mooney stayed at the front as they could not die. The first one to make a move was Diana, as she used the Green Lantern ring to make a hand and catch Ego. Whoosh. "You cannot comprehend my powers." Ego moved like electricity and appeared beside Diana, aiming his fist at her face. However, he was not the only one who could teleport. Finally, Hector used his power to teleport in a real fight. Boom! The Fist of Freedom appeared from a small cloud-like portal that appeared out of nowhere beside Ego's face. It smashed straight into his jaw. "Thanks, Hector." Diana chirped. He chuckled, "It's okay. I'm used to teamwork." The power of Hector's teleportation was very different. It utilized an extra dimension as a middle ground for him to move around. Hence, his funhouse dimension was acting as such. His portals appear like a cloud of dark smoke, instead of a ring. It can be as big as he wants or as small as he wants. Whenever he needs to use this ability, he has to also create a portal in the funhouse dimension that connects his portal in the real world to his destination. This ability was, in a way, stronger than the one used by the sorcerers, as this only allows him or those he wants to enter. Grrrrrrr. Mooney was prepared and saw his dad using the punch, so he flew marvelously and bit on Ego's shoulder while using sorcery to create a wire to tie it around Ego's arms. He made sure that the men couldn't move. Dad boy barked. Hector moved quickly, along with Diana. She took out her lasso and threw it around Ego's neck, tying it nice and tight. Hector caught one end of it and started to pull it with all his mighty strength. It was tied in a way that the more he pulled it, the tighter it'd get on Ego's neck. "Diana, you pull the other side," he commanded. Hector, Diana, and Mooney showed off their excellent team play and started to behead Ego from the neck. It was doing the job, but his neck would heal quickly. How the heck am I to kill this guy without killing him? This body is just a temporary construct for him, he tried to brainstorm. However, then Ego said something that made killing him harder for an average Joe. Haha. "You can't kill me." "Why? You're a special gold-pooping unicorn or something." Hector insulted him openly. "Go on, make fun of me, I shall have the last laugh. I am an elder of the universe, I am immortal. That bitch, death, it has banished us from her dimension. Fuck." Peter cursed, understanding what this meant. Being involved with Hector, who was a walking encyclopedia of forbidden knowledge, he knew things he'd otherwise not. Diana was also worried for now, as Hector had told her not to use her full force and kill him. What now? But it was Hector and Mooney who started to laugh. Bwahahaha. Bow wow. Ego dumbly stared at their faces, confused. "Why do you laugh, fools?" Whoosh. They let go of the magical rope and allowed Ego to get away from their hold. But he was not chased anymore by either of the three. Instead, Hector flew away with Wonder Woman and spoke to her in a low voice. "Diana, I have an idea that can end this with the best-case scenario, but I will have to go away for a few minutes. Can you hold him off until then?" he asked her, showing an earnest face. Wonder Woman nodded and showed her always-present smile that hid all her past traumas. "Sure, but this is going to cost you." Hector knew she would accept, but she'd ask for something that was rare. "Do you need something? Just say it, why did you even wait?" "Well, a nice dinner somewhere beautiful sounds good." Hector froze suddenly, trying to make sense of what she had just said. Did she flirt with him? Did she just ask him on a date? But he quickly composed himself. "This girl, haha, well, can't let this opportunity go. Sure, I will take you to Asgard for a nice dinner date. Maybe Odin can rent me the top floor of his palace. See you in a minute, Diana." He quickly formed his portal to leave while addressing Mooney. "Boy. Rip him apart." "Oh whoa. Yes, Dad. I cut him to pieces like your blue coat." "You did what?" But the portal closed before Hector could reprimand Mooney. He always wondered how his blue coat was chopped into pieces during his days in WW2. He was going to use the coat at the Tehran conference when meeting Churchill and Stalin, but then he had to wear his military uniform. However, the one more speechless was Diana. She stayed afloat in one place. Her face was frozen with blush. She didn't know Hector would be so direct to call it a date. She was amused beyond everything, so she chuckled. "It seems he truly is a virgin, so cute, NOVLB //JNN. It had been a few years already ever since Diana had appeared in this universe, and from day one, she had stayed beside Hector and Mooney. She saw how both of them behave, how they think and how kind they are. The dejected face Hector made when Peter was about to believe Ego made her feel that this man could be anything but a demon from hell. Unfortunately, Hector himself never realized this and always considered himself evil or gray as he worked in hell. Not understanding that he was far better than even the biblical angels. I wonder what Cal and Bruce would have thought about Hector, she wondered, remembering her two best friends. Diana just sighed and focused on Ego, shaking off her thoughts about Hector. "Mooney, my dear, move with me. Peter and Gamera, shoot your blasters in his eyes." The good boy quickly flew to stay beside her. Woof. "Yes, Mommy." Thank God nobody understood him. See Diana and Mooney on Discord at Chapter 159, Free Food. What did Hector plan to do? It was a secret, unknown to all, but that didn't mean Ego would have it easy. He was getting beaten by Wonder Woman, Mooney and now even his son as he explored his powers further. Peter embraced the powers that belonged to his father and started to use the energy around him. The manipulation created beautiful sparks, but they were deadly when used. Wonder Woman had a wide variety of attacks, but she was the best at physical attacks. Boom. She punched Ego in the face and then launched a barrage of spears she made with the Green Lantern ring. Mooney used his mighty adamantium claws and sorcery to beat the hell out of him, clawing him and then pushing him into a portal that would again bring Ego's body to his claws. It was a loop, and Mooney was kicking ass. Ego, after all, was far away from his planet, and the energy source does get lost in the transmission through the cosmos. And to take energy from the matter around him in deep space was unreliable. Bam. Peter came forward and punched his father in the face. Stop smirking. You can't kill me, Peter. Nobody can, no matter what. Ego replied, smirking. He cared not even if this body died, he could create an infinite amount of them. Even now, he could do it, and that's exactly what he did. Suddenly, matter started to gather in a dozen spots, each growing bigger and taking a humanoid form, imitating Ego's looks and body. I learnt these powers after training myself for eons. The universe is my playground. Does each of his body have similar strength? Or are they weaker? Peter wondered. Diana shrugged, only one way to find out. She kept her sword out and rushed to slice one of the clones into pieces. Whoosh! Ego didn't even dodge, but the sword did no damage either. It went right through the body like it was made of sand. Pa. The clone punched Diana's stomach with the fist. It made her squeal a bit, but that was it. Though it made Diana smile, that's it. 100 tons is all your strength can provide. Fine, it's time to kill you. Whoosh. She caught the clone with her lasso of truth. As it forces anyone captured within it to obey the wielder's commands and tell the truth, she bellowed, I command you. Tell me how to kill you. The clone struggled, but the lasso was a thing made by DC's Olympian god's magic. Destroy the core of my P-planet. Where is your planet? She asked further. n/o/vel/b/in.c//in.om. Ego spoke a string of numbers, G5222C848T12F plus E16UC22. Woof woof. Mooney barked at Diana, in awe of what he saw. He now only wished that she'd used it on his dad one day. Not for kinks, of course. Good boy didn't even know they existed. I presume you like this. Thank you, dear. But it seems we will need to go to these coordinates to kill him. That won't be necessary. Hector's voice reached their ears as a portal of dark clouds appeared beside the good boy. With a big grin, he came out. He's dead meat, Diana. Peter, say whatever you want to him. He won't be alive for too long now. Ego could feel that Hector was not bluffing, and that confidence must come from somewhere. What did you do? Take her lasso if you can and ask me. Hector shrugged and proceeded to hand Mooney some delicious treats. After all, how can he call himself a proud dad if he does not spoil his boy? Peter, meanwhile, simply showed his middle finger. Fuck you for killing my mom, asshole. I hope you die in hell. He turned to Hector. He will go to hell, right? Sure, he will go to a very bad hell, one where he will be boiled in oil, disintegrated, made to live the lives of each being he has ever killed. You can't imagine the horrors, Hector elaborated kindly. Peter and Gamera stared at him in suspicion. How do you know all that? Peter asked. Cough, well, I'm the goddamn president of the United Galactic Federation. Yes, sir. Peter instinctively saluted and kept showing the middle finger to Ego. Diana silently flew to his side. What did you do? Just wait and watch. Ego was nervous. He was caught in a mess, as he could not use his full strength. He never expected the president and his woman to be this powerful. And then there was that white furry menace. Argh, he yelped suddenly. He felt something happening to himself. His core was being harmed. What did you do? He screamed at Hector. High eyes showed pure confusion and fear. The idea that he would cease to exist after millions of years of working hard frenzied him. Hector stayed in his place, arms folded and a look of pride and indifference. I made a deal, Ego. One heck of a deal. Ego didn't speak, but his eyes did inquire what he was talking about. So Hector only cared to give a short answer. Who could be the greatest enemy of Ego, the living planet? What about Planet Eater Galactus? No. A few minutes ago, Hector came up with the idea to make Galactus eat Ego and still allow Peter to harness his powers. Since then, Ego's energy will become a part of Galactus' energy. Besides, to Galactus, letting Peter use some powers was not a big deal, as he did the same with his heralds, who were strong enough to destroy planets. Whoosh. He arrived right inside Galactus' ship, in the throne room. The big man was not looking as big right now, as he had the ability to manipulate his size to his wish. Still, he was the size of Hulk. "Why have you trespassed on my home again, Hector King Washington?" Hector smiled. "Galen, I have come to bargain. Or let's say, propose a better deal. Do you want to eat another planet?" Galactus glanced at Hector's face to try to understand what this human even wanted. Why was he acting like his herald without even asking? Still, he was curious, which planet? Like a shrewd businessman selling stupid overpriced things to gullible housewives, Hector rubbed his hand together and smiled. "You're going to like this one. Say, have you heard about Ego, the living planet?" Galactus' eyes shined red, and he certainly liked the idea. "I have fought him before. But I was famished back then. Now." He had just eaten Tarnax 4, and his hunger was quenched to a reasonable amount. His energy level was enough to eat Ego too. He just never thought it was worth the fight before. Why now? Well, Ego wishes to devour the universe and make it his own. He has planted seeds around the various planets. You eating will kill him, and also, Ego had a half-son, a good lad. I want that boy to continue to have the primordial powers, which you can grant him. Galactus thought about it silently. The pros and cons were clear. The pros were only good. He'd have a lot of energy by eating Ego. But, if the situation turns bad, he'd lose it in the fight. However, he had a favorable view of Hector to some extent, so he agreed. "What do you wish in return?" "Nothing. I could have killed him alone if I wanted, but then that young lad would lose the powers. You are the pathway to the most favorable outcome. Nothing less, nothing more." Galactus nodded. "But, I can agree, for one thing in return." Hector had no damn clue what this all-powerful man could even demand from him. "What is it?" "I wish to meet your white-furred son." "Mooney." "What? Why?" Chapter 160, Smooth Hector. Why the heck would the Eater of Worlds want to meet Mooney? Hector was more confused than a husband whose wife was angry. "What do you want from him?" Galactus sighed. "I have never seen anything like him before. I contain knowledge of everything in this universe. I know of his species, but one whose soul is stronger than even mine. I'm baffled. When I wished to erase you from existence the last time we met, I could at least sense a shield around you. But for him, I felt no shield, rather a threat from him towards my own soul. That if I wished to hurt him, the very reality would be destroyed. So, I wish to understand that being, for he holds power, not even my siblings, eternity and death contain." Hector tried to reason with the situation with a calm mind. What's all this? When did Mooney become so powerful? Oh wait, he did tell me he's protected by God himself. Arg, now I understand. Mooney is a heavenly doggo. How can God allow one to be tortured? It all makes sense. Okay then, I will bring him here after this war is over. Keep some tasty treats for him, that will make him happy, he advised him. Galactus didn't show it on his face, but he was happy. Then I shall head to the living planet. Sure, go ahead. Don't worry about him being banished from the death realm. I can nullify it. That was the whole conversation they had before Hector returned. Back in space, Ego found his body showing cracks, from where lights were coming out. It was also painful to him. What have you done? This can't. I'm immortal. Smiling, Hector waved goodbye. Sad for you, I have authority over death itself. Sweet dreams, Ego. I hope you enjoy living the lives of all the children you killed. Woof wow. No, Mooney, don't use such strong language. Bad boy, he reprimanded him quickly. Boom. All of a sudden, loud sounds appeared. It was weird because they were not supposed to travel in space. But when Hector looked around, it was not from the explosion of Ego's body. Instead, the sound came from dozens of accuser ships appearing out of the jump. One by one, they surrounded the whole space. This made one thing clear to him. So Ego allied with the Kree Empire. What else can we expect from a chaos lover? Well, it's time to bring out the big guns then, I guess. Hector created a portal to the Funhouse dimension to summon his Skull Knights. There were two of them by now, one born from the body of Romulus and one from Mr. Sinister. Hector looked around at the ships as they came out. The only Kree I wish to add to my collection of Skull Knights is Ronan. But, haha, these fools think I am nothing without the army. He faced Peter and Gamera. If my wish was just to destroy Hala, I'd have done it alone. But to fight an empire, I needed an army. Understand this, Peter and Gamera, no matter how strong you get, you always need friends, you always need people you can rely on. Roar. The two Skull Knights appeared out of the portal, fire blazing over their bodies. They had no vehicle, however. Hector ordered them immediately, get me as many of those ships as you can. After all, when life gives you pig to slaughter, you make fine bacon from it. The two moved away quickly, letting him focus back on Ego. The man was looking miserable, trying to fight off what was happening. But, he seemed to be failing. He could not control the planet as that neatly right now, and Galactus must be wreaking havoc. Peter. Son. Help me. I'm your father. You stopped being my father the moment you gave Mom the tumor. Don't say my name with that tongue now. Peter barked back in anger. But he calmed down when he felt a certain hand grasping his. Looking to his side, he saw Gamera, shaking her head. It's not worth it, she told him. He's a dead man. Peter sighed. Who would have thought we both had father issues? Sadly, nearly all superheroes had a father problem, from Peter to Tony and Natasha. Hector. Well, he had a family problem in his past life. Now he had a son problem, which was more like a cute fluffy blessing. Diana put her shield, sword and lasso away. You know, I nearly felt pity while watching this. But then I remembered a city which a friend of mine used to protect. He had this policy of not killing criminals, but then those criminals would always break out to cause more chaos. So it was a never-ending cycle. Batman. Hector blurted, leaving her speechless. How? How do you know everything? She strongly asked. He just shrugged. You will have to work harder if you want my deeper secrets, Diana Prince. Oh, by the way, is that date still on the schedule? Because I've already decided on the day. Silently, Mooney was alternatively looking at Hector and Diana's face, loving this development. He only wished he could fasten it by 100, no. 1,000,000 times. Diana elegantly smiled, walking closer to Hector and tapping on his shoulder. There was a fallen white hair that she took and cleaned his coat. Mr. Washington, you seem very excited about this. I wonder why. She put one hand under her chin and made a confused face while looking at him in his gray eyes. Hector blushed instantly. So what if he was Hell's Inquisitor? To feel flustered when the one you like does something like this was normal. He handled it masterfully. Well, Miss Prince, I don't want to waste your time by agonizing you and keeping you waiting. I'm sure you have more important work to do. Hector moved back a little. It was time to end Ego completely and head to Hala. But Diana stopped him. I have important work. What work? At that, Hector simply smiled. For the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and so on dates, of course. Mooney, come with me. Diana was left speechless by Hector's smooth move. Though she also giggled with a faint glow on her face. Oh my, he's a quick learner. Mooney's face was worth watching, however. His jaw was hanging open, and his tongue was falling out. He blankly stayed in one place, processing what his dad had just done. Oh whoa. And there he went, howling in victory and excitement. A distance from them, Gamera and Peter awkwardly saw this exchange. Gamera felt secretly jealous, while Peter was just amazed. Holy shit, Mr. President is such a... Wait. Isn't he a virgin? Ego, the living planet, was not a planet anymore. A giant humanoid being had appeared out of nowhere and was eating the planet piece by piece as if he was a block of cake. It seems the more I eat it, the weaker it gets. Galactus noted this down. As he felt the resistance was getting weaker and weaker. The Kree fleet that arrived due to Ego's live location beacon never told them they were heading for suicide. The two Skull Knights first latched onto 2 of the ships and used their hellfire to burn every living soul in them. Then they started ramming the ships onto others, ensuring they didn't leave with the jump. One by one, they took over the Accuser ships, the main battleships of the Kree Empire. The emergency message had already been sent to Hala by now, and it told them one thing only: Federation President is a demon. Well, they were not wrong about that. 30 minutes later. The evil man got his body ripped apart into pieces slowly while his mind was destroyed. The planet's core was then finally eaten, chewed by Galactus like it was a fine exquisite cuisine. NOVLB //JNN. The team then returned to the Freedom 1 ship that had already made its way further towards Hala. Teleportation was just one heck of a thing, though Hector tried not to get addicted. That took longer than expected, Hector muttered after arriving at the same place. The ship of Ego was still there, so Peter decided to check it, wondering if he could make it his. This looks like an EG-whoosh, what's this? I'm being attacked. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl with antennas on the forehead jumped on Peter and started pulling his hair. She clearly had zero experience in fighting. Ah, I nearly forgot about her, Hector remembered this mind-reading girl. She, too, had a sad life, another broken being in this boundless universe that often seemed more evil than good. It seems. I should just find the rest of the team and make the Guardian team already. I wonder what that raccoon is doing right now, and that tree. Chapter 161, Battle of Hala. Hector used telekinesis to pull Mantis away from Peter, putting her on the floor. But then Mantis shouted at Peter's face, "You are so horny for her." She pointed at Gamera. Peter embarrassingly defended, "I'm young and wild. Of course, I have hots for her, she's my girlfriend." "No, I'm not his girlfriend yet." "Yees." Peter fell to his knees all of a sudden, full of joy and pure happiness. She said, "Yet. It means she's into me." Gamera just rolled her eyes and left the place with Natasha. Peter ran behind her not long after. This left Mantis alone with Hector, Mooney and Wonder Woman. "Child, Ego is dead, you don't have to worry about him anymore. He won't harm you, and you can make friends and live your life however you want to." He spoke to Mantis softly. She was very reactive to him, as she jumped back, nearly plastering herself on the metal wall of the ship. Her fears were understandable. Diana walked towards her then. "Dear, calm down. You are safe here. We mean no harm. Ego wanted to kill a lot of people, so we just reacted to the threats. Look, I have no weapons. Come here." She extended her arm towards her. Mantis looked at her hand and face alternatively. Let me touch your forehead first, let me feel your emotions." Diana shrugged and let her do it, as she knew no mortal could enter her mind. Mantis went silent almost immediately as her antennas lit up, and tears came out of her eyes soon after. "Why you are in so much torment, but there is love and warmth. You're healing." Diana moved back suddenly, somewhat shocked by how accurate Mantis was. "You can read minds." "No, I can sense and experience a person's emotions through mere touch," she answered and walked toward Hector. But Mooney jumped in the middle. Mantis, being a loner for the whole of her life, had no idea what she should fear. So she just touched Mooney's head and read the emotions. "There is so much love and warmth in you. I feel like holding you tight." Woof. Mooney gave her face a nice little lick, making her giggle. Now it was Hector's turn, the real man of power in the room. "Seek an eye." "Sure," Hector allowed, but since she was too short for him, he allowed her to hold his hand. Then her antennas lit up, and her face lost all color. She could not read the mind, so she was safe from his higher dimensional safety, but she did feel his emotions. "So disorganized, your feelings are entangled. And then there is warmth and feelings of adoration for he dash. La la la, that's enough, dear." Hector stepped back quickly before she pointed at Diana. "Damn, this girl is dangerous. Well, welcome to the team. Mooney, be a good boy and help this young lady feel at home. Maybe take her to see Elena. She's probably studying right now." He ordered them around. Only after she had gone did he take a sigh of relief. Diana chuckled, "So we are similar, it seems. Both our minds are in a mess, but I can't fathom what you are so concerned with. Is it this war?" Hector scoffed, "This war is nothing for me. I have just some other questions, whose answers I am searching for. And to be honest, when you start thinking about things on an omniversal level, your thoughts are bound to be confused. So let's go now, we have a war to win." n/o/vel/b/in.c//n.c/om. Ego, the living planet, was gone. Not a single trace of it was left anymore. Galactus, however, was still there as he digested all the great energy he found spreading throughout his body. He felt more powerful today than ever before. This energy, it shall last me 1,000 years. This deal is in my favor. But he was more interested in meeting Mooney right now. How could a dog have a soul and existence stronger than anyone he had seen? He wanted some answers. Freedom 1. Finding some time, Hector dragged Peter away from Gamera and had a one-on-one manly talk. How do you feel? Great, it's better to know my father was an asshole. Hating someone is easier than loving. If he was a good man and then he left my mom, I'd have gotten angrier. Peter replied. Hector patted his shoulder. Never forget, you always got this old man here to talk to and help you when you need it. You aren't alone in this world, son. Your mother would have wanted you to be happy as well. Peter said nothing and just hugged Hector, in return receiving a few pats on the head. I can't believe the president is like a grandpa to me. Bwahaha, son, if I were to return to Earth now, I think I would be eligible to be called everyone's grandpa. Get ready now. It's time to attack Hala. Unknown sector. My lord, I wish to ask for your help. As long as I can save the Kree Empire, I will have the right to rule it. Ronan the Accuser knelt in front of Thanos, who sat on a stone throne. He wished to get help from the powerful overlord, as they were both allied, along with their interests being intervened. But Thanos gave him the cold shoulder. You have been unable to bring me any Infinity Stone yet, and here you demand my help. The army of the Galactic Federation consists of not just Moran but the entire Skrull Empire. I wish to have nothing to do with this war, for my goals are not aligned with it. Perhaps, you should meet Sakar's ruler. You are dismissed. Yes, I understand. Ronan left silently, now aiming towards Sakar. He needed allies who also had hatred against Hector. Who else would that be than the ruler of Sakar, the Grandmaster? As for Thanos, if he wins this war, he will do everything he can to kill this mad titan. But behind his back, Thanos just sighed, an ally lost. This war may not concern me, but it does cost me. When Nebula returns, tell her to meet me. He had not forgotten the humbling lesson he just learned from Hector in his last meeting. He had already sent Nebula to check the status of every single planet that he had worked on. The people whom he had sent before and who lied to him had already been killed. Sire, perhaps the occurrence on the Zenhobari was an anomaly. Silence. Ebony Maw. Not learning from mistakes is what destroys great empires. Thanos reprimanded his so-called son. In his eyes, all of these were also responsible for what had happened. The Black Order was supposed to help him in his aim. The fact that all of them were as blind as he proves that they are useless. Hala. We were. Planet-wide sirens were blasting at the surface, telling people to head into shelters quickly. They would ensure that everyone inside could survive even if the entire surface got bombarded and turned into lava. There was a mad frenzy everywhere as people fell here and there. Kree kids cried after being lost. Old Kree members could not walk, and hence some died on the run. The planet had lost most of its police forces as they had to head out for the war. Hence, law and order were non-existent, revealing all the gloomy qualities of the Empire. You can't enter here. This is only for the pure Kree. Racism was common among themselves, as the Kree with blue skin felt superior to themselves. This often left other Kree people scrambling and running to find shelter because they were considered too lowly. Some cried, some pleaded, but none heeded their words. Females with little children in arms ran around, taking refuge in common buildings, hoping the bombs wouldn't land on them. There were a lot of others, as the shelters could not hold all of the population. The truly rich and powerful had already left the planet on their private ships. So only the commoners were left to be condemned to death for decisions they didn't even make. But one thing was clear for the Kree Empire, it was a moment that'd either make it or break it. In orbit, the Kree fleet of 58 Accuser warships awaited the arrival of their enemies. There were also 13,000 destroyers and many smaller fighters. The planet had sent out all its soldiers to hold the line. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, hundreds upon hundreds of ships started to come out of the jump. Being Hector's fleet, as he was the boss, it was the biggest and the strongest. With a total of 100 flagship warships, 20,000 destroyers, and 34,000 smaller fighters. Even when it came to numbers, Hector had many more. He glanced at the planet from the giant command control window. Hala, what a gloomy planet. Sigh, I guess today I will brighten it up with some deadly fireworks. Chapter 162, Battle of Hala. Hector took a survey of the enemy battle fleet. It was not beyond what he expected, but he knew this was not all of it. It seems the differences between their two factions have helped me tremendously. Beep beep. Sir, it's a communication line from Hala. Connect me through, he ordered. Soon enough, a figure appeared on the screen. It was a figure of a man that also looked pretty old. Hector scoffed, so this is what Supreme Intelligence decided to look like. Why did you contact me? We want peace, the Supreme Intelligence spoke. Hector scoffed, sure, we can have peace as long as the Kree Empire signs on the Instrument of Surrender and agrees to decolonize and restrict its influence to just its own star system. And also stick by the rules of the Galactic Federation. Those are unacceptable terms, and you know it. Why do you insist on bloodshed when there can be peace? Hector took his seat, already knowing where this conversation was heading. He crossed his arms and legs and relaxed. Why do you insist on slavery, war, and general bloodshed? This war is not for subjugation or to gather power. This war is to bring order to this chaotic reality. So no peace. The artificial face of the Supreme Intelligence changed into one of fury and impatience. No, you either surrender to me unconditionally, or I take it anyway. You can't fight my might, machine. You can only delay it. Cut the feed, we're going with the attack, he ordered the communications officer. The last words were spoken before the screen turned off. You won't get Hala so easily. We will fight, from the last man to the last child. Pfft, sure you can, but sadly, in another dimension. The screen blacked out. The plan was pretty simple. First, get rid of the enemy ships. Fleet, use the banana formation. Fighters, swarm the enemy with remote controllers. Sovereign gave us something good, after all. Hector's biggest concern was that he didn't want too many casualties. Hence, the best way was to use the small fighters similar to what the armies of Sovereign had. They were powerful and could be controlled remotely. Diana, you can go all out. Put smash holes in their ships or simply destroy the entire control room. Mooney, use your portals to kill as many generals as you can. Peter, you are free to explore the powers you just got. He ordered the big guns. Gamera and Natasha couldn't go out at this point, as this was not a small skirmish. Slowly, the President's fleet made a Pac-Man around the enemy fleet, aiming to devour it from all sides. The thing about fights in space was that there was no direction. An attack could come from anywhere. So, the fleet formation was also three-dimensional at all times. However, Hector needed one advantage to ensure his fleet suffered the least amount of casualties. And that could only come from Hala. As long as he had Supreme Intelligence in his grasp, he'd have this fleet too. Still, only one man can do so much. Boom. The first blast appeared, and the rushed fire blew out of the hull of a Kree ship. The first gun was fired from Hector's side. There was no point in waiting and seeing who was the first aggressor. The faster they won, the better. All ship. Use the portals Mooney shall create to send special forces directly into their ships, he announced loudly. The war started to light up the space over Hala. Left and right, blasts began to appear with ever-increasing intensity. As the commanding general, Hector could not just leave everything and go out. He remained at the command center of his main ship, watched over all of the fleets, and adapted to the ever-changing situation. This was like playing Pokémon, just with millions of Pokémon at the same time. Change formation. Take the spear formation. He ordered quickly. It was easy to turn into a spear from a banana, as the ships in the middle needed to pick up speed. However, Hector's plan went deeper. What he had during his planning phase was money. The Nova Empire may have banned him from trading, but his business was still booming thanks to Pym particles. Even now, in this war, they will be greatly helpful. Sure, he had signed a deal with Pym that he wouldn't ever use his technology for war, but technically, agreements made on Earth don't work in space. Send out the micro spears. He commanded. Micro-spears were nothing but small-sized engines that were capable of hitting light speed, thanks to the research Marvel did on Earth on the Project Pegasus. Hector had made it his highest secret. Now, one thing he had in abundance was money, so he decided to build a few of these ships, not for flight, but a fight. Why? Well, Hector got an idea from a Star Wars movie he saw a long time ago in his past life. It was a shitty movie, but the CGI was great. Hit them. As soon as his command came, a dozen light-speed unmanned spacecraft ignited their engines at full speed and rammed straight into the enemy space at the speed of light. The mass destruction that appeared before the president's fleet was beyond what one could have imagined. All they saw were streaks of lights that traveled in soundless space. However, the blasts and the destruction only appeared with a delay. What happens when a spacecraft, an even smaller one, rams itself onto a bigger ship at light speed? The result is the total destruction of both parties. Hector took a cold breath and sighed, "Here go fireworks. Fuck. This is crazy. They are all probably dead," Peter gasped at the scene. The old man agreed, "Everything in their path is now gone. And folks, here it is, I just changed space warfare." He once again spoke in the communications, spear formation. Move. The battle took a tightly favorable turn for the Federation as the Kree found themselves still in shock and disarray. They didn't even know what weapon it was, what hit them and why 30% of their fleet just got destroyed. Panic took over among the Kree forces. The odds were already against them, now there were no odds left. Should we retreat? The generals wondered among themselves. Where would we even go if there is no Hala? Without the Supreme Intelligence, the Kree Empire would crumble. We need to weaken them at least and slow them down. Hopefully, that mad Ronin will open his eyes and come to aid. Beep beep. Sir. Another ship lost. One more. Another. The Kree generals panicked, "What's happening?" Visuals. The screen soon showed scenes of a blonde-haired woman with a glowing body, hovering in the space, then ramming into various warships. A few knew who it was, traitor. Hector also noticed the scenes and shrugged, so it seems Captain Marvel has decided which side of history she wants to stand up on. But she came too late. Gamera and Natasha, you two are coming with me to Hala. We're going to end Supreme Intelligence, and with it disabled, all of the Empire will crumble. He ordered. In his place, he called Kraglin Obfontery to take the lead. The man used to be Yondu's first mate, but now he was a student of Hector. He quickly contacted all ships and told them to start going slow and focus on defense. Diana, Mooney and Peter, keep things at bay. Don't escalate. I will start the planet's invasion. The next thing they knew, Hector used his old entry that he used to love, falling straight down onto the planet. He didn't even let Gamera and Natasha use a ship. He just grabbed them and jumped down straight into the clouds. This is madness. Gamera screamed, her face and hair looking funny from the air brushing past them. Natasha was in no better shape, this is crazy. Hector merely laughed like an old man would, "Wahaha. Get used to President's Landing. The war has just begun. We don't have a parachute." Gamera said. "Parachutes are for losers." Boom. He landed like a nuke that could destroy cities in an instant. Rubble flew around, and the buildings around cracked from the intensity. It was like an earthquake, as the glass of tall buildings surrounding them shattered. He let Gamera and Natasha step on the ground. But they instantly fell to their knees, fast breathing being common. Sure, get some rest. The first time it's always like this. I remember Mooney puked on me when he tried it. You are crazy, Gamera barked. He chuckled, "Dear, the entire galaxy calls me that for doing what I do. So get up now, let's conquer this planet." Knowing there would be armed guards, he took out the one shiny gem that was too alluring to be eaten, but Hector knew better. How will there be a rebellion if the rebels aren't alive? Whoosh. Just like on Xander, the yellow light circled around the whole planet, leaving only machines alive. The rest just fell in their places, their souls being sucked out and getting trapped in the stone. A minute later, the stone stopped casting its powers. Well, we're good to go now. Supreme Intelligence saw everything that just occurred. It was speechless and truly considered unconditional surrender now. What power was that? What do we do now? It did wonder. Chapter 163, Supreme Intelligence Hala. The planet was extremely modern. Hector could not even see the ground anywhere, and everything was covered with whatever mix they used as concrete. The place was not beautiful at all. In comparison, Xander and Sovereign did a much better job. Now I can understand why they are so regressive. This place is depressing, Natasha commented after looking around. Wait till you see the thing that runs their government. They all headed towards the biggest building on the planet, as it was not hard to get maps of Hala, not when he had multiple of their ships in his fleet. Though he wished he could fly at that moment. Let's take one of their vehicles, he suggested. But he made sure to let Gamera drive it since he still sucked at it. Flying was no problem, the landing was. Probably a habit from the time of the World War. Sadly, no vehicle on the planet worked, the Supreme Intelligence disabled it. So they still had to walk. He had no other way but to make small talk with them on the way. So, Natasha. I think this war is going to take a long time to fix things up. I recommend you and Yelena go to Earth and fulfill your dreams. After all, you're still young and going to college at a later age won't be fun. But what about here? NOVLB //JNN. Haha, I think I will manage. I've got Mooney and even Diana now. You need not tie yourself to what I do. You are the boss of your own life. You said you wanted to study psychology, go and do it. Maybe Yelena can also do good with more friends. She's just 12, after all, he added. Natasha silently thought about her life without Hector. He was like a safety umbrella on her head. Without him, she would be in more danger, but she had already learned so many skills that killing her was not an easy task for anybody. She had turned 17 this year, and it was the age when you start college officially, and here she was, a master spy, expert in the art of espionage, silent killing and infiltration. She even learnt about so many hacking technologies from Gamera. So, by all means, she was overkill for the primitive Earth. I will think about it. Maybe I will go if this mission goes well. She replied, not wholly telling that she was also worried for Hector, the old grandpa figure for her. Good, good, what about you, Gamera? What do you want to do in life? You're not a thug under Thanos anymore, you've even got a lover. What about starting your own crew under the command of the Galactic Federation? You can get missions directly from me, he proposed to her. In Hector's eyes, Gamera was the silent alpha in the relationship. Peter was the visible alpha, one who tried too hard sometimes. If my records are swiped clean from the Nova Empire, then this plan sounds not so bad, she neither agreed nor denied. May God bless the souls of those fools, Hector prayed for the Nova Empire silently. Because by the end of this war, they will be a half-empire. Boom. Just as they reached the foot of the giant tower building, a few sentry robots fell from the sky and started to shoot energy bullets all around themselves. However, Hector's fighting style was more direct. So, he ran towards the killer robots, not caring about getting hit. Natasha and Gamera had to jump to the side and take cover, then they started to shoot. You can't defeat me, machine, Hector roared and smashed the robots, one on the other. They were like twigs to him, ready to be plucked. The building was most likely going to be full of various traps and such robots, he thought. But he had to make a way. You two, cover me as I clear the way forward. The central computer of the Supreme Intelligence was stored underground, near the core of the planet, from where it directly took energy to keep working. The entire planet's geothermal energy was just reserved for the computer. The rest of the needs of the surface were fulfilled from the energy harvested from the star. With no care at all, Hector showed a power he had rarely used in space before. Don't feel scared. His body started to transform into a giant wolf form, a wolf taller than a bus. His fangs and claws appeared clear, sharper than a sword. Thankfully, he could speak in this form. Stay behind me, he commanded the two shocked girls. Boom. He entered the building and started clawing at various corners. The ambush was in place for him, all from various killer robots and automatic guns on the ceiling. Whoa. Arg, damn this urge to howl. He made his way downwards towards the basement. The corridors were full of machines ready to stop him. Whoosh, but Hector simply ran over them, his adamantium claws easily smashing them. Heck, he was so fast that Natasha and Gamera had trouble following him. But they soon stopped at a dead end, as only one door was present there, and it led to the final elevator. Surely, it wasn't going to come up or open automatically. Bam. Hector destroyed the doors and looked down at the bottomless dark shaft. This is somewhat scary, he muttered. But there was no other way. He was a wolf, not a badger. He can't dig that deep. You two wait here. He jumped in, W-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O. His voice kept on going lower and lower, eventually feeling like a whisper. The two girls silently stared at the depth. That's frightening. Gamera agreed. I wonder how we are to go down. Jump in. I will catch. They heard a loud whisper. Now, they glanced at each other's faces, silently discussing if they wanted to jump or not. Of course, they didn't, but won't that make their old men see them as weak? Sigh, there is no choice. Natasha didn't think and jumped in. Gamera also followed, preceded by the two screams. Initially, they felt no fear, but when they stayed falling even after a long time, they panicked. Whoosh. But then they felt something and landed on some very soft fluffy thing. Wahaha, it seems my fur has many other great uses. Hector waited for the two at the bottom of the shaft while keeping his tail curled on his back to make it softer. He had calculated the depth from the time it took and the value of the gravity. The formula was simple. H equals 1/2 GT/2. It took them about 300 seconds, and the gravity was similar to Earth. Girls, we're about 441 kilometers deep into the planet. No wonder it feels so hot here. I'm sweating, Gamera muttered and took out some sort of tech from her bag. It was a life support system. She passed them on to Natasha and Hector as well. Nope, no need. Your grandpa's lungs are still strong. Let's go and meet this supreme intelligence. Hector continued his wolf madness by destroying all machines that appeared in his way. First, they had to walk through a long corridor, then a few labs for disinfecting, and finally, the last room that required a safety lock. Haha, they made it from vibranium. Sad for them, my claws are stronger. Slash. 3 long streaks of his claws appeared on the door before it slowly fell apart. Blinding white light attacked their eyes at that instant. Hector didn't look away, though. It took them not long to adjust as they rushed in, guns out, and Hector turned back to his human body. He boomed loudly, Supreme Intelligence. I've come to key. What the? Gamera, too, lacked words to define what they saw. Is that a? Natasha completed, Toad. My god, this thing is ugly. Where are the computers? Is this even a computer? Hector was confused, as the thing in front of them resembled a living being, some sort of a parasite with tentacles, and a face, locked inside a glass chamber. Boom. Originating from the thing, a blast spread out suddenly. It was intense, strong enough to make even Hector move a bit. Are you the Supreme Intelligence? Its 4 green eyes shined with light as it opened its human-like mouth. It even had teeth. I am the living embodiment of power, for I am the Supreme Intelligence of the majestic race of the Kree-. Hector interrupted him, shaking his head vigorously. Nah, you're a big fat ugly toad. Chapter 164, 5-Year Galactic Revolutionary War. Even though Supreme Intelligence did not feel ashamed or offended, it did understand emotions. And it knew Hector was making fun of it. Is this truly what you desire? To bring so much chaos? The Kree Empire spans across the galaxy, and you can't make them accept defeat just by removing me. Hector chuckled. Haha, you think of me so lowly. Just because you've got that big toad brain doesn't mean you are the smartest. You couldn't stop Ronan from allying with Thanos. Anyway, I know what you said is true. That's why this war isn't supposed to end today. It's just starting, and this is just my first battle. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. I have planned to go on for years, all the way until I have the whole galaxy as mine. Of course, you won't live to see that day, whatever you are. Nat and Gamera, give me the explosives. The two girls started to take out explosive balls from their bags, which would turn bigger after a while, thanks to Pym particles. Hector then proceeded to put them on the floor around the tank. He didn't care at all about this thing anymore. Sure, it would create a lot of disarray for the Kree forces and Empire, but he needed that right now. You should not have become so comfortable with slavery. You are a space civilization, for hell's sake. Make robots or something. There was nothing the Supreme Intelligence could say to him that would make him accept slavery. Because slavery is a choice, never a necessity, not when you are a space civilization. After being done with the bombs, he walked a few steps back. Any last words? My calculations tell me that you will fail. Hector scoffed, and my calculations tell me that your calculations are wrong. Do you know why? That is because you don't even know everything about me. By now. Boom. He didn't wait to press the detonator. The glass broke down first. Then the fire reached the ugly giant toad. It did not scream. Was it even alive? It was unknown. It silently died as the sparks of the machines around it engulfed the body. Though Hector didn't act like a brain-dead man and did copy the codes first, they will be helpful later. After all, the Supreme Intelligence was created over a period of thousands of years of upgrades. So maybe he can build an AI later and shove it in Tony's face, telling him how superior his AI is. But I hope it won't go all Ultron on me. Let's go back, girls. We've won this battle. He turned around to return to the shaft. We won. How? Natasha wondered. Hector sighed. Well, Supreme Intelligence is connected to all of the Kree soldiers and their ships. It was the brain behind the muscles, and now, there is only muscle left. Wolverine Fleet. Sir, they seem to have stopped firing at us all of a sudden. I can see that, kid. The real question is, why? Is this a trap? Keep the guns ready, and do not stop firing. In fact, increase it. I will contact the Central Command. Logan quickly contacted the main headquarters to get updates. But soon, he found out that he was not the only one facing these issues. General Kull, Yondu, Adam, Fong, and many others were shocked by the sudden pause of enemy movement. Then Hector's command came, update to all forces. I have won the Battle of Hala, the Supreme Intelligence has been destroyed, the Kree fleets may be temporarily facing some issues, and it's the best time to launch an offensive. Go mad, destroy all you can, weaken them beyond restoration. But do not kill all. If you can imprison without losing any forces, do it. Meanwhile, I will handle things here. As soon as his command ended, all generals ordered their fleets to go all out and spend most of their bombs and blasters on the enemy fleets. In a matter of minutes, the most beautiful and deadly fireworks show appeared across the two galaxies and some other places in space. The Kree Empire's fleets found themselves unable to control their ships due to the messed-up programming, and to turn manual takes time. Enough time to turn the enemies into charred bodies. The ships exploded without any sounds, one explosion would hurt those around, and the chain reaction would begin. Federation fleets silently watched as the deadly soundless space opera played out in front of them. Anyone who was religious about their respective planetary gods prayed for the dying soul. This was perhaps going to be written as the most deadly battle to ever take place in the universe for years to come. Hector and his forces made history. With one fast move, they crippled nearly half of the Kree forces and even took over the home planet of the species, Hala. Hector quickly returned to Freedom 1 and checked the damage report. The Kree fleet had already been destroyed, and the war over Hala was over. We lost 2 flagships, 87 warships, and 1,200,000 soldiers. But still, we were able to save many, and the injured amounted to 48 million soldiers, the reports came. Hector sat back in his seat and sighed with a gloomy face. This was an amount unimaginable. He fought in the whole World War, which left 20 million military personnel dead. Here, it was just his first battle, and he lost so many. He had no records to compare the numbers with, so he had no idea if he should feel good or bad. The cost of war, it's too heavy. Peace always demands blood, sometimes it's yours and sometimes soldiers. Diana patted his shoulder to comfort him. Mooney nodded and put his head on Hector's lap, cutely staring him into the eyes. Woo-woo. Yes, son. I'm also tired. We will return home after this war. Kraglin Obfontery, keep the record of all dead secured, and their families will get compensation. Gather around all forces. We will move to the next campaign, he quickly ordered. It was not time to relax, he had a small window when his enemies were in shock. So the long and arduous war continued. The two galaxies became completely alert. This kind of war was never seen in space before, one that's all out with no stopping or peace treaties occurred. As Hector gained more ground in the large Magellanic Cloud, the previous colonies of the Kree Empire declared freedom and joined Hector. This way, Hector was getting stronger the more he fought. But the toll on his side was not small. Each day, thousands died, and millions of names were recorded each month. The war, which was now being called the Intergalactic Revolutionary War, was the talk of the town everywhere. Each species that had any contact with space civilizations knew it. The Kree Empire had never seen such an attack before. This time they never got a chance to breathe and gather themselves. Not to mention, the Skrull Empire was also there, chewing away territory, even Nova Empire's territory. Slowly, time passed, and 5 years went by, and the casualties in the Federation stood at 700 million soldiers. It was undoubtedly a maddening war, but Hector now knew that this number could have been 7 billion. He involved himself deeply in everything, micromanaging things to ensure the deaths could stay low in all battles. But thankfully, various technologies came to his help as well. As one would guess, the times of wars are also the times of technological advancements. Sovereign as a planet was now a production house of warships for the Federation. They also got a lot of money to research new fighting methods and to protect soldiers. With research, they came up with something called the Instant Rescue Unit, IRU. This was hardware that looked similar to a big headphone that one would put around the neck. In case of an explosion, this unit would let out a piece of cloth that would surround the wearer. It would become its own living capsule after getting toughened. It would have oxygen and some food pills. It would even save one from explosions. Then at the same time, it would send its location to any nearby Federation ship. But Jean was a better option for this. She, along with Mooney, could use their teleportation ability to save all these people. But, after 5 years, not much of the Kree Empire was left, only Ronan's faction remained, and he was also being hunted. Hector had no idea where he had gone before, but now he had received that Ronan had arrived on the planet of Titan. Hector quickly gathered all his generals. Listen up, the fact he called us to Titan, the home of Thanos, there is a possibility that we will be fighting Thanos as well. So, I want us to overwhelm them with strength. The current Galactic Federation is far superior to Thanos or Ronan. So when we get there, do not wait. Just start killing. Understood? Yes, sir. They saluted and rushed to their ships to move the fleet. I hope this will be the end of the war, Diana muttered. She looked tired as well. Fighting non-stop for so many years would do that to anyone. Thankfully, he had sent Yelena and Natasha back to Earth after that Hala mission. Meanwhile, he and Diana had become close friends over the years as they were together at all times. He, Mooney and Diana had developed a strange way of fighting where they complemented each other's abilities. They were the ultimate team, and Mooney just loved it. I want that too, Diana. I'm tired at this point. Let's hope Ronan doesn't do something too dumb, he tiredly responded. Sadly, Ronan had already done something dumb, or smart. It was subjective. Chapter 165, The Last Battle to or 3 more chaps. 5 years, thousands of battles, billions of Federation and tens of billions of Kree deaths. One of the deadliest conflicts to have ever existed in the universe in terms of the number of casualties. But Hector was still hailed as the greatest general to have ever existed since his side lost not so much. In addition to that, the more he won, the stronger and more prosperous the Federation would get. This meant he had many more resources to cope with the increasing rehabilitation expenses. After all, the war ravaged the economy of various planets, and he had to help or else mass starvation would occur. But now, it was finally coming to an end on the ravaged planet of Titan. As he had commanded, the moment the entire Federation force arrived close to Titan, an indiscriminate one-sided war took place. Federation open-fired, with Jean, Diana, Mooney, Captain Marvel and Adam flying around destroying ships by themselves. But Hector took a smaller ship to reach the surface of the planet. Just from its look, he could see the planet had lost all of its bloom, now looking orange and yellow, as compared to green and blue. He didn't even understand how overpopulation could do this to a planet. And that's in one generation, though how old was Thanos? Let's get this over with. Do not land. Just let me drop down, he ordered the pilot of the small ship. Once they were over the sky where he was supposed to land, he straight up jumped out. There was nobody to show how awesome he was, so he made a normal soft landing to not create too much dust. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Oh my, you brought your boyfriend with you. Or maybe girlfriend, I don't know which one of you is the girl in this relationship. He mocked the two people standing before him. Ronan the Accuser and Ndwi Gast, the Grandmaster, one had a hammer-like weapon, and the other had a gun. Hector was not overwhelmed by the two, not at all. He stood tall, arms crossed, his hair and beard awesomely fluttering in the dying air on the planet. 2 versus 1. I guess, thanks for the compliment. But I am shocked by your persistence, Grandmaster. It has been decades since that event on your planet. I thought you'd have forgotten about it. Grandmaster sneered, I have lived for millions of years. Time flows differently for me. I remember things longer, and I always have the last laugh. Great, then your defeat will taste even worse to you. What about you, Ronan? You must be seething in rage right now, seeing the Empire crumble. And what's with calling me here? Did your master not join you? I will be heading to Earth after I kill you, Ronan seethed. He didn't allow himself to visibly show anger, as that was against the etiquettes of a noble. Crack. Hector snapped his fingers in preparation. I would have wished you good luck, but it doesn't sound nice coming from a Hell Lord. Anyway, let us fight now and end this. Boom. Grandmaster fired his gun first. It was a model that Hector had never seen before, and now he understood why. He was able to dodge the blast, but then it collided with tall building rubble behind him. Whoosh. It looked as if the building first imploded into itself, then exploded with great force, throwing everything around. And the fact it did that to the whole building, this gun was absolutely powerful. I want it, Hector muttered. Bam bam. Hector started, running like a cheetah, sidestepping each blast the Grandmaster sent his way. Every time his feet pressed on the ground, a crack would appear on it. His speed kept on increasing, and soon enough, all Grandmaster could see was a blur coming toward him. He went mad with his gun and even turned some dials to full. You can't win against this. I made this weapon with millions of years of research. It shoots literal black holes. Whoosh. In an instant, Hector was a foot away from him, the only black hole there's going to be around your eye, boom. He smashed his fist in the Grandmaster's face, particularly on his right eye. He used all of his strength, evident by the veins that had popped on his hand. It connected comically with his face so fast that as Grandmaster's body was being pushed back, the dust on his hair and clothes stayed behind. Newton's laws at work there. Like a wind passing, Grandmaster's body was thrown away. It collided with one building but then crossed over and hit another one. It kept on going, hitting more and more buildings until Hector could not see when he stopped. Well, that does it. He smugly turned around to focus on Ronan. He had no idea what power this blue man had, super healing. Super strength. Probably all of them. What animosity do we have? Ronan asked him. After all, he was still in deep mental pain. The whole Kree Empire was gone now. It was painfully hard to cope with. Hector scoffed, the infiltration mission, I did it for the Nova Corps, yet you came after me. But then I saw how you enslave planets and commit genocide. At that point, it simply didn't matter if I had beef with you. Only your end could satisfy me. Galactic Federation cannot exist as long as the Kree Empire remains. And what values do you stand for? Freedom and justice. They can be subjective, Ronan argued. Indeed. And that is why I am here, to kill you and end this war. To establish a new galactic order. Don't worry about your race. I won't eradicate them. I will just have to re-educate them. Let them know on whose blood their empire flourished. Let's fight now, Ronan. I don't have time to waste. Both of them leapt at each other. Hector didn't use the Soul Stone this time, believing he could quickly kill this guy. His first punch connected with Ronan's shoulder, but the guy was able to turn a bit only to make it brush past him. He immediately lifted his hammer up and struck downwards. It was not a threat to Hector, or so he thought. he quickly shielded himself with his elbow. Bam. Arg. He felt some pain in his arms, and the hammer kept on getting heavier and pushing him downwards. What an amazing tool. Haa. Ronan roared and put all his strength into pushing it down. Hector tried to counter it with his strength. Initially, it was moving back up, but then the hammer became heavier, forcing him to his knee. Now, it was worth mentioning that Hector could easily destroy tanks with this physical body, so if the hammer could hold him down like this, it must be weighing an unimaginable amount. You cannot fight the Cosmirod, Washington, Ronan sneered. His eyes had turned red by now, looking as if they'd burst at any moment. Ugh, what the, why can't I push this you, wait. Fuck. Is that the power stone? Hector cursed as soon as he noticed something purple shining inside the hammer. Take this. Boom. All of a sudden, a surge of power pushed Hector to the ground even further. He could not keep holding it away, so he jumped to the side. The hammer fell and touched the sand, sending a blue energy wave into the ground. But that caused something catastrophic. The ground started to shake madly, and then cracks appeared. It was like a chain reaction that occurred all across the planet. In no time, fissures appeared and sprayed lava like a fountain. As far as they could see, these scenes were becoming common. From the space, all saw how the cracks spread around the surface of the red sand planet, which now started to look like a planet filled with fire. It was a scary sight due to how quickly it spread around. I showed you a mere example of what I shall do with Earth once you are dead. I will show them your corpse, as the one who brought my wrath upon your people. This is how Earth will die. In fire and misery, no one shall remember that a planet called Earth existed. It shall remain a mystery. Accept your fate. Ronan lifted the hammer up and over his head to slam it down again, but this time on Hector. Hector swiftly took out the shining yellow soul gem from his pocket and smirked, haha. Fool, two can play this game and I am better. Chapter 166, the final move. Ronan could not stop himself once he had initiated his strike, but it didn't take more than a microsecond for his face to pale as he noticed the shining yellow gem. This finally revealed to him how Hector won so easily. But he was wrong, as Hector didn't even use the stone that much. Hector didn't even kill that many times with the stone. It was just a really convenient thing to calm people down or display his power over people's lives. The stone made it easy for him to make the point that he was in control. The killing was never his intention. For how long? Ronan found himself asking. Whoosh. Hector quickly moved away from the hammer and Ronan. Once again, the power stone struck the land, destroying the already crumbling planet. The cracks deepened, and more lava started to come out, slowly turning into a sea of fire all around them. I hope Thanos didn't have any feelings attached to this place, he muttered. Do you know what this stone is called? It's the Soul Stone. Hector patted his coat clean first. Do you want to know what it does? Let's fight then. He started walking toward Ronan with no expression other than a simple smile. The yellow stone kept shining in his palms, gaining some envy from the tall smurf. Ronan prepared to make another move with the hammer. However, as soon as he lifted it up, he felt sudden pain all across his body. Arg. With a grunt, he fell to one knee, confused about what was happening. Hector didn't stop, feel it. Soul Stone is possibly the strongest stone, along with the reality and time stones. How does it feel as your soul is being slowly destroyed? Panic appeared in Ronan's eyes. This meant that Hector could hurt him from a distance while he had to make contact. Truly unfair, but there was only one option now. He'd rather die with him. He lifted the hammer with all his might, ignoring the searing pain raging through his veins. His aim was the ground. Just another hit, and the planet would break apart in an explosion, killing Hector, him and all the ships around the orbit. Whoosh. Arg. Noo. Thud. The hammer fell from his hand, unable to strike the land. He gloomily looked at it and tried to extend his arms, but he couldn't even feel them anymore. N/O/vel/b/jn.c/om. Turns out, the souls also have arms, legs and head, Hector muttered, now just a few meters away. Their eyes locked with each other. It wasn't even a fight at this point. Ronan was getting bullied. And just like a cornered dog, he started barking. You are a filth, no better than that Thanos. Hector shrugged. Well, as bad as Thanos may be, his wishes and goals are wise. He wants to remove overpopulation and overdependence on resources. But unfortunately, just his method is wrong. While I'm not even from this reality. But truly, marvelous things are these infinity gems. So much power in a small crystal. Bam. He kicked him and forced him to lie down on his back as Ronan could not move anymore. Bam, then another kick came, this time in the form of a stomp on his face. The mark of my shoe looks good on your face. This is what your royal blood is worth to me, dirt. Any last words? Fuck you. I truly wish for that day to come, son. Enjoy your stay in hell. He quickly killed Ronan's soul with the stone, erasing it from existence. But that was not the end of Ronan's body. He was going to be his new Skull Knight. Good harvest. Boom. However, when he looked around, the planet was facing utter destruction. It was like hell now, lava and smoke everywhere. Nobody would say it was a desolate desert planet not long ago. What about that power stone? I guess I should thank Ronan for one thing. With this, I can be so damn strong. The fist of freedom and democracy just became planet-destroying moves now. Wahaha, talk about upgrades. But his laugh quickly turned to calm silence. So many folks had died in this bloody war. The best I can do for them is to bring forever lasting peace now. Not anytime sooak. The man to shout this was none other than the Grandmaster, as Hector had only punched him once. But sad for him, he was no match for him. As soon as he spoke, the old president appeared in front of him and held him by his neck. Then launched himself up with the portable boosters. Let's see if you can breathe in space. Hector flew straight up towards the sky. The jetpacks were pretty powerful, able to take them out of orbit easily. Not to mention, the planet's gravity was already messed up. Whoosh. As they were nearing orbit, they could see the giant scale war going on, but shockingly, Hector discovered that his side was facing some little pushback. All of the war factions of Kree that left with Ronan were here. On top of that, Grandmaster had brought all of Sakar's war fleet. Hector sighed, I guess, more food for my stone then. He glanced at Grandmaster, whose face was already going pale from the lack of air. Thanks for donating your planet to me. I will utilize it nicely. By the way, will other elders of the universe come after me now that I've killed two? Hey! What happened there? Diana flew beside him and asked. Nothing, just a mad Kree using an infinity stone. The fool damaged the planet. Don't worry. It's settled now. What is our status? She reported, they are using their lower numbers to their advantage, trying to spread around and attack as individual units. Their strategy isn't working but is still damaging us a little. Boom. However, just then, he noticed something. A lot of jump points were appearing. More ships were about to arrive from somewhere. Did you call for backup? She denied, no, we instead sent some forces back due to overcrowding. *BZZZ. He heard the disturbance in his wireless in the ear. It was communication from the new ships that were arriving. Sorry for being late, Mr. President. It's not easy to convince a group of 100 clans. Hector recognized that voice quickly, making him howl in laughter. Wahaha, great, the Ravagers finally decided to ally with me. But I'm afraid it's too late. One after another, various kinds and sizes of ships started to jump in. Although there were just 100 clans, they had many more ships. On top of that, each Ravager clan was more of a jack of all trades, so they were in ways better than regular soldiers. Particularly in this kind of warfare where they need to fight dirty. They were quick and easy to start pushing back. This left Grandmaster with a lack of words. There were so many being fighting for Hector. Morinians, Sovereigns, Skrulls, and so many more. He nearly cried, why? Why do you have so many allies? Where are they coming from? Hector smirked before killing him with a snap of his neck. Politics, bitch. It's beyond your understanding. From the day I started my mission, I have met so many different factions. I tried to make as many friends and allies as possible. Not because I wanted them to help me, but because I knew they'd need help one day. You forge alliances and do some checks and balances, that's politics. But I guess your puny brain can't understand that even in a million years. So sleep well. Snap. Like those stress relief therapy exercise squeeze balls, Grandmaster's neck snapped into Hector's palm. His eyes popped out, getting bloody. Hector, however, didn't destroy his body. After all, he contained so many secrets, and his body was special. Perhaps a new Skull Knight would do. He had 69 spirits, after all, and only 2 Skull Knights were in service currently. He put the body away and glanced at the battle going on. They had gained the upper hand with the Ravagers joining, but they were still losing some men. The war was over, Ronan was dead, and all these deaths were pointless to Hector. Diana, go back to Freedom 1 and order all ships to move back. Tell them their president got this. What will you do? She inquired interestingly. He sighed as he looked around the destruction. Shouldn't I try and see how well the 2 gems work together? Chapter 167, Best Wishes. I'm proud of you, son. You went beyond what I could and brought good change to the galaxy. A general. The uniform suits you. Stakar Ogord entered the Freedom 1 ship where all the Federation generals were meeting, as the fleet had already moved a good distance away from the enemy ships. Yondu had a faint smile on his face, but he looked happy and proud of himself. Thanks, old man. How is he going to deal with all of them? Stakar asked him. Shrugging, Yondu passed him a can of some drink. Don't know. But he's going to do it. He always does it. Out in space, Hector stayed put, standing in front of the enemy fleet that had stopped. Initially, they had started cheering, thinking the enemies were running away. But then their biggest enemy stood alone. Let's see, killing them with the Soul Stone is pretty easy. What does the Power Stone do? He put each stone in one palm and made a closed fist. He let the power surge through him. He knew he'd have died if he was not this strong and had a godly regenerative system. No mortal can possess these stones without special equipment. *ZZZZZ. Asterisk. Yellow and purple electric currents seemed to be passing through his body, each taking half of it. So he pulled the right fist back and thought about sending a powerful energy wave at the enemy fleet. Boom. He punched towards the enemies. Suddenly, a purple energy beam came out of his fist and traveled straight towards a major flagship of the Kree. Hector was soon left shocked as the ship got divided into 2 parts and was engulfed in explosions while all crew members died. It was too fast and too powerful. But understandable. The stone just destroyed a planet while not even at full power. A small grin appeared on his face. All those on the enemy warships that had focused on him shuddered at the sight. They quickly started to shout orders. Turn around. Leave. Escape. But that was wishful thinking. This war was to end today, right at that moment. So Hector closed his eyes and tried to use the Soul Stone to sense all the souls nearby. I wonder if I can kill all of them with the Soul Stone and get rid of their bodies with the Power Stone without hurting the ships. There were thousands of warships, after all, and these could severely help the Galactic Federation add more muscle. Hector then opened his eyes while they were shining in yellowish-orange light due to the Soul Stone's power surging through him. He then joined both the wrists of his hands and pulled them back towards the right side of the waist. Here it goes. What was it? Kamehameha. Whoosh. A wave of purple and yellow energy swept all around him, and then a beam came out from it and traveled towards his targets. They all were trying to run away as quickly as possible. Soon, the first ship got hit by it, and thankfully, only some paint got chipped off. Then the energy traveled through the walls. The first person to be hit was a soldier relieving himself in the bathroom. He looked down and suddenly found something missing. His little sausage had disappeared. What the? No. It went inside me. My hand. My other hand. He felt no pain. His body simply turned into fine dust slowly. The same happened throughout the ship, and then the entire fleet. Some were sleeping, some were eating, and some were just working. They died indiscriminately. Many of them were possibly good people, but they allied with the wrong side, and Hector didn't want to deal with military men who were brainwashed to enslave. He could possibly change them and rehabilitate them, but what would be the cost? After 5 years of these two galaxy-wide wars, they needed to focus on rebuilding. And he was no saint to begin with, not in his last life, nor this life. While the enemies got themselves erased, Hector was amazed at the scale of destruction these stones could inflict. No wonder it is one of the most coveted things in the universe. But it was also true that holding these stones was more dangerous than using them, since all these powerful beings who wish them would go after the current holder. He thought about what to do next, but I wish to possess all of them. Earth already has 2 more stones, the Space Stone and the Time Stone. Asgardians know where Reality Stone is. I got 2 of them as well, Soul Stone and the Power Stone. That leaves Mind Stone, which probably Thanos has. It seems the best sequence of action is to head back to Earth first. Cough. Am I disturbing you? He looked back, erupting in a calm smile. If it's you, I wish to be disturbed all the time, Diana. It was too smooth and straight. She looked away, but the blush on her face did not go unnoticed. However, Hector had a regret. I don't think we have time left to go to Asgard for now. I hope you don't mind if I arrange the date on Earth, at my home. She had forgotten about that already, that. Sure, Earth will do. I kinda want to see it again as, well, you know, mine got destroyed. But where do you live on Earth? Mount Vernon. She tapped on her forehead softly. Ugh, why do I keep forgetting that you got Washington as a surname? Whenever I think of you, only the word president or your first name comes to mind. He chuckled. It's good to know I have a place in your mind, Diana. Anyway, let's go now. We should declare the end of the war to the Federation. It's time to start rebuilding. Ignoring the first part of his words, she nodded. Truly, this war was devastating for some planets. I just hope this peace lasts. Hector and Diana flew back to the Freedom One. He clapped his hand to get their attention and quickly stood on top of his commander's chair. Dozens of generals stood there, focused on him. Hector chuckled, seeing the desperate faces. I know what you want to hear. Well, folks, we got them. The war is over. All the enemy ships are empty. I removed them from existence. Send men to all of them and bring them along to the main base. Thud. Many of them fell to their knees in exhaustion. Some, who were from Moran planet, cried tears of joy, as finally, they had ended the empire that sought their destruction. Various generals that belonged to the former colonies of the Kree Empire also rejoiced. Then, the word spread through the communicators, and soon enough, all of the Federation forces found out. To celebrate, a few of the smaller crafts moved away and threw some fireworks, lighting up the space in beauty. Hector stood in front of the big window screen and stared at it. The various colorful lights illuminated the control room, and the eyes of all those who stood behind Hector shined. But then, Mooney walked over and stood to his right, then Diana walked over and stood to his left. Jean jumped around and sat down on Mooney's right, hugging the cute furball. Logan silently stayed behind Mooney, feeling envious of Jean. Behind them, Gamera and Peter stood close, holding each other's hands. On their side were Yondu and Stakar, like son and father. Kull and Fong the gorilla had moist eyes. They finally saw the destruction of the Empire. The fireworks were befitting to this occasion. And not just here, they were being broadcast all across the 2 galaxies. It was like festivals on various planets, from Sovereign to Zenhobari to Tarnax V. It was a complete victory for the United Galactic Federation. Nova Empire, Xander. Bam. They won. Garth and Sol, the Nova Prime, slammed his fist on the long table, around which all the 15 Nova administrators that governed the Empire sat. You lost. You said you could handle this. The Federation is now the strongest faction to ever exist, and the Skrull Empire has also stopped its advances. This means they were together all this time. While those damn Skrulls kept us busy here, the Federation took over the Kree Empire. Administrator Nada raged. Others had similar opinions. One, in particular, stood up, pointing fingers at the head of Nova Corps. What's the use of Nova Corps? Even after we spent trillions of credits, you got defeated. Now the Nova Empire is just half of what it used to be. You should resign. Arg, this madman, it's useless to argue. Water. Bring me water. The discussion continued, and all slowly came to the conclusion that the new Nova Prime was to be blamed. After all, they were never this miserable under the previous Nova Prime. You all worthless cowards. Garth and Saul cursed at them. What did you call us? This is enough. I call for a vote. Should Garth and Saul be removed from his position? Agreed. Agreed. He needs to go. Remove him. All administrators agreed to the removal of Garth and Saul. But this enraged the already angry Nova Prime, who was not as kind of a person as the last one. He stood up, his energy materializing around his body. You all are fools, genuinely believing that you run the Empire. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//om. The moment I remove my support, the moment I order the Nova Corps to stop protecting you and your interests, the Empire will collapse. Do you wish to remove the strongest link just for your own lack of vision? Unacceptable. You want to remove me? I will remove you. Whoosh. Nova Prime suddenly struck the administrator closest to his right and broke his neck with his Nova force. Then he sent a few beams at the others, making holes in their heads. They were all old to begin with. It was a fast and straightforward massacre. In 10 seconds, he was done. With no regret, he smiled. Now, the fools are out of the equation. Time to expand the Nova Empire and start the war Machin, ugh, cough what. Thud. Suddenly, Garth and Saul lost his balance and fell down on his back. He felt something wet on his lips, so he checked by touching. What? Be blood. Why? Just then, the door opened, and a man in Nova Corps' uniform entered. He looked at Garth and Saul on the floor with no visible expression of worry. In fact, there was excitement. Garth and Saul tried to reach for him. Mukbang, help me, call the doctors. Cough. The Nova Prime was dying. He quickly threw away his helmet, revealing all the veins on his face popping out. His body ached from inside. Quad A, what is happening? Pop. The first vein on his arm burst open, releasing all the more blood on the floor. He cried, call doctors. But, even now, when he didn't hear any reply, he looked back at his assistant, Mukbang. The realization hit him suddenly, a betrayal. WY. Mukbang simply said 5 words and turned around to leave. President Washington sends his regards. See, come back. I'll pay double. Triple. Everything. Come BA, cough, NOOO. Chapter 168, United Galactic Federation. It was a bright day on planet Moran, the base of military operations of the United Galactic Federation, UGF. Just winning didn't end the conflict. There was so much more to do, from writing the new laws to writing a new constitution. Thankfully, they already had various examples to take inspiration from. One thing was certain, however, a lot of regulation would come. Slavery will be banned and punishable by death. The Federation fleets were also sent around the 2 galaxies to start patrolling and ensuring peace and stability. It was also a move to project power while his secret forces in Xander took over the Nova Empire. This left only one big player in Andromeda, the Shi'ar Empire. But they didn't seem to be interested. However, they will be interested after seeing Hector's constitution. After all, slavery was still in fashion in the Shi'ar Empire. But that was for later to be decided, as Hector now had a bigger responsibility. The crowd of 1 billion Moranians and various other species had gathered together in the biggest open area. At the end of the area was a grand stage setup. There were holographic capture cameras placed that would project Hector's speech to the people in the sky, in 3D. While his speech would also be heard around the 2 galaxies on various screens and projectors. All eyes will be on him as he announces the start of the new ruling organization. Soon enough, there was some movement on the stage. Hector moved out of the backstage curtain and walked towards the center, where a podium was set. The podium had the new logo of the United Galactic Federation. It was nothing but a black shade of howling moony with a white moon giving a backdrop. But the moon also had a pattern of 2 small galaxies on it. Yes, Hector made Mooney the mascot of the Federation. Nobody was there to stop him anyway. Besides, everyone loved him. Mooney was spoiled and loved by all generals. Perhaps, more people know the name Mooney than Hector in this universe. Heck, the good boy had even befriended Galactus somehow and randomly goes playing with his portal. But he was not the only one on the stage. After him and Mooney, Diana, Logan, Adam, Yondu, Fong, Kull, Zebulon, No, Cabdi, Rialez, Ryand, Tapper, Fwali, Paletta, Donbong, Jean, Captain Marvel, Erskine, Empress Varank and various other generals stood. There were more than 300, in total. Hector, in the lead, spoke with a passionate and old hoarse voice, one that reeked of confidence, power, wisdom and warmth of a grandpa. The last 5 years have been tough beyond words can describe. I would like to take a minute of silence to remember the names of those you know and who lost their lives in this war against tyranny. Hector closed his eyes and counted to 60. Then started, for those who don't know. The war is over. But I cannot emphasize enough that the real battle has only begun. Fight against poverty, crime and slavery. The Federation has only started its work, but it will take the might of all of us combined to make it work. There is so much evil all around us, but we know we can change it as long as we have the will and the power to back us up. The Federation is not here to rule you. We're here to help you. I, as the first president of the United Galactic Federation, shall take the oath right in front of your eyes, with my right hand on my heart and the left hand on the Holy Book Constitution of the Federation. High Priestess of Sovereign, Aisha, was the one who brought the book to him. No, she didn't use any red carpet. The woman had changed more than the galaxy. She was now a firm believer in all things equal. With a radiant smile, she first winked at Logan in the crowd, then stood in front of Hector with the tray with the book extending to him. Hector put his left palm on it and spoke, I, Hector King Washington, solemnly swear that I will conscientiously execute the office of the President of the United Galactic Federation of Andromeda and Large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy, and will to the best of my ability, protect and defend the Constitution of the United Galactic Federation and ensure equal and just treatment of all. As he lifted his hand from the Constitution book, he turned towards all the generals and saluted them as he did on Earth, thank you for your services. I will depend on you all. He also turned towards the crowd and the cameras and saluted, to all the soldiers and civilians who made an effort to ensure this victory, I salute you from the bottom of my heart. Let's make a universe of peace and love that we can be proud of. Thank you for listening. Copies of the Constitution shall be uploaded to the network. So please read and learn, especially the criminals. Because if I hear anything about slavery still going on, then I shall ensure I make them forever slaves of death. May fate and luck bless the Federation. He disconnected the mic and kept on waving his hand with a smile. The crowd of people all around the two galaxies were cheering and shouting his name, sending their warm wishes. They love you, Diana said, standing just 3 feet apart from him on his left side, looking like the most beautiful shining star on the stage. Hector kept smiling and waving his hand, they love the peace, not me. But you're a good man. You saved so many people from slavery and death. The Empire was evil, and you quashed evil. She added, wondering why Hector always refuses to take such credit. He sighed, I'm not a kind man, Diana. As I told you before, I don't know why I do this. It's like breathing to me at this point. I was never kind, there is no good or evil, no black and white. It's just gray. He stopped waving as he got the gesture from the coordinator that the camera was cut. He turned around, but mistakenly came face to face with Diana, much closer than 3 feet. Both of them glanced into each other's eyes. This woman, her eyes still carry the pain of loss and the horror of loneliness. Wonder Woman was not dumb either. She saw something in his eyes, even after all this, why do his eyes carry the look of guilt? But both of them didn't speak about what they silently understood about each other, respecting each other's personal space. While Diana didn't want to push away the only person in this universe she came to care for. Hector didn't want to seem too intruding and push away the woman whose company he had come to enjoy. Oblivious of the fact that only if they spoke to each other about their inner insecurities they'd be the perfect couple. Cheers. Yondu, Peter, and Logan sat together on the top of the highest tower on the planet to enjoy this moment. While their assistants worked on writing reports. I can't help but fall in love with this beer from Earth, Yondu praised the drink. There is much more on Earth, bub. Real good stuff. Logan took it with pride. Peter didn't like it much though, so he drank something else. By the way, how long do you think it will take for the old man and lady to get together? Yondu scoffed, they are already a couple in my eyes. They just haven't made it official. Look at them, they act like married couples, and Mooney is their son. Right, Logan? Ugh, Don't know much about love. They should just bang already, Logan grunted. By that, the blue boy remembered something. By love, I got reminded to ask you. When you made love with those golden girls, how were they? I mean, what were they like under those robes? Golden. Logan nodded. Yup, from her mole to her hole. From the skin to deep in, all golden. Damn, I wish I was you. Buffed. Logan suddenly chuckled and spat his drink. What? Yondu barked. Laughingly, he replied, nothing, just wondering about you and a golden girl's child. Haha, golden mini Yondu. I'm fucking handsome. Bitch. Peter stayed silent, however, as when he heard this, his mind drifted to Gamera. He wondered how green she'd be under those clothes. He couldn't help but feel the heat already. Fuck. I love green. My favorite color. Chapter 169, Home Visit. Today, we all have gathered here to celebrate and congratulate our wholesome mad scientist, Abraham Erskine, and our greatest ally, a good general and administrator, Varank, for their marriage. Hector raised his glass and cheered the two up. It was shocking to even him that Erskine somehow got hanky-panky with the Skrull Empress and was now marrying her. Certainly, the universe was too random sometimes. The whole of Tarnaxv was decorated for this great union, as even the Skrulls have a deep respect for Erskine since he was a renowned great scientist who had helped their species over the years by curing various things. But the marriage hall had only a few special people invited. And in that hall, in the corner, the various generals of the Federation sat, talking about their president and his notorious virginity. What is he saving it for? A Skrull general wondered. At that, a Morinien general dreamily responded, don't know, but I bet whoever becomes the one to be under him will be the most blessed woman. Sigh, I wish I was a woman. Underscore. Cough, I love my wife and kids, he clarified after being stared at. But he was not alone. Various female generals were interested in Hector, always wondering how great their offspring would be. Sadly, for them, someone already had Hector's heart. And even if she doesn't, he'd surely not just marry someone for the sake of a child. Oh whoa. Mooney howled, standing at the end of the altar as the head priest who would officiate the marriage. I think he wants us to kiss, Erskine muttered. Is this how humans finish the ceremony? How romantic, Varank softly muttered and pulled Erskine into her arms by his waist, then pushed him back to kiss him. She sure was the dominant one in this relationship. The wedding was successful, and it was time to return to work. Hector didn't have much free time these days, but he still somehow made sure to be around those close to him. The war ended in 2005. Now it was the year 2007. 2 years was not too much time when it came to the matters of the universe. Still, significant changes happened. First of all, the Xander Empire slowly fell into Hector's grasp, but it was never announced. The Federation just silently took over everything. One time the regular citizens would notice a Federation fleet patrolling around their space, then a few days later, it would become a permanent occurrence. The Nova Corps was being brainwashed by their new Nova Prime, Mukbang. This was, in fact, making more and more Nova Corps soldiers leave their jobs and join the Federation. However, there were still a few setbacks, as some unruly planets wished not to join the Federation and be free. But this was unacceptable. There could be permanent peace only if all civilizations were on the same idea. So, all these planets were left alone. By being left alone, it meant they were not given any benefits from the Federation. They didn't get any protection. They didn't get any duty-free travel from other star system spaces. They didn't get any preferential treatment in the markets. So, slowly, they realized that they'd be the biggest losers if they didn't join the system Hector created. This way, without even forcing anyone, he made sure all joined the Federation and followed its constitution as their own. The constitution didn't change the way a planet is run. It only ensured that each planet could not do something so messed up that he'd have to destroy it. There were now laws that all needed to follow. There was economic and political oversight. In 2 years, 2 planets had been chosen as the major headquarters. Zenhoberi was to be the financial capital of the Federation. At the same time, planet Moran was to be the political and military capital of the Federation. The reason why Hector chose to make Moran the military capital was because the large Magellanic cloud was completely under the control of Hector, and he needed the military here to keep it in check, as it used to belong to the Kree. The Kree Empire was entirely dismantled by now. The original planet, Hala, was the only planet with Kree species living on it. Hector had trapped many souls of Kree civilians in the Soul Stone. He preserved their bodies and slowly released them so he could handle their neutralization. It was tough, but it worked. Now, it was time to head back to Earth. Hector will still be the president of the Galactic Federation for as long as he lives, or unless he's impeached by the Federation Council. But currently, all council members were his people. Leaving Kull behind as his proxy for ruling everything, Hector only took one ship along. It was the Freedom One, his original ship that belonged to the Ravagers. It had the Freedom Clan on board, in addition to Jean, Diana, Peter, and Gamera. I wonder what changed after I was gone for this long. It's been 19 years already. Hector couldn't help but feel excited about returning. Wow. Mooney asked him, jumping on all his paws. I don't know, boy. But don't worry, if he has closed your favorite meat shop, I will find the owner and make him open it again, Hector assured. Diana was also looking forward to seeing what this version of Earth would be like. She wondered if there would be a place like Themyscira, although her hopes were low. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Will people accept the way we all look? Yondu inquired. Smiling, Hector threw a few paint cans on them. Here, put the human skin color on. Mantis, tape your antennas. Gamera, you also need to do it. Earth, at this point, doesn't even know life outside exists. And Diana, you look perfect, too perfect, to be honest. But I think it will be hard to control the crowd of lusty men if they see you in this battle gear. She chuckled, it's okay. I know how to disguise. I will go and get it changed. Mooney, dear, will you come and help me? Anything for mommy. Mooney jumped towards her and happily wobbled his booty in happiness. Hector didn't concern himself with translating him. No single woman likes being called a mother. At least that's what he thought. Logan, did you get in contact with that lazy bum Kennedy? Tell him to keep my secret hangar open. Done, Logan showed a thumb. By the way, I've got enough room at Mount Vernon for you all. You can stay there temporarily before I find jobs and places to live for you all. He announced. Why can't we live with you, Mr. President? Kraglin Obfontery asked. At that, he scoffed, because I want peace. I know my land is huge, but I want privacy. It's only reserved for my family and close friends, like Mooney, Logan and Jean. You all are still my subordinates, don't forget. What about Miss Prince? Jean cheekily asked. Hector didn't look toward her, but answered, she can also stay. After all, Mooney likes her. Everyone just smugly giggled or grinned. They all knew when their president was serious and when he was full of shit. Earth, 2007. Washington Memorial College. Class, you need to submit the assignment within a week. I will get Yelena to check your research for plagiarism. Remember, you don't need to look too hard. Just try to make your own viewpoint about all that President H.K. Washington did in his years of service. Write what you think were the good and bad effects of his policies and how the world has changed with his absence. And Yelena, I hope you show something new like always. The professor who specialized in American history left the classroom. With that, nearly everyone stood up. Some left, but a lot of them walked towards Yelena. I will buy you whatever you want, just help me with this, please. I don't even know what she expects us to write. We've already done everything. Yelena, now 18 years old and a beautiful college student, smiled warmly. I will email you all a list of topics we can write about. Gran. I mean, Mr. President's life was full of historical events. But most of us only know about him after the plane crash incident, but there is so much more from the time when he was still a soldier. The students gratefully thanked her and started to leave after telling her their email ID. This was a regular occurrence in her college. Yelena was getting her bachelor's in American history. It may look like a useless degree, but to her, it felt perfect. After all, her wish was to one day enter politics. It was 3 in the afternoon already, so she decided to head out to get some late lunch. But, as soon as she walked out of the Washington block, she found her elder sister standing there, waiting. Happily jumping, Yelena ran to Natasha and hugged her tightly. So good to see you again. You look so hot. Where did you get that jacket? Is that a new haircut? Quade, so pretty. Ah, let's go and eat something. Natasha smiled at her little sister. Ruffling her head, she got out of the hug and broke the news, you want to eat. Here I thought you'd be interested in meeting someone returning from a long journey. Oh. Grandpa. Really? Let's go then, what are you waiting for? Did you bring a car? Allowing Yelena to pull her, Natasha chuckled, no, I didn't bring a car, but I did bring a fast bike. Let's go. The Freedom One was fitted with an invisibility shield and effortlessly landed on a giant underground hangar. Following that, Hector told the group of 100 Ravagers and his other friends to come out and follow him to his house, as the hangar was on his property. Since he owned thousands of acres of land, Hector had no worries about people finding out. In fact, he had to walk a lot to reach his house. But none of them complained as the view was stunning. The Potomac River flowed beside his property, sending a nice cool breeze their way. The ground was covered with short green grass and trees all around. It was fresh. What do you think? He asked Diana. She took a long breath and smiled, it feels like home. The smell, the air, nothing can compare with Earth. What's with the cowboy look? Logan inquired. Diana was indeed wearing a dress akin to a cowboy. Blue jeans, a brown jacket over an off-white shirt, a red scarf around her neck, and a cowboy hat on her head. Heck, she even had a gun attached to her waist. This was the only attire I could make out of various clothes. This gun. Hector gifted it to me last year. Haha, you look amazing, Diana. But maybe don't keep the gun with you. I have a few workers who maintain my property, and I don't want them to be spooked. Hector complimented her in his own way. 100 people appeared out of nowhere. I think they'd be spooked anyway, Yondu added. Soon enough, the big house was in the view, there it is, the beauty. He couldn't help but walk quicker towards the entrance. His memories were still fresh. So many people he met here, and so many plans and meetings took place. Great, they even put a guard to stop the trespassers, he exclaimed, seeing a small outpost with a police officer standing in it. Whoa. Mooney ran fast to walk beside his dad. The Ravagers also picked up their pace. Soon enough, Hector stood in front of the guard outpost. At the same time, he fiddled to find the keys in his pocket. I put them here. Nah, this is just the soul stone. NOP, the power stone, AH. Here it is. He proceeded to enter, ignoring the guard. However, a gun was suddenly aimed at him. Stop. Where are your tickets? And no pets allowed. Growling. Mooney showed his white fangs. T-ticket. What? Why would I need that to get into my home? BZZZZ, the guard spoke into his wireless as soon as he noticed a crowd approaching. Code 2, we seem to have a group of troublemakers. Send all teams. Sir, please step back, you are not allowed to enter this property without a visitor's ticket, and this is lunchtime. This is federal property. Trespassing is punishable by a prison sentence. _ But this is my home, he argued, frowning simultaneously. Bastard Kennedy never told him about this situation. In no time, a team of 4 more policemen arrived, guns out, aimed at Hector and Mooney. The first guard sighed and pointed at the gates. Look at that board, Washington Museum. You need a ticket to enter. God, I don't get paid enough to deal with these shitty cosplayers. Chapter 170, Forgotten or Remembered. Angered, he questioned, cosplayer? Why would I cosplay as myself? What the hell did those fuckers in the Congress did this time? Kid, who is the president? The officer looked at him dumbly. Did you come from space? The president is Jack MacArthur, and the vice president is Dick Cheney. Hector closed his eye for a second to remember the name. Jack. That oil-loving son of a bitch. Youngest son of General MacArthur. All the officers nodded their heads. Indeed, they, too, thought the guy loved oil a bit too much. Nearly every speech of his had mention of oil in it. Oh no. I hope he didn't mess with things too much. Fine, we shall leave. Hector turned around and walked away. But after making sure they could not be seen with Jean's powers, he ordered, Ravagers, go back to the ship and wait for me to clean this mess up. I don't know what happened, but they just turned my home into a museum about me. Buffed. Ha ha ha, Prez, you're dead in this world, Yonda joked. Peter too, how? Did they find your dead body? Jean was angry, we must punish whoever did this to Grandpa. Hector laughed it off, it's okay. I will head to the White House and whoop this new president's ass. You all wait on the ship. Mooney, let's go. I wanna go too. Me too. I wouldn't mind. Peter, Jean, and Diana got ready to walk with him. He didn't object to them either, fine. We will need to get the bus. Logan, you shouldn't come. I need someone to keep an eye on the clan. I repeat, do not be naughty. After giving his warnings, he walked away to the bus stop. Though when they arrived at the stop, they saw the timings. Just one bus every 2 hours. It was horrendous timing, especially if this was a tourist destination. Whoa. Can I take a picture with you? Your costume looks so real. All of a sudden, a group of tourists ran up to him, most of them being old folks. Then another group rushed. They were from the country besides the land of the rising sun. They didn't ask and went straight up to take pictures while standing in front of him. Boy, scare them away, he mentally told his son. Knowing what to do. Mooney went to a tourist, lifted his right leg and peed on him. This is how doggos show dominance. But after that, he started growling at them, woof. Grr. In no time, all tourists ran away. However, Hector was still out of options. So he walked to a tourist bus and spoke to the driver, I will pay you $1,000 if you immediately drop us off at Constitution Avenue. Where is the money? The man asked. Fuck, I got no dollars, Hector cursed, but he had something else. Here, see this gold brick. Now that was enticing. The driver looked around, it was lunchtime, and the group he had brought was yet to go inside the museum. Sure, get in. I will drop you off in a jiffy. And that's how they got a ride. Hector had called Kennedy to present his ass as soon as possible. So they decided to meet in front of the Lincoln Memorial. On the bus, Hector silently sat and watched the world outside. Things had changed so much by now. The whole vibe was different. People don't wear suits that much now, the cars don't look like boxes, and the biggest difference was people walking with something held near their ear, the mobile phone. In fact, there were many smartphones. He remembered that Apple launched their first iPhone in 2007 as well. I wonder what my company manufactures now. He tried to judge economic and social development by the look of the surroundings, but he quickly stopped himself as he realized that capital was never meant to look poor. This is where the people with power live and eat. If he genuinely wanted to see his country's progress, then he'd need to go on the internet and also the poorest neighborhoods. He had brought enough reforms and laws to ensure that no neighborhood was left out of good education and prosperity. He had brought in the baby bonds 20 years ago, and according to them, kids should be eligible to use their accumulated funds for business or college now. He'd need to investigate everything and then decide how many skulls he needed to stomp. It didn't take them too long as the roads were wide and there was no traffic congestion. After being dropped and handing the gold, Hector walked to the memorial. He saw Kennedy there with a cap from Hector's presidential campaign on his head, a mask and black sunglasses on his face. He waved excitedly at Hector and ran up to him. Sir. He hugged Hector like a young kid, despite being 90 years old. Bonk. Instead, he got a knock on his head. You damn fool, I just came here from Mount Vernon. How dare you turn it into a museum? Kennedy rubbed his head. Ugh. I had no other choice. The Secret Service found the rotten dead body of a dog and a man in the forest near where you disappeared. The news channels were going mad about you being dead, and I had no way to tell them that you were alive. So I allowed things to proceed by forging evidence, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//c/om. Wowoo. Mooney asked in barks. Sighing, Hector facepalmed. Yes, boy. We're both dead for this world. At least tell me we have Congress by the balls even now. He asked. After all, as long as he had this, he could do anything. But sadly, even there, he had lost. We are present everywhere. I have my network spread around in all walks of life, from top to bottom, but sadly, we don't have a majority anymore. I cannot pass any bill I want. I tried, but it was impossible. New blood got elected. These people were not under our control. My second term ended in '96, and since then, we've had 2 different presidents. Both were not our people. We still have plenty loyalists, however. Sigh, I will check things out later. Let's go to the White House now. I need to tell the current president that his daddy is here. He turned around and started walking. Kennedy ran after him. But you should not, he's not a decent man. He is shrouded in scandals. He was recently caught sneaking a female celebrity into the White House for a night. It made Hector laugh, as Kennedy was supposed to be like this originally. Who cares? He's still immortal. But we are not strong enough. He got his whole party supporting him. Peter burst into laughter. Ah, man, that's a nice joke. The old man here is the president of the United Galactic Federation. He rules over 2 whole galaxies in space and billions of planets. Kennedy stopped in his tracks and was left behind. His jaw had dropped, and his eyes widened in shock. He started talking to himself. President of 2 galaxies. I can't even fathom the scale of this power. How strong is the US president in front of him now? What the fuck? However, Kennedy returned to reality as soon as he heard Hector cursing. Hector was standing on the other side of the 17th Street, beyond the World War II Memorial. Normally, one should be able to see the Washington Monument from here, but a new building stood in front of Hector, obstructing the view. And the building itself was what made him curse. The building was bigger but similar to the shape and structure of the Lincoln Memorial. Though in this one, Hector's giant stone statue, 30 feet tall, was placed, sitting on a stone seat, donning his military coat. Beside the seat was also Mooney's statue, resting on the ground. And then his eyes fell on the stone wall behind the statue on which a few words were inscribed. He read them in silence and felt a bit conflicted. Jean muttered it loud, in this temple, as in the hearts of the people, for whom he saved the free world, the memory of Hector K. Washington is enshrined forever. Kennedy caught up. They made it after your alleged death. Hector merely sighed. I don't know how to feel about this. Sorrowful. Or honored. Diana patted his shoulder. I'd say honored. They don't know you're alive and tried their best to immortalize you in their memory. Kennedy nodded strongly. Lady, I don't know who you are, but you are right. Old man, you don't know the number of streets, buildings, and monuments named after you. Heck, your face is on the Mount Rushmore National Memorial, just to the left of George's face. But the mountain was deemed unfit for further carving, Hector exclaimed. Kennedy shrugged. I know, but since you gave the land to Lakota people, the natives decided to fund the project of reinforcing the mountain and then carve your face on it. So technically, it wasn't funded by the government. You should be proud, old man. A big smile formed on Hector's face. This was worth more to him than all government-funded memorials. Indeed. If they were motivated to go this far to remember me, then it seems my policies helped them. Bow WOWOO. Mooney sassily smacked his paw on Kennedy's ass and asked him something. The men by now knew about Mooney's intelligence, so he treated him like another human. You're asking about your face? Kennedy sighed. Well, that's the thing. They wanted to carve your face beside the old man's, but the government had to intervene and stop them, as many believed it would anger the people, who'd think the natives tarnished the image of presidents by adding a dog. Mooney sadly made some squeaking noises and went beside Diana to get some head pats. Kennedy felt like killing himself at that moment. The cuteness was unbearable. Don't worry, they still made a giant 60-foot-tall statue of you at the Memorial Park's entrance. Woefy. Really. In an instant, the good boy was happy. Hector sighed. His son was too gullible sometimes, compromising too quickly for little happiness. Great. Now let's go and smack the president. Chapter 171, Whole Again. Hector marched straight towards the White House estate's west entrance. Along the way, a lot of tourists tried to click a photo with him, thinking he was some paid artist. Peter, Jean, and Diana made sure nobody got closer to them. Mooney was also a pretty good repellent. They stopped in front of the guard post, who would contact the guards inside to tell them to open the gate. He seemed amused by Hector. That's a pretty good costume, man. Totally pulled it off. Hector sighed and rubbed his eyes. Son. Kennedy stopped Hector. Nobody was going to take him seriously at this point. He was dead for the world. So he walked forward and took off his glasses as well as his mask and cap. Yes, it's me, Kennedy. Call the chief of staff, I need to meet MacArthur. The guard's face just stayed frozen for a good minute. It required Kennedy to tap on his shoulder to wake him up. You still with us? Ah, yes, please wait. He quickly spoke into his wireless and informed his boss about the situation. Following that, a lot of surveillance cameras focused on them. Most likely, words and images were being passed around the White House at that very moment, and the live feed was being seen by many. Of course, the world knew that Kennedy was alive. It was Hector who was the most shocking. They refused to believe he was real, but then why would Kennedy appear here? A few men in suits quickly came out of the door with a suitcase in hand. They were a mix of Secret Service and staff. They first moved to Kennedy and showed him the open suitcase with a screen. Kennedy quickly put his palm on it and then showed his face. Immediately, the green light lit up on the suitcase's screen. Welcome to the White House, Mr. Kennedy. But as they were about to shut down the case, Kennedy stopped them. What are you doing? Take his reading as well. He may not be the president anymore, but he's still a lifelong Grand General of all Allied forces. Yet, they didn't move. Kennedy had to push them. You think he was dead? No, he was on a top-secret mission. It's classified information. Now go and confirm his identity. Hector obliged and first gave his palm print, then let his eye be scanned. It took a few seconds before the lights finally turned green and showed all the common identity details. Hector King, Washington, Grand General and ex-President of the United States of America. Authorization level 6-inch. Thud. The Secret Serviceman lost his grip, and the case fell down. But none of them bothered with it and kept looking at his face dumbly. WOOSH then, suddenly, like a jet cutting the air, their arms moved, and they saluted him with all seriousness. No matter how bizarre the situation was, this was their default reaction. Of course, ex-president was not supposed to be saluted, but Hector was the highest military authority in the world by his rank. General Washington, welcome back. Now Hector felt some peace of mind. Haha, thank you. Can I enter the estate now? I need to talk with the new president. They were given smooth entry after that, and nobody stopped. Even Jean, Peter, Diana, and Mooney walked in without a care. And since both of them were the OG boys who saw the modernization of this building, they went directly towards the Oval Office. As they arrived outside, the president's assistant stopped them. Kennedy just brushed her to the side. Move away, Karen, this is important. Seeing Hector's gaze on him, he shrugged. It's her real name. The thick door was pushed open, and they all barged in there. The current president was 60-some years old guy. This was his first term, and he enjoyed decent enough support. He only won because Kennedy could not run again. It seemed that a meeting was going on in the office. The Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff were present there. Both of them got up after noticing the noise. Kennedy was still regarded as the strongest politician in the United States, so he got due respect. But they didn't react to Hector, prompting him to scold the two. You're not going to salute the Grand General? What? N/O/vel/B//in.C//.om. All three, including the president's eyes, widened in shock. Hector just took a seat, tired by their shocked faces. In fact, he picked the file on the table and read it. And in 5 seconds, he threw it at President MacArthur. What the fuck is this? I need a list of all the wars you runts have started. Who are you? President Washington is dead, Admiral Michael Mullen, the CJCS, voiced. Hector sighed. The suitcase already confirmed it. I was on a secret mission. You are not high enough to know it. Now sit down before I make you, Admiral. And you, Jack MacArthur, what the heck is this? Why are you planning an invasion of Libya? He questioned. President MacArthur sat back in his seat. As absurd as he may have thought this situation was, nothing was impossible. The president knows a great many details, after all. It is what it is, but it's an intervention and not an invasion. Gaddafi is a dictator, the people want to be liberated there. To protect human values, we dash. BAM, Hector slammed his fist on the table, don't give me that bullshit. I will be auditing you, your predecessor and Kennedy's work as president. If it doesn't satisfy me, well, we'll see. One more thing, announce the closure of Mount Vernon as a tourist place for maintenance. Let's go, Kennedy. I am the president. You can't dictate me. President MacArthur roared. That's where you're wrong, kid. And congratulations, you just lost next year's re-election. He got up and left the way he came. The presidency was under a war-loving man, that was confirmed. But he'd rather not show himself to the world for now. As they walked out, Kennedy got nervous. Are you going to punish me too? If you've been a bad boy, yes. But you do deserve some spanking for the shit book you published. Apparently, the world thinks I'm a virgin, huh? Underscore. Kennedy nervously looked away. But isn't that true? Come here, you little. I'm going to make your ass so red that even baboons will shy away. After this small meeting, Hector decided to go to his nearby apartment to get a general sense of the situation. The world had changed so much in such a short time, but his problem now was that his worldview had changed. He couldn't just think about the United States and work at it. Instead, he saw Earth as a single unit. Sweet, Earth food, Peter was happy eating the noodles they ordered. Grandpa, can I order more? Woof. See, even Mooney wants more meatballs. Jean chirped. Hector waved his hand, sure. Go ahead. Hector, another delivery, Diana shouted from the door. As he heard her, he stopped working and looked around. Peter, Mooney and Jeans were sitting and eating like siblings, Diana calling him from the door. It felt like they were a real family. Butterflies jumped in his stomach. You know what, let's eat. Diana, you can also join. We will get all this work done later. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once again. Hector stopped Diana this time, saying, I'll see. But, as soon as he opened the door, a figure jumped at him and hugged him tightly. This prompted a loud laugh from him. Ha ha ha, how is my little Yelena? AAA, don't spoil my hairstyle, Grandpa. She complained as he ruffled her hair. But she didn't even fight. Hector then looked behind her. Natasha stood there. Well, these arms can fill 1,000,000 kids. What are you waiting for? Natasha grinned and jumped closer. She never, for even a second, felt alone or scared ever since Hector took her in. He created this new Natasha, confident and strong. He was the world to her. Bwahaha. I guess you two should move to Mount Vernon now. The family is finally getting together, for good this time. Kechak. Hee, I'm going to show this to Gamera, Jean exclaimed on the side. Peter's face paled. What do you want? Well, you were drooling over Natasha. I'm sure Gamera would pay me well for this proof. 100,000 credits sound good. No. That's my whole month's pay. And Natasha is just so pretty. I was shocked, not drooling. Peter defended his negligible honor. Oh ho, is that so? Good luck telling that to Gamera. Fine, take the money. Woof. Mooney, at that time, jumped on Natasha and Yelena and licked their faces. Of course, avoiding the mouth. Meow. Out of Yelena's bag, a cute chubby cat jumped out and hugged Mooney's face. It was none other than Goose, whom Hector had sent along the girls to provide protection. The gang was whole again. Chapter 172, Family Photo. Hector decided to spend his day with his family and keep them happy and entertained. He ordered a feast for the night and ate with everyone. He couldn't go back to Mount Vernon for now as it was still being cleaned and upgraded with space technology for security. But the next day, he needed to go out and buy a mobile phone for himself. Jean had already left to see everyone at the academy, and Peter had returned to Mount Vernon as he missed his green girlfriend. It only left Diana and Mooney with him. Oh, Yelena and Natasha also went back to work. Hector never put a leash on Mooney before, as the world knew that the good boy was smart during early times. But now, most see him as some random, brainless dog. Though the beauty that walked beside Hector offset any angry men who wanted to shout at Mooney. Diana looked incredibly gorgeous even with her full body covered. Even with a cowboy hat on her head. Wow. Mooney cutely barked and sat down in front of an ice cream shop. You want ice cream? Diana asked him, pulling his chubby cheek. Mooney opened his jaws and breathed heavily. He was so happy these days. Woof. Hector was going to deny him, as he didn't want to get Mooney addicted to sugar. But Diana folded her arms and watched him silently. He knew she wanted to buy him ice cream. Fine, I will buy. He went inside the shop and bought 1 blueberry and 1 strawberry ice cream. He was still wearing his red coat with all the medals and stars, he was used to it. But this also made him too recognizable. Can I have a picture with you? Your dress looks so amazing. Is it for the Comic-Con? The cashier asked him. This was nothing new to him, sure, child. So, he got a photo clicked and went out. Here, 1 for Mooney and 1 for the pretty lady. Although Diana had not asked for it, she didn't deny it and silently took it. She would have bought all this herself, but she lacked money at the moment. And knowing Hector was richer than even Bruce and Lex Luthor combined, she worried not. Soon, they entered an Apple store. Yeah, give me 2 of those iPhones. Bow wow. Give me 3 of those. In no time, he had a smartphone and got connected to the world through the amazing thing called the internet. Of course, it was slow at this point, but he can always get someone to upgrade these devices so he can enjoy better internet. He had space technology, after all. Kechak. Hector saw Diana taking a quick photo of Mooney and setting it as her wallpaper. He chuckled and did the same. Give me a good pose, boy. Mooney tilted his head slightly and made a cute confused face. Hector quickly took it. That's it, boy. I love it. Bow bow, woof woof. Mooney demanded something in return. Diana turned to Hector for translation, while he alternated his gaze on the two. He wants to take a picture with the 2 of us for his wallpaper. I see no problem with that. In fact, I am honored that he wants me in it, she accepted. Oh Mom, you have no idea, Mooney barked again in a low voice. Hector asked a passerby teenager to click a photo for him, as he had no selfie stick. Mooney quickly walked to stand in front of Hector and Diana. But he didn't like that there was so much gap. Wow. He knew Hector wouldn't agree, so he physically first pushed Diana and then Hector closer. After that, he braked again. Woof. He wants us to pick him in our arms. Diana didn't waste a second picking the furball. Hector helped too, but in the process, both their hands rested on each other's, not that they noticed. It was apparent already that they liked each other, but both awaited the right moment to initiate. Excitedly, Mooney gave a long howl when the photo was being clicked. The good boy longed for a cozy family since always, and now he was getting his wish fulfilled. But there were a lot of cameras that were clicking pictures, from good to bad to common folks. Hector looked too much like Hector. Be it secret agencies or news channels. All were interested in him. What are we going to do now? I thought he was dead. For God's sake, we had an international holiday named after him. President MacArthur tensed in his office. In front of him didn't sit any political figure, but rather a few businessmen. Is that guy everywhere on the news the real deal? Damn, he has not changed at all. Mr. Stark, please take this seriously. President Washington was the best at war and, at the same time, most against the wars. If he starts pulling the strings, I'm afraid the war in Libya won't work. President MacArthur sighed in panic. At that, Tony stood up and started walking around the Oval Office, touching various things. Especially the glass case inside which one of Hector's original red coats was kept. How does that change anything? He can't be the president anymore. We lobbied for all these years to finally make Congress go our way. But why am I being dragged into this? This isn't my job. I'm a simple genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. I pay, and you do the politics. I don't understand why you all are so afraid of him. My father was also rambling about mistakes and whatnot in his last days. A bald man stood up and walked to Tony to pat his back. Don't worry, Tony. I'm sure the president only invited you to ensure you know things if something happens. You go and have fun. I will handle everything. Tony did just that. What would I do if you were not here, Stain? All right then, I got an appointment with Victoria's Secret. Need to check some of their models for the upcoming fashion week, ciao. Left alone, everyone turned serious. Obadiah took his seat again and poured himself a glass of water, but instead passed it to the president. Don't worry, Mr. President. We will ensure you win next year as well. As for this resurrected Washington, we will spread the word that he's just an imposter, a costume artist. We shall make it impossible for him to reveal his identity. Killing him is not an option. But at the same time, we need to ensure his hold on Congress doesn't strengthen. I'm sure others will agree. He is an extremely influential man. Fighting him could also be a suicide. The CEO of ExxonMobil voiced. Obadiah sighed, if we do nothing, then we should prepare to go bankrupt. President MacArthur, we will funnel the money. You just ensure it reaches the right pockets. And so, a tacit understanding was reached. But, sad for them, Hector had not even started yet as he was yet to research. Mount Vernon. Kennedy had packed all his stuff and moved to Washington's home. He knew that his life was going to be anything but peaceful now. As he took his stuff inside, he saw a blue guy brushing his teeth. You brush in the evening? Yondu mumbled in reply, no. I brush thrice a day. I love my teeth. Space sure is a strange place for a fetish. Kennedy left the guy alone and went inside. But soon, he saw more madness. There was Mooney, getting his belly scratched by a guy who looked like he was a mix of E.T. and Predator. What the fuck is in space? As he went further, he found a green woman and human kissing. Cough is the president inside, n/o/vel/b//in.c/in.com. Peter and Gamera walked away and acted as if nothing had happened. Gamera straight up left. Yes, he's in there, sir. Peter responded and chased his girl. Kennedy entered Hector's office. Bam. But out of nowhere, a table clock flew past his face and slammed onto the wall, breaking apart. His heart nearly gave up on him. He looked and found the scariest look he had ever seen on Hector. Kennedy, you fucking useless twat. What is this crap? Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Somalia, and now Libya. Not to mention the mess in South America. Did you guys just impose sanctions on Venezuela? This is madness. Chapter 173, Earth Status. Kennedy froze in his place at that instant. I tried to stop them, Mr. President. I just didn't have the majority in Congress anymore. All these things were done at the end of President Bradley and under the current administration. They were going to launch operations on Iran and Pakistan as well, but I stopped them. Pakistan. I remember ending the partition of India and Pakistan on good terms. They were even economic friends. Why would we attack them? Hector questioned. Because of 9/11. The intelligence revealed that Osama hides in the mountains between Afghanistan and Pakistan. But Pakistan's military has refused to allow the US military to enter their land. Pakistan doesn't want anything to do with the Middle East. As they say, it will make them the target of extremist organizations and ruin all the development they have achieved. Kennedy explained to him in detail. He brought forward the file from his luggage and showed it to him. I knew you would drill my ass about all this, so I was preparing the names of all the sinners. But Hector didn't look. 9/11. What 9/11? What happened? Kennedy explained everything, that. On September 11 of 2001, 2 Air Force jet pilots went rogue from a nearby military exercise in the Atlantic. They were loaded and armed. With no warning, they sent 4 missiles into the Twin Towers, destroying them in the process. Thankfully, the X-Men came to the rescue and saved nearly everyone. The planes then flew in different directions. One tried to crash onto the White House but got shot down by the automated security system. The other one crashed on the Pentagon. The country was shaken by that. Sigh, that fucking fat butterfly. Hector cursed, confusing Kennedy. He could only hope that his policies didn't mess up the country more than help it. And it was Osama who did it. But why did Al-Qaeda attack us? I had told you not to enter Afghanistan. Kennedy shook his head quickly. No, it was not the Al-Qaeda. Who even are they? No, that's just a made-up name. The real name of the terrorist organization is 10 Rings. They want nothing but more violence around the world, as that's good for business. The real Afghan people love America, not anymore though since we sent troops. Hector fell into deep thinking. He had heard about the name of this super bad organization. It was supposed to be related to some sort of artifact. But he had no idea who ran it. You got information about it? A/N, remember, Hector died before these movies came out. No, but the Pentagon does. They know a lot about Osama and the 10 Rings, but they refuse to take action, as straight-up killing the target is not that profitable. They did the same with Iraq, and they will do that with Libya now. I hate the current administration, but I have no mind-controlling powers. Hector patted Kennedy's shoulder. It's okay, boy. You tried your best. But don't worry, I'm here now. I will deal with everything. From the administration to 10 Rings. Did my social and economic reforms do well? This time Kennedy grinned big. But just then, Diana disturbed them as she brought him some letter. A man by the name of Happy dropped this outside. Hector put it to the side and allowed Kennedy to continue. Go on, boy. Well, natives are happy. The non-white population is happy. The white population is happy too, since, with your policies, the economic gap was reduced between communities. The advantage that one used to get just from belonging to a wealthy family is not big anymore. Now, we are slowly moving towards a nearly equal status. The police are good since they get longer training. The guns are in the right hands. There are still a few accidents, but they are limited and rare. Your policies were a hit, old man. That sure was a relief to him. Finally, some good news. Go and set up your office then. I will get back to you later. Let's see what's in this letter now. He tore it open and found a typed letter. Hey, old man. Come and join me at my home. Let's have a drink. Hector quickly picked up the file Kennedy left and looked for a name. *Psi** Diana, do you believe in second chances? Somewhere secret. Are you sure it's him? Yes, the identification suitcase checks it. He's the real deal. What should we do now, sir? This will mess up all our plans. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Do nothing. Keep your distance from him. Do as those fools in the White House do. Let them get all his attention. Malibu, California. Tony Stark is the man the world envies, not for his riches, but for his lifestyle. He was no less than a celebrity, and his house was like a magnet for the most beautiful female celebrities. Every morning, a new one would hurriedly leave in a car. The majority owner of the Stark Industries was a man who hunted for the flesh, both in bed and foreign lands. His weapons were the hottest commodity in the world, touching the hands of powerful people in nearly all nations. The machine was well oiled and pumped more cash than ever. Did Tony care about anything? No, as long as the money kept rolling, he was a happy man. How are you still the same as back then? Tony opened the door and saw Hector. Hector shook hands and entered the house. You sure have made a pretty neat house for yourself. Yup, God bless America, I guess. So, where were you all this time? My pops thought you had died. Hector walked to the large window that overlooked the sea. It was a mesmerizing view. It's classified. Kennedy told me about him, however. Howard regretted his life decisions when on his deathbed. I hope you won't be the same. Tony hated being taken a jibe at. Me. Regrets? Are you still stuck on those 80s jokes? Old man, money is something that can keep you always entertained. Hector shrugged. I have more than you. I'm pretty bored, honestly. Anyway, why did you want to meet me? I'm sure it was not about you catching some STD, seeing how adventurous you are. Hee hee, good one. But no, I make sure they are checked before they get pecked by me. I just wanted to give you a heads up, stay away from the White House. You had your run. You're too old for that now. Hector couldn't help but bring out a smile. He didn't ask and poured himself a glass of whiskey from the wall cabinet. Your father said similar things to me before the Vietnam War. Kid, I do what I wish to do. It's you who should learn a lesson. You are so tiny to me that I can't even bother to take you seriously at this point. So conceited and arrogant. You're like a fish who can't see beyond the pond. So, while you're on your high horse, don't be blind and look around at the trail of blood you left behind. You know, millions died in the air raids on Europe, Tokyo, and other Japanese cities on your orders. You are not the good old man you try to show yourself as. You can fool the world, not me. Tony barked back in a taunting voice, arms stretched wide open as if he was the king of the world. Hector sighed, wondering if this Tony would ever get on the right path. But again, his kidnapping was yet to happen. You still don't understand your weapons, their power and effect, kid. World War II was something we didn't start, but we had to enter. But we can't say the same about these recent ones, can we? Good night. May the god of brains grant you some, and the goddess of fertility castrate you. Don't tell me I didn't warn you tomorrow when you watch the news, Tony barked. Hector saw Pepper walk in as he left. Oh, hey there, dear. Your boss is so dumb. She looked amazed. Tony. Who was that? He looked so real. Nothing, just a lunatic. What is on my schedule today, Miss Potts? You have a meeting with your board and an interview with CBNS News, she read from the notes. Ah, that hot anchor, right. Cross everything other than the interview. Outside, Hector got into his SUV. Where to now, Prez? Logan asked from the driver's seat. Kennedy was also there, sitting in the back seat with Hector. SHIELD headquarters. See Tony on Discord at Chapter 174, House of Cards News. Who is this man? Where did he come from? Nobody knows, but we do know that his impression of President Washington, the second one, is impeccable. We tried to get an interview with him, but it's too hard to get a hold of him. In the next segment, our defense correspondent is here to discuss the latest move of President MacArthur for military intervention in Libya. Correspondent, we are still not out of our previous commitments. Entering another war zone will squeeze our budget tight. I don't know if we can keep supporting baby bonds, health services, and other welfare schemes. News anchor, so you are against the war. Correspondent, I am against putting American lives at risk for something that's only going to make a few rich folks richer. Our administration has failed the nation. That's the reality. You know, that President Washington costume guy, I wish he was the real deal. News end. Hector watched various channels to see what the situation of the media was. It was not very good, except for a few channels. All were corrupted and bought out. The American people were being fed garbage. This was the result of a market that's a bit too free. It seems I will have to launch a crusade or something. He muttered while on his way to SHIELD headquarters. Soon, the car ride came to a halt in front of a skyscraper in the middle of the river. Hector got out and looked around. He could feel that multiple eyes were on him. The whole area was most likely under the influence of the SHIELD. Sir. Natasha. Haha, I knew you'd be here. He found his adopted daughter waiting for him at the entrance, wearing a professional suit that didn't suit her. I never took you as office lady kind, he patted her head. Grandpa, I'm afraid the higher-ups have denied you from entering the premise, she said, looking strained. If she could, she'd have let him destroy the whole building. But Hector laughed, haha, of course, they would. But they have no authority. I created SHIELD, and I wrote the law concerning the chain of command in SHIELD. Surprise, surprise, I have the highest authority even now, and unless they change the law, they can't do anything. Let's go in. What? But. He went straight past the door and stopped at the entry scanner device. Instead of scanning his palm, Hector tapped the buttons on it and turned the lights green. Bwahaha, master code, kids. Shocking every agent in the vicinity, he ignored them all and entered the lift. Which floor is your director's office, Natasha? Taking a sigh, she tapped on the panel. I don't even care about getting into trouble anymore. Hector looked back. The lift had a glass wall from which you could look outside. He chuckled inside. Is this the lift where Steve beat those guys? Ding. This way, Grandpa. Logan, watch my back and heighten your senses. If you feel anyone is listening to us, kill them. Kennedy, stay by my side. your S may be superhuman, but it's still an S that can be split apart with a good blade. By the way, who is your director? He asked. It's Colonel Nick Fury, ex-Army, ex-Special Force. He's a big fan of you, to be honest. And you trust him? He asked what matters the most. After all, 19 years was enough time for someone to go corrupt. Natasha didn't agree nor deny it. She was still new to the agency, after all. She joined it on her own this time instead of being forced to do it. She had free will, and nobody could order her to do something she'd rather not. I don't know. He's weird. Whoosh. Finally, the last door opened, and there stood a black bald man with an eye patch, wearing all black clothes under a long black leather coat. He tried to look as serious as possible, but inside, he was excited like a little girl. What did you give me when I came to your home 19 years ago? Oh, a test. I gave you my Medal of Honor that I won after winning the Africa campaign, then I gave you a glass of orange juice, and you let Mooney operate your gun, he answered in one breath. Fury nodded. He knew Hector was in space doing something, but he needed to be sure right now. How did you know about me looking good with an eye patch back then? Hector smirked. That's classified. Anyway, is this room secure? Fury looked left and right first. Then he walked to his desk and pressed a button placed under the table. Now it is. And General, it's good to have you back, he saluted this time. At ease, son. Do you still remember what you told me the last time? Are you still ready to die for your country? Fury knew it was coming. His life was going to change from this moment onwards. He had a bazillion questions. But he stayed silent. Yes, Sir. Good, take a seat. Natasha, dear, you too. Fury, you can trust Natasha with your life. She's my adopted daughter. You know Logan, and Kennedy, well, I groomed him since the war. That sounds so wrong, Kennedy muttered. Cough. Anyway, I am here to tell you all something. I created S.H.I.E.L.D. not to fight small wars and keep America safe. Instead, I created it to keep Earth safe. Natasha will debrief you later about my activities in outer space, Fury. Rest of you, I am going to change American politics from being focused on national interests to be focused on global interests. Currently, our national interest means keeping the capitalist overlords happy, but in this new policy, the target will be to grow the planet as one and work for humanity as one species. I wish to integrate Earth into space civilization as soon as possible and make it a member of the UGF. So, from now on, S.H.I.E.L.D. will help me take down some nasty elements of our society. We first need to clean America before looking outwards. Are you with me, Fury? I am. It's a fact that America under your administration saw the biggest boom and peace. I disagree with the current folks in power. Fury agreed. He had his own doubts deep inside, however. He was a person who never agreed so easily. But he'd rather be in Hector's camp and watch things from the inside than be outside and stand against him. Great, let's start with the World Security Council. Hector took out a file from the bag Kennedy held. Fury was confused. What do you mean? Hector didn't make any suspense and dropped the biggest, fattest bomb. Alexander Goodwin Pierce is a senior Hydra leader secretly. Motherfuck. 7 days later. Happy birthday. Oh whoa. With a big cute birthday hat on his head, Mooney sat on the chair. A giant multi-level cake was placed in front of him with many candles. He was excited and licking everyone's face who came near him. The Ravagers, Ancient One and even Fury were present there. They were in a massive animal shelter that Hector opened years ago at Mooney's request. And since Mooney was the boss here, he ordered the animals to behave. So, from a cat to a horse to a smuggled lion recently found, everyone stood around and watched while also getting lots of pats from everyone. Mooney, look here for the photo. Hector was acting like any loving father would. While Diana was the acting mother, making sure that Mooney didn't eat the cake too soon. I love this. I love this. I love this. Mooney was repeating this one thing again and again. He never had a birthday like this. Professor Mooney, I brought the whole school. Jean soon arrived with the school for gifted children staff. Charles, Eric and Raven had gotten older, but visibly they appeared late middle-aged. Raven was the same, though. One after another, each appearing person would put their gifts near Mooney, soon creating a mountain of them. Okay, let's cut the cake. Hector placed a sword's hilt on Mooney's jaws. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. The good boy slashed the cake like a master ninja and cut out a small slice. He used his big chubby paw to pick up the piece and looked at Hector. Dad. Hector took a small bite from Mooney's paw. After all, the first bite goes to the one you love the most. But then Mooney turned to Diana and called her. She took a bite from the same slice and kissed the boy on the forehead. AWOOOOO, he howled at the sky. Best day ever. After being done with his parents, he called Jean, Yelena, Natasha, and Peter individually. He was going to feed it to everyone, including all the animal friends there. Beep beep. Hector's phone rang just then. He read the message. The content made him grin dangerously. Haha, take that, dumbass. U.S. Senate. Yeah. Nay. Nay. A roll call vote was taking place under the guidance of Dick Cheney as the vice president. The content of this vote was particularly important as they sought to change the laws regarding national security, mainly S.H.I.E.L.D. The president and the rest of the people in control had found out that Hector had created loopholes years ago to give himself the highest authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. They could not openly come out and do something as that would prove Hector is real. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But slowly, as the votes were being cast, it became clear that Hector's reach had not diminished. It had just gone silent due to not having a full majority. But now, when he was back, all the sleeper cell representatives and senators were activated. They belonged to both parties, and this sent a chill down the spines of all who knew what was going on. It became clear that Hector could stop any law from passing if he wanted to. The house of cards was ready to fall apart at Hector's light touch. For a master of galactic politics, what was a small planet? The game had only begun, and Hector won't let any sinner run. Not from justice, and absolutely not from his fist of freedom. Chapter 175, Real American Hector. As Mooney played with his animal friends, Hector had a meeting with Charles, Eric and Raven about mutant rights. The two were still prominent in politics, but they could never go beyond being senators. Prepare yourself. I am going to bring in Civil Rights version 2. It will include not just the gifted ones but also aliens from space. We need this if Earth is supposed to become a planet among the space communities. Hector announced. How are you going to counter the backlash? Eric asked. Hector smirked. Don't worry about that, kid. I have plans for 2011. After that year, everything will change forever. But until then, we need to do the groundwork. The X-Men will be upping their game and won't just save those in natural disasters but also manufactured disasters. For example, in a war zone. I have tech from space that will help me record everything and create propaganda machinery. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. That's the primary job of my clan. So for now, they will be my PR machinery, though Adam will be the one controlling it. In fact, the PR machinery had already been activated, with documents from the US government being leaked out everywhere. The papers had internal military inquiries for crimes against humanity and corruption. But, of course, these investigations came out as wrong. Hector had enough people in Congress to ensure he could gather all the needed material. The president was going to live his life in hell for the coming months. When will you announce your return to the world? Raven asked him. If I came out right now, they wouldn't accept that I'm real. Not to mention, the mass media is under the control of the political and capitalist overlords. So I'm going to bring them down to their heels too. Just wait, something great will happen soon. When that happens, Pandora's box will be open. Woof. Dad, play with me. Hector got up. Well, folks. My son here has called me to play with him. You all eat and have fun. Mooney, I will counter till 10 to give you a head start. Whoosh. The boy vanished from his place in the blink of an eye. Days passed, and work was going as usual. Diana was interested in knowing about this world. But, when she started to look through the internet, she found how vastly different was the history. Especially everything regarding Hector. It was as if he single-handedly fought the World War. Not only that, his past as the governor and then his later years as the president were also filled with outstanding achievements. Oh, interesting. So he was the last person in the United States to fight a duel, back in 1889 legally. And it was on a dispute of increasing his salary. Buffed. She read some interesting facts about Hector. Enough articles were circulating about him. It seems everyone loves him, no matter which political side they are from. But, sadly, I wonder if things will be the same now. Let's see what they are saying about him now. She looked for the latest news about Hector. The first thing she found was an article talking about a costume artist that looked too real. She was alone and, without reservation, burst into laughter. I can imagine his face. Slowly, as she continued to read more and more about him, the things he did in the past, saving so many people, bringing justice and good change. A silent smile stayed on her face. Her heart felt at peace the more she read out about him. How can he be related to hell? But then a realization came, why am I so concerned about him? She knew the answer already, apparent by the faint blush. I wonder what he also thinks about me. Does he even think about me? Venezuela. Hector had come to this nation to check the situation and see what he could do. He didn't care if they were socialists. Many Nordic nations were also socialists, but that was socialism done right. It only happens when a nation has a highly educated population with a wealthy government. Venezuela had none of the two. But they had a dream and a shit ton of oil. Hector didn't give a crap if they sold oil and made money. But, since Venezuela had so much oil, various nations didn't want it to enter the market as it would lower the prices, hence less profit. Meanwhile, Hector dreamt of making oil as cheap as water worldwide while using this cheap oil to boost the economies of emerging nations. Of course, it would mess up Earth's climate, but he didn't care about that either. Reason. Well, Hector knew of a magical thing that existed in the universe called Infinity Stones. So as long as he's got all of them, all he needs to do is snap his finger and turn Earth's resources and climate back to that of 1750. But, of course, renewable resources will be mainstream at that point. Did you order the shield? I don't want them to interfere when I start hunting the 10 rings. Kennedy nodded. Yes, they will not help Tony when he's kidnapped. Oh, what's that? Diana's photo as wallpaper. Hector blankly looked at Kennedy while showing his phone screen. Do you not see Mooney and me? Hee, there are enough photos of you too, but you put one with her. It's okay, old man. I won't tell anyone. Oh, look, we're about to land, Kennedy pointed out. Hector sighed and looked at the wallpaper in silence. Well, Mooney does call her mom, and she's a pretty, wonderful woman. A few moments later, the plane landed. The car was waiting for them with some security escorts. They didn't need it, but Hector was acting low right now. He had even tied his hair in a bun on the back, looking like a hippie. Instead of his red coat, he wore a simple loose beach shirt and long shorts. He wouldn't meet the nation's president. The guy was corrupt and might get killed if Hector was to face that bullshit. So instead, he was going to buy some land, a lot of it. Land that will one day pump out some oil. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D., he had the best intelligence, including Venezuela's private land survey information. So Hector knew precisely who to contact and what to buy. It was dirt cheap real estate. In fact, this was just the start, and he would extract oil from anywhere he could. Yes, he was going full American, but for good this time. Afghanistan. Is it better to be feared, or respected? And I say, is it too much to ask for both? With that in mind, I humbly present the crown jewel of Stark Industries' Freedom line. It's the first system to include our proprietary repulsive technology. They say the best weapon is the one you have to never fire. I respectfully disagree, as I prefer the weapon that you only have to fire once. That's how Dad did it, that's how America does. President Washington did it with Iwo Jima, that's a legend. It has worked out pretty well so far. If I had an excuse to let these once off the chain, I'd personally guarantee you that the bad guy won't even want to come out of their caves. The missile launching system on the side activated and swiftly sent out one of them. It flew into the sky, and soon, smaller missiles came out from it, headed straight towards the ground. Tony Stark didn't look behind and stood smugly, for your consideration. The Jericho. He raised his arms to the sides, letting the airwaves generated hit him in the back and fly off the caps of army officers. The destruction behind him was enough to consider anything on the mountain that was alive now dead. An exchange of some fine drinks and Tony informing Obadiah Stane about the deal followed. Everything went smoothly for the showcase, and now it was time to return home. However, on the way, missiles fell on the convoy, destroying every single military vehicle except the one with Tony Stark in it. He tried to jump out to safety, but then a missile landed right in front of him. It was dud, but the name on it was clear. He saw Stark Industries written on it. God bless the factory defect. Stay down, stay down. Bam. Before he could react, a few English words and then Arabic reached his ears, and soon after, something hit his head. Just as this happened, a short distance away on a mountain, a man sat with binoculars in his hand. He was wearing a desert camouflage suit but had no sniper. Instead, he only had a communication machine. Chapter 176, Reigning Presidents. You can read 60 chapters in advance and got FIC on /MisterImmortal. The Democratic Republic of Congo. The country was neither democratic nor a republic. But as Juliet said, what's in the name? Hector was here to outbid the Chinese brothers who had arrived in this resource-rich land to buy their cobalt mines. Why did they arrive? Sadly, it can be attributed to bad Western world policies. He had initially set plans in motion so that the United States could cash in when the world finally started turning to EVs. But since the last two presidents and various world leaders were so pro-oil, they simply moved out of DRC. So now, the Chinese were here as they knew the worth of these precious minerals. Hector would outbid them as he was already going to fuck Earth up, he might as well suck it dry while at it. Not just that, Hector was going nuclear about messing up the planet. He cared about not harming the air around places where people live, and the same with the rivers. The rest of the areas can be exploited to the max. Mr. King, I would like to gift you something for today's historic deal. I heard you like wild animals. So I gift you this family of silverback gorillas. A mother, father, and son. The president of DRC, who was not going to live for too long after the mad soul-selling contract he had signed, offered. A truck with a cage stopped beside him, and the cloth was taken off its back. Gra. Woof. Mooney barked back at the papa gorilla. Hector felt sad for them, seeing how scared they were and the male was trying to protect the female and the child. I appreciate your gift, President. Mooney, go and play with them. Mooney nodded and trotted close to the cage. He then had an excellent talk with the big gorilla. Bow wow whoa whoa. Don't worry, my dad will take care of you. Mooney tried to make sure the little gorilla family was not tensed out. Then they were all put on the plane with Hector, and they flew away. Hector watched the news on the flight. Haha, it's been a month since Stark was kidnapped. He should be getting his ass hooped right now. He was in no hurry to save the guy. Even the army won't be able to help him sooner as S.H.I.E.L.D. was not assisting. But Hector was going there anyway, as he had a strong boy to recruit into S.H.I.E.L.D. Hector looked out of the window at the African forests. Kennedy, look down there. What would you say if I told you there is a secret super high-tech city with alien-level advanced tech? Kennedy looked down, and all he saw were trees and animals. Then I would say, oh wow, and sit back and drink. Hector was amazed by his calmness, not shocked. Kennedy shrugged, you are the president who runs 2 fucking galaxies, and I'm supposed to be amazed by a secret city. Even a god falling from the sky will be just another day at this point. Oh, that's supposed to happen next year, Hector blurted without thinking much. I need a bloody drink. Where are we going anyway? Kennedy walked to the bar. Kandahar. Afghanistan. For that Stark boy, he wondered. Yes and no. Now, where is that boy, Mooney? Diana will complain if I let him get dirty again. Hector quickly got up and went to the back of the plane. Kennedy sighed while smiling alone, just get married, damn it. In the cargo hold of the plane, Mooney had jumped into the cage of the gorillas with magic and was now playing with them. Yes, my dad is awesome. But wait till you see my mom. She is the best. She gives me treats every time I pee and poo in the toilet. Hee hee. Mooney happily talked with his new friends. He had made them calm and happy. Kandahar, Afghanistan. Kandahar was a city located in the south of Afghanistan. It was not beautiful anymore. Nothing in the Middle East was beautiful anymore. Thanks to the constant war, First with the USSR and now the US and Russian involvement, the land was like a testing ground for weapons. Hector hated to see this. He imagined the unique architecture these lands once possessed. Maybe human life was not great, but the place was pretty. From Islamic to Buddhist and Hindu temples, all present in one place called Afghanistan, the graveyard of empires. Currently, the city of Kandahar was being raided by a special team of United States Armed Forces best soldiers. Under Operation Cerberus, a death squad was formed. Of course, the death squad was very illegal as it aimed to conduct specifically targeted killings that Congress did not sanction. But this one operation went wrong, and now the team was stuck, half of them dead and the other half having suffered injuries. The commander of the unit has lost an arm alone. But then one brave and mad soldier rushed out, jumping straight towards the enemies and killing them like a murder machine. He was like an animal on a hunt. However, the real animals were arriving. Asterisk growling. Asterisk the sound of plane engines echoed over the whole city. All stuck soldiers looked at each other's faces, wondering if it was backup or an airstrike. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. It was night, so they were able to see the sky clearly. But to their shock, a fucking passenger aircraft was passing by at a low altitude with all its lights on and the cargo hangar left open. Is that backup? They wondered. No. Don't expect any. Our team is a secret. We either win or die. Their commander, Ray Schoonover, destroyed their hopes. However, just then, they heard the sound of something falling at high speed. Why do I have to go? Kennedy complained. Son, you are a super soldier, act like one. And look at you, tall and heavy muscular build. You can squash skulls with your hands. Mooney, get ready. You are going to help that boy, Frank Castle. He ordered from the plane's cargo ramp. What will you do? Kennedy inquired. Hector's face grew a wicked grin. You know, these men aren't supposed to be here. They are here on an illegal mission, acting as part of an illegal death squad created by the order of the president. This means it's a treasure trove for me. Bwahaha. Poor guy, I pity him. Kennedy sighed. Beep. The lights turned green. It was their cue to jump. Hector pushed Kennedy first with a parachute. Then Hector and Mooney jumped with nothing, as they had no fall damage. Shoo! As if rockets headed towards the land. Mooney didn't forget to howl to ensure maximum fear in the enemy's hearts. He was a bad boy tonight. Boom. Hector landed straight in the middle of the stuck army soldiers. The sand flew around, making them shut their eyes. Mooney landed right on the terrace of the building nearby and started ripping apart men with their AKs. Kennedy was still coming down. God bless America, right? It seems God heard you. Hector's words felt like the devil's speech to them. They gulped and waited. Then slowly, the dust settled, revealing the 6 stars on the red coat's shoulder, the long white beard and hair, and, finally, a cigar in the mouth. Eyes widened, and jaws fell open. MMR President. Father. General. FUCK, the last one was the guy who knew he was dead meat now. And he was the commanding officer. Hector looked around, and there were many wounded soldiers. He took out vials of Mooney's saliva and threw them one each. Apply them to your wounds. It will heal. Give me one. Ray Schoonover asked for one too. Hector shook his head. Oh no, not you, lad. You are my prize trophy, my ticket to ensure this fuckery that the president started ends. You thought you could fund this little illegal operation with the drug money. But, sad for you, I returned not from death. I was just on a long vacation. Hector's voice was recognizable to all of the boys. They were all older men in their late 20s or more. They had seen Hector resign from his office when they were young. And hence, they were very patriotic about him. What? Drug money? I thought we were doing official work. Billy Russo questioned. Hector sighed. Of course, you were doing official work illegally sanctioned by the president. Ray Schoonover. I'd say Ray, bend over now. Because man, you're about to get nailed in the ass by the court. I didn't do it alone. And you have no authority. Ray Schoonover shouted quickly. I do have the authority as per the Constitution of the United States of America. Article 87 and NATO Article 35, the Grand General is the highest-serving rank that commands over all of the military of the United States and the Allied nations. He replied. Scoffing, Hector walked up to him. I know. The leader is William J. Rawlins III, nicknamed Agent Orange, the former director of covert operations for the CIA. His ass will be drilled too, don't worry. You sleep for now. Bam. The rest of you, get up and keep this man alive. I shall go inside and see what's going on. He ordered them and left. But as soon as he left, Kennedy dropped down. He looked around at the confused soldiers and the unconscious armless body. Ugh, what did I miss? It's raining presidents today. God. I want to fuck Angelina Jolie. A soldier randomly shouted while looking at the sky. A few seconds passed, and nothing happened. Finally, he embarrassingly lowered his head. Fuck. Don't forget to stone my new book. Chapter 177, Wondrous Woman. You can read 60 chapters in advance and got FIC on /MisterImmortal. Hector walked inside the building to see how Frank Castle was doing. It didn't surprise him when he saw Mooney had already dealt with all aggressors. No, Mooney was licking Frank's wounds, healing them. Click. But due to being on edge, Frank quickly pointed his gun at Hector as soon as he felt another presence. But he had run out of bullets. Easy, boy. I'm from your side. Mr. President. Frank muttered in confusion, wondering if he was hallucinating. Wowoo. Mooney barked, asking for some pats for beating the bad guys. Haha, good job, son. Let's go now. We've got other places to be. Lieutenant Frank Castle, you are dismissed from the death squad. William Rawlins and Ray Schoonover were illegally running it. They peddled drugs from here to New York and got rich. You were just a little soldier boy. What? All this was meaningless. But so many of us died today, the man was obviously going into madness. He might just go on another killing spree. Yes, but don't worry. They will die soon enough. After all, their actions were authorized by your new war and oil-loving president. I will bury all of them together. Meanwhile, I got another job offer for you. Join me, and become a SHIELD member. A secret organization that saves Earth from unconventional threats. You know, supernatural things and aliens. Hector blabbered. Aliens are real. As expected, every American's wet dream, aliens. It caught his attention. Of course they do. And they are a threat to us in the long run. Why do you think I came out of my retirement? Oh, look at the sky. The sun is about to rise. Quick, get up, we have another place to go. Can you ride a bike? He asked the young man while extending his hand. Frank took it gladly and got up. What about the men, the drugs, and those bastards? Calm down, kid. Those dead shall remain dead. Those wounded have been healed. We will head back to the US soon, and then you will have the luxury of seeing them die. I will get you a front seat for their execution. Mooney, go and check where the dirt bikes and the desert truck are. He ordered them around. Just then, the sound of helicopter blades started to vibrate around. They were from SHIELD. As Ray Schoonover was too valuable to be left with others. In no time, all the men got taken away in the choppers. Then, Hector got into his truck with Mooney and Kennedy while Frank was given a bike. Then they headed straight towards deeper parts of Afghanistan to find a certain billionaire boy. They would stop in random places at night, erect a tent, and cook some meat. Kennedy would play the guitar while Hector and Mooney would start yodeling loud. Heck, some desert wolves would come and join the party and dance with Mooney. Frank Castle was in the weirdest situation of his life. Everything that was happening was feeling like he was on drugs or something. While eating, he asked Hector, why don't you just stop this war? I'm sure if you come out, the world will rally behind you. Hector scoffed, why? Is world peace just my responsibility? I joined the army back in 1886 when I was just 16. I retired from my combined governmental services in 1988 as the president. Gave more than a century to America. What do we get? Bloody leeches as the president and the society fall apart slowly. All my previous policies will fail at one point if you people don't get it together. They already can't support the baby bonds with the speed they are waging wars. The only ones getting rich are the corporates. Fuck them. I've done my fair share of work. I am looking at world interests now. Frank fell silent, knowing Hector was right. For a man who gave 100 years to his nation, the current state was saddening. Yeah, I'd be disappointed too. New York. Diana stood at the top of the Empire State Building in her wonderful Wonder Woman armor. The only difference was that she also donned a cape fixed on her left shoulder. In addition to that, she had the Green Lantern ring on her right-hand index finger and also Batman's belt. These were her cherished memoirs from her past life in another world. She looked at the vibrant city filled with noise and, sadly, crime. Well, I don't have work like Hector, so I might as well just do what I'm good at. But I wish dear Mooney was here. She leapt from the top of the building and flew straight down. Then, just before reaching the ground, she pulled up and flew over the streets high enough not to put anything in danger. She increased her hearing and tried to find any crimes happening. Arg. Help. She heard the first cry for help. Wasting no time, she changed her direction and arrived on top of a building. She could feel the voices coming from the basement. Fisk Industries. She had no idea about the evils of this world, the various organizations and bad folks. However, she had tried to cram everything in the last few weeks. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. How do I get there? Through the main entrance or somewhere else? Oh, I got Hal's ring, she tapped on her head and remembered. Diana quickly used the power and turned herself intangible. With that, she could reach anywhere she wanted. She dropped straight down to the basement, in fact, the third basement. It was large and empty, but the sound persisted. Hector had taught Diana that even superheroes need proof of their work. So they can ensure nobody can manipulate the people. So Diana took out the camera and started recording everything. Some sort of an exchange was going on between a big fat man in a white suit who was beating another man tied to the chair. You dare enter my property to film evidence? Do you take me for a fool? You shall not see the light of the day again. Spit. The man on the chair spat on the other guy's face. Fuck off, animal. You are just a low-life mob boss. I told at least a dozen other reporters where I was going. If I die, questions will be asked. The fat man scoffed, then perhaps more people shall die. Kill him. The goons started to walk up to the guy with a chainsaw in their hands. They were going to cut him into pieces. I also own a fish business. Foolish humans, don't even check before eating meat. You will simply vanish from this planet. Go to hell, Kingpin. You fat moronic fucking pig. Diana chuckled from hiding. The man was undoubtedly headstrong. She decided she had seen enough and walked out of the wall. Okay, the party's over. Let him go, and I might not break your bones. As soon as the men turned their faces to look at her, their jaws fell, and their eyes shined. Her beauty stunned them, literally. Who are you? I didn't know this clown bought a fancy dresser. Kingpin barked while lustfully looking at her. I want her alive. The goons ran toward her. Diana didn't budge, nor did the gaze bother her. She was used to it. As soon as the first guy reached her, she just punched him. Boom. Thud. The guy was thrown away so intensely that his head smashed open against the wall. Diana sighed. I used too much force. Hector has truly spoiled me with the spars. She used Hal's ring and created multiple cages to put the cronies in. Then she watched Kingpin, the big man. You feed people human flesh. I got everything on tape, I only need to apprehend you. Kingpin's eyes narrowed, and he raged in anger. You fucking bitch. Die. Like a giant, he threw his fist like a hammer on her. Diana merely smacked it away with the back of her hand. Please don't try. I do not want to kill you. But Kingpin didn't stop. So Diana caught his arm and broke it. Snap. Arg. Kingpin stepped back. Diana jumped at that time and kicked at the big man's knees, breaking them easily. Ay. He fell down now. This was her cue. She punched his face with minimum power. Bam. Stay down. Boom. Down. Fu har u. Kingpin had lost all his teeth already and asked for her identity with a bloodied, tearful face, swollen from everywhere as if he had tumors. Diana proudly put her hands on her waist. I am Wonder Woman, a proud mother of one good boy. Now go to sleep. She punched him one last time. Bam. Finally, having some peace, she untied the poor beaten journalist. Are you okay? Here, put this on the wounds. What's your name? The man, at first, was mesmerized by her face, her voice, and above all, her mad strength. Ah. Wah. What? Yes. I am a journalist. Thank you for saving me. I'm Eddie Brock. All right, let's get you out now. These men are finished. She helped him up and transported Kingpin with his lackeys by using Hal's ring. This Diana was vastly different from the old one. She had compassion but, at the same time, wrath. Hector's influence was clearly visible in her style of combat as well. As Hector always says, be kind to the good and beat those who do bad to the good. She had taken that philosophy to heart. After all, even she knew Batman's way never worked. Stone my new book. We Friends Forever. Chapter 178, 178, Yodeling in Afghanistan. You can read 60 chapters in advance and got FIC on /MisterImmortal. White House. They're gone, missing. We didn't find their bodies either. So either they are dead, or they have escaped. William J. Rawlins III, Director of Covert Operations for the CIA, reported to the President. Bam. That bastard. He took them. I know it. President MacArthur knew he was in deep shit now. Who, sir? Washington. He's back. He never died, God knows what he was doing, but he's planning something. Go and find the squad, kill them all, or else I will not go down alone if I get caught. I will take each of those capitalist bastards with me. I went across to Switzerland, where all the yodelers be, to try to learn to yodel. With my yodel OED. Sing with me, boys. So Hector, the mad lad he was, kept his yodeling spree with Mooney while they crossed the desert lands of Afghanistan. Every now and then, they would come across some impoverished village, house, or people, and he'd give them food and water. Of course, they also met their fair share of trigger-happy AK wielders. Hector was glad to ram his desert truck on them and kill them immediately. But unfortunately, Frank Castle's bike had gone bad, so he was also sitting in the truck. Frank, kid, sing with us, Hector forced him. This ain't 40s, sir. I don't know how to. Frank tried to turn him down. Hector scoffed, haha, yodeling is not that hard, kid. You just let yourself go, loosen your throat and sing from the heart. Besides, I'm a man from the 1800s, yodeling was new to me too. Right, Kennedy? Kennedy was good at singing, however. Bastard revealed that he tried to learn a lot of musical instruments, dance, and singing forms to get famous with chicks when he was young. In fact, his first wish was to become a Hollywood celebrity. Then World War started. He joined the army and met Hector. Everything changed from then on. Though he did act in a few movies like Hector did. But he stopped after getting married to Marilyn. Yup, the old prez is correct. Just go with the flow. OAWOAWOOOOO. Kennedy laughed, see, even Mooney can do it. Frank Castle was a stoic man, but can he say no when two legendary presidents and the first good boy of America were ordering him? So he relented and tried as well. Hector thought about something then. I have a dream, though. I wish to hear Mongolian throat singing and yodeling combined. I wonder how that would sound. Don't know about the sound, but it sure will fuck up the throat, Kennedy muttered. Ah, look, I think it's the cave over there, Hector exclaimed suddenly. Although he saw it from a distance, others had to use binoculars. What do we do now? Go straight in? Frank inquired. Hector started to reverse the car instead. Now is not the time. It still hasn't been 3 months. When we see some activity happening, we will go. Until then, let's head to the nearby town and feast. Make the villagers happy. Kennedy, you are to go door to door and do a survey of how they feel about America. My old bones, fine. You're a bloody super soldier. Act like one. Inside the cave occupied by 10 Rings terrorists, Tony Stark and Hoenson were forced to create Jericho missiles. Of course, the two sneaky boys were more interested in getting out of there. So with Hoenson's medical expertise and Tony's engineering skills, they made the first Iron Man suit. It was shocking to them, as well, how they could create it while being watched. But at the same time, it was understandable. They made it in parts, and the terrorists were all illiterate fools. But now they were busted, and the door to their lab was being smashed repeatedly. Quick, Doctor. We don't have time, Tony rushed. The suit is not finished. Let me connect the last of the wires. Ensign sweated but worked his magic. Bam. The door opened. Tony quickly raised his right armor hand and shot a missile at it. Hide somewhere, Doctor. We're getting out of here today. The suit is still not powdered up, Tony. You need a few more minutes. I will buy you time. He picked up the gun left by the previously dead terrorists and started shooting like crazy. Of course, he was no soldier and was hit back. Multiple bullets wounded his torso, sending his body flying back. Tony ran out of his suit to him. Doctor. It's okay, go. Don't waste your life on me. My death was already due. I will finally be united with my family. But your family is in the village. Tony pressed the wounds. I lied. Go, win your freedom, use this new life for goo. Hoenson's eyes shut close and his body went limp. Tony's eyes got filled with mad fury. The man here was his only help, and he couldn't save him. His weapons were probably used to kill Hoenson's family too. Regret, shame and rage soared in his heart. I won't. He ran back into his suit and jumped in. He wasted no time heading out, creating a carnage of destruction in his path. As he left, a magical portal opened. Hector, Mooney, Kennedy and Frank got out of it. Mooney, heal that man. Frank, look around for mines and such. Kennedy, you come with me. He quickly walked out the way Tony went. As he walked, he saw burning corpses and blackened walls. The first Iron Man armor sure had some crazy firepower. The most amazing thing, however, was the arc reactor. How the fuck can someone create a mini fusion reactor with scraps? It doesn't make sense. He sure went crazy here, Kennedy muttered. Well, he did get his ass beaten by his own weapons. It seems he's got some real thinking to do after this is over. Hector kept walking out of the cave. However, Tony did miss a few of them. Now they were either hiding or half-burnt. Hector loaded his old revolver. He needs to learn how to clean the enemies neatly. Now I have to do it. Bang. He shot any guy he found on his way. They all had deep red markers on their heads anyway. Though he was looking for their leader as the men would lead him to the owner of 10 rings. Oh, look, there he is. Unfortunately, I don't think he can survive, Kendi pointed as they saw an RPG hitting Tony's armor. Boom. He made a strong armor. Make sure you don't take it along when he's done with it. It will be a bait in my way to take more chunks of Stark Industries. Tony is a great inventor but a shit businessman. Kennedy chuckled. He says he is a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. So what are you then? After thinking for a second, he replied, I am a strong genius philanthropist, Grandpa. But he didn't stop there, and you would be talented philanthropist debauchee. Kennedy refuted, you're wrong, sir. I only became a debauchee after my wife died. To her, I was the most faithful man. It's not my fault, this super solder body also has super balls. Perhaps you have them too, but you're a virgin, so you won't know. Shots were fired, and Hector was annoyed. That's why the people love me. Sure, whatever lets you sleep at night, sir. Whoosh. Just then, they saw Tony starting up his jetpacks and flying away to a great height. The fight was over, and now Hector could start. Guns out, start killing all of them except that one bald lad. No innocents among them. He shook his head. No, there could have been some if they were regular terrorists. But these belong to 10 Rings, the organization whose goal is to spread chaos, as it's a fine ladder to power. Bang. Straight headshots pierced some skulls. Let's see who has more kills. Kennedy folded his sleeves. All right then. Bang. Bang. One after another, Gunshots resounded. The terrorists who were looking at Tony flying away were now turning around, confused about why this noise was coming. Slowly, they picked up their rifles in preparation as the sound got closer. There were 2 distinct laughs every time the gunshots came. Bwahaha. I won, Kennedy. You're too slow at taking a shot. You don't even look at them before shooting. Well, if you had learned to use the right gun more, you'd have been better. Ha. The terrorists stood amazed. From the cave came out 2 old men as if they were strolling in the park. It didn't even cross their minds that they should start shooting them. Hector scoffed, should have shot me to get an extra second to breathe, now die. Out of nowhere, Hector's right palm got covered in blue energy. He slammed it straight onto the ground. Boom. The blue energy wave spread around in a radius of tens of meters. Cracks appeared on the ground, swallowing the terrorists in them. Hector smilingly walked towards the bald man who was their leader. You are Raza, he asked. How do you have the powers of the rings? Raza was more amazed by that. Haha, 10 rings. Those are mere toys. All right, enough games. He rushed forward faster than the speed anyone could react. He appeared behind Raza like a towering statue. You will take me to your master. Bam. Just a knock on the head kept. But the others were still alive. So he picked up an AK, the most reliable rifle globally. Da-da-da-da. He sprayed bullets around, and it appeared he was shooting at everything, but each shot precisely hit where he wanted to. It was not too shocking, anyone could get this good after a century of service. The bloody massacre killed a dozen of them. Good for Hector, the gun had enough bullets for all. Let's go, Kennedy. Mooney must have reached him. Tony Stark was amazed that his suit made of scraps could keep him alive, especially in this steep fall from the sky. He kissed the ground, the sand tasted like holy water to him. Feeling powerless and tired, he took a minute to rest by laying on his back. The sun still hit his face, blinding his eyes, but he didn't care. Lick. Suddenly, he felt something wet and rough rubbing against his cheeks. He tried to open his eyes, and all he saw was a big black dot. Lick. This time it felt a bit nasty. The wet liquid slowly slid down his cheeks onto his ears and neck. He quickly sat up, what? As his vision returned, he saw a ball of snow. Whoa, snow in a desert. Then it became clear, wait. That's not. Woof. Mooney licked his face again, given a nice bug slurp. Wow wow woof. Tony looked left and right, a snow wolf. Bow. Grrrr, I'm Mooney, you forgot me. I sad. And when the good boy is sad, he bites. NOM of course, he didn't hurt him, but still, Tony found his whole skull between the wolf's jaws. He screamed like a little bitch. My Fuck. Dying by a bullet was better than this. No. Go away. Show. He punched around, but all he felt was the fluffy fur. Mooney was silently giggling in himself. But now it was time to get his dad here. Hurt me with your stones. Ooh. Chapter 179, Iron Man is born. You can read 60 chapters in advance and got FIC on /MisterImmortal. Hector came out of the magic circle and saw Tony lying on the sand, tired after brawling with Mooney. How's life treating you, Tony? Tony was not too shocked by him, rather excited. His misery was finally coming to an end. As you can see, I got myself some nice tanning. But I must say, I've overstayed my vacation. Well, your brain has overstayed its uselessness too. Now get up and come along. You've got some thinking to do. By the way, how does it feel to be hurt and kidnapped with your own weapons? Hector talked in a mocking voice all the way. Tony grunted, I know I fucked up. Now I know what Dad meant in that videotape he left to you. Hector confusedly asked, what tape? Something he recorded in his dying breath. He said he was sorry, asked for your forgiveness, and told me not to commit the same mistakes. And it seems I even left him behind in fuck-ups. So as a result, my weapons that were supposed to be in the hands of the military are used by terrorists. Hector didn't hear anything he said afterwards. He was thinking about Howard. I wonder if he went to hell or heaven. Let's go now. Hector didn't show him the still-alive doctor from before, as that would probably mess up every single lesson Tony just learned. Instead, he stared at the arc reactor, the technology that would help him change the world and possibly fix the image of his home nation. You've got a pretty shiny toy stuck to your chest, kid, Hector commented. The toy is what keeps me alive. But I've been craving something now. You got any cheeseburger? N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Hector started walking away. Let's go, Kennedy. This guy is better dead than alive. Hey, it was just a joke, Tony shouted and ran after them. Though he glanced at Mooney and winked, it was not a joke. Woo-a-w-o-o-wah-wah. Hector laughed. Haha, he can understand you, Tony, and he just snitched on you. Wait. Can all dogs understand me? Oh no. The things I've told my pets. Slap. Wake up, bub. It's time for your first night. Raza, the terrorist leader and a high-ranking 10 Rings member, woke up from his forced slumber. He looked around, and it seemed he was in some military aircraft. Who are you? Logan extended his adamantium claws. Nobody for now, but I can be your worst nightmare if I don't get any answers. He put his claw back and placed his fist on Raza's leg. Where is the headquarters of 10 Rings? I don't KN-AAAAAAAARGH. Fuck. The claws came out of his fist and pierced Raza's legs. You don't have any regenerative ability as far as I know. So you better hurry before you lose all this precious red stuff. I don't know. I'm just a leader among them. I've never even met the guy who runs it. All I know about is the 10 Rings, Raza babbled. Logan narrowed his gaze. He was not buying this talk. Okay, don't mind me if any accident happens and I cut somewhere between your legs. Whoosh. Once again, Logan pierced his same leg, now slightly higher on the thigh. Raza cried in pain, but since both of his hands were restrained to the side of the walls, he couldn't do anything. How do you know about the 10 Rings without seeing them? The old prez told me you recognized the blue energy. This means you saw it in use. Whoosh. He stabbed him again, a bit higher. AA. What was that for? Only I ask questions. Now answer me, where is the headquarters of 10 Rings? Tell me, or this time I will be precise. Logan slowly scratched his blade upwards and closer to his cock. Say it now, or I will. Slowly the claws started coming out, paining him and panicking him. Hunan. Logan pulled his hand away with a smile. Good boy. He gripped Raza's chin from under and lifted his face. Rest in peace. What? Slash. Logan's claws came out. This time they pierced into his throat and went upward towards his brain. His nose, eyes, mouth, and ears bled out instantly, and he was dead. On a Boeing C-17 Globemaster, Hector, Kennedy, Mooney, and Tony headed back to the United States. There was also a doctor to treat Tony, and he was trying to flirt with her. Bonk. The doctor smacked him on the head with the scissors. Shut up, or I will tell Grandpa. Grandpa. What the fuck? Hector walked in and smacked Tony on his cheeks. Jean is my adopted child. You mess with her, I will rip that reactor out of your chest. Gulp. Chill, old man. Flirting is just a reflex for me. I do it whenever I see a pretty woman. By the way, how did you get her custody? The law doesn't allow single men to adopt girls. Tony changed the subject. Hector chuckled. Kid, I am the law. And she still has parents. So she's just my adopted grandkid. But I do have 2 legally adopted daughters. Also, 2 sons. But you found kids but not a woman. Tony snorted while trying to hold his laugh. Hector was not entertained. Kennedy, open the hatch. We will drop him in the Sahara Desert this time. Be gentle, Tony cried as Jean pricked him while stitching. What a weak boy, she scoffed. She knew if Hector wanted to fix him, he'd have done it already. But he wanted him to feel pain, so she was here. Hector had not forgotten how misbehaving Tony was last time they met. He was not going to let him off the hook so easily. But for now, Obadiah Stane needs to die. All those who capitalize on war needed to die. That was his simple philosophy. Obadiah was among the top as he made deals with the terrorists, and not just any terrorists but 10 fucking rings. As the plane landed, Tony informed his secretary and bodyguard to come and pick him up. The accomplishment of saving him was awarded to Lieutenant Frank Castle, who will now get a promotion, a medal, and be taken in by S.H.I.E.L.D. for his exceptional service. By doing this, he will also be bringing his family under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protective umbrella. Hector, Kennedy, and Mooney simply vanished from there and arrived at Mount Vernon. It was time to work on the 10 rings and have some fun. In addition, he wanted to spend more time with Diana. Ah, nothing feels better than home. Hector chirped as he sat down on his chair and opened a bottle of chilled beer. He turned on the television to watch the news. The volume was on high, and it blasted loud. News: the owner of Fisk Industries was arrested after a video of him torturing an investigative journalist, Eddie Brock, surfaced. Not only that, in the same video, he admitted to killing more people and mixing their flesh into his fish meat products. All this was possible due to the help of the amazingly beautiful superhero, Wonder Woman. PFFFFF. He threw up a mouthful of beer and blinked dumbly. What the? Diana. News, breaking news. Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, has been saved, and his flight just landed at California Military Base. We will take your right to the press conference. In a hall in the Stark Industries building, Tony sat in front of the podium, eating a burger. He felt different to everyone there today, as he had emotions in his voice. I was never close to my dad. I wish I were. There are questions that I would have asked him. I would have asked him how he felt about what this company did. If he was conflicted, if he ever had doubts. I know he and President Washington were not on happy terms. Why? I will never know. Or maybe he was every inch the man we all remember from the newsreels. He stopped speaking and looked down at his feet, the scenes of his kidnapping resurfacing. I saw young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend them and protect them. And I saw that I had become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability. You still don't understand your weapons, their power and effect, kid, a very wise man said to me not too long ago. He was right. What happened there, Mr. Stark? A reporter asked quickly. Tony sighed and answered, I had my eyes opened. He stood behind the podium. I realized that I have more to offer this world than just making things that blow up. And that is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International. Until such a time I can decide what the company's future will be. Thank you for coming here. He didn't wait for any more seconds and left quickly. Obadiah could say whatever he wanted. It was Tony whose words mattered the most. Chapter 180, Donkey Takes the Bait. Alternate title, Obadiah. You can read 60 chapters in advance and got FIC on /MisterImmortal. Mount Vernon. So you became a superhero? Hector talked with the pretty lady in her battle suit. He loved it but also hated it because it revealed too much leg, and it was hard to keep looking at her face. Diana chuckled and noticed clearly what was happening. She, in fact, loved teasing him and sat cross-legged. Well, I was doing nothing, so I decided to do what I am good at. Bow woof. Mooney walked into the office and ran to Diana to put his head on her lap and receive some kisses and pats. Ah. I missed you. You should come with me next time I go to work. She fawned over the soft boy, who melted in her arms. He didn't waste a moment and nodded. She glanced at Hector. You should come as well. I need someone to translate what Mooney says. Sure, I will join, he blurted almost instantly and silently regretted it later. Great, so where should we go first? She inquired. He stood up and walked to the wall with a map of the world. He picked the magnetic dart and put it on China's Hunan province. Here. We are going to decimate an ancient terrorist organization whose boss is using 10 artifacts called 10 rings. Rings as in finger rings? She asked back. I don't know that bit. It could be anything, finger, arm, neck or something like that. Anyway, we are going to raid their headquarters in China and kill their boss. They are behind many wars around the world currently. Go get your supplies, we will leave in 2 days. I need to interrogate another guy until then. Got it, Mr. President, Diana comically saluted him with a broad, teasing smile. Hector felt his heart pierced by a Cupid's arrow. I should start making my moves. Thankfully, he was going to have enough alone time on this mission. When Tony announced stopping the weapons division of the Stark Industries, it sent a chill down the whole military-industrial complex. All weapons companies panicked as this would make the market too volatile. Many politicians at the Capitol went into a frenzy trying to get Stark Industries to reverse its decision. But the real mess was on Wall Street. Worse than Tony expected, the company lost 50% of its value as people started to panic selling the stocks. Not just Stark Industries but other weapons companies also got caught in the momentum and lost something. However, just then, major news came. At Tony's office, he played billiards merely, not worried about the company. Just then, Obadiah Stane entered with pepper pots. It's a bloodbath, Tony. If this goes on, the company won't survive. Weapons are its largest source of revenue. All your father's work will be in ruins. Obadiah cried the same song. Tony was unfazed. Dad wouldn't have wanted his son to die from the same weapons his company makes. My decision is final, that's it. At max, we will go down 40 points. We've gone down 56 points, Tony. Damn, I expected more. Cough. Pepper Potts coughed and spoke. I don't think you need to worry anymore, Mr. Stark. Look at this, n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. She walked to the television and switched to a news channel. She also briefed, ever since the bloodbath started yesterday, King Tech Industries have been buying every stock available. Not only that, this morning, just before the market opened, they announced their position to the public and said they are highly optimistic about Stark Industries' future. Since then, we have already recovered 40% and will most likely go beyond the previous valuation. Tony blankly gazed at the television. Isn't that the company of Dash? The late President Washington, Pepper completed. Tony sighed in relief. See, there is nothing to worry about. Everything is under control. Pepper, let's play a game of billiards. Though he did wonder how the King Tech industry would handle the SEC. Won't they be accused of stock manipulation? After all, I have not yet announced what I will do to uplift the company again. Afghanistan. A dumbass American man in a suit reached the same site from where Tony escaped. He looked around to find the remnants of the suit Tony Stark made first. As soon as he picked it up, a few photographs were clicked from a distance. The man who took them quickly used his communicator, Agent Coulson reporting, the donkey took the bait. And bait he did take, a fat one at that. Hector was not dumb enough to destroy the superhero business before it even started. Knowing Stane would cause so much mass destruction, he had to stop it. Not every new superhero needs a supervillain as a rival. Sometimes, these villains should be stomped in their nascent stage. Obadiah barged into Tony's house and used the paralyzing machine. His aim was precise, to steal the arc reactor for his own suit. Breathe. Easy, easy. When I ordered the hit on you, Tony, I worried that I was killing the golden goose. But, you see, it was just fate that you survived that. He proceeded to pull the arc reactor. You had one last golden egg to give. Do you really think that just because you have an idea, it belongs to you? Your father, he helped give us the atomic bomb. Now, what kind of world would it be today if he was as selfish as you? Whoosh. He stared at dying Tony and the shining arc reactor. Oh, it's beautiful. Tony, this is your 9th symphony. What a masterpiece. This is your legacy. A new generation of weapons with this at its heart. Weapons that will help steer the world back on course and put the balance of power in our hands. The right hands. I wish you could have seen my prototype. It's not as... well, not as conservative as yours. Too bad you had to involve Pepper in this. I would have preferred that she lived. He put the arc reactor in his case and decided to leave. It was nice knowing you, Tony. Clap, clap, clap. Out of nowhere, the sound of claps started to resound on the speakers all around the house. Then a howling voice came. Wow, wow, wow. Obadiah looked around in shock and fear. Then he heard footsteps coming his way. He had no time to hide either. Whoosh, the door slid open, and there he saw a man who should be dead, a ghost. Hector waved at him. How are you, Leech? I knew the day I saw you for the first time that you would betray the Starks. I should have killed you then, but at last, here we are. He didn't stop and lifted Obadiah in the air by his throat, such a puny weak human with such ability to inflict destruction. Tony may be a dumb warmonger. You are a true warmonger with no ideals. Oh, I will take that back. He snatched the arc reactor and slammed it into Tony's chest socket again, energizing his heart. Tony felt revived and took a long calming breath, fuck. I'm never doing that again. And Obadiah, fuck you too. What? Yup, I knew it. The old man here revealed everything to me on the flight from Afghanistan. To think my father considered you his best friend. Tony spat on the side and quickly poured a glass of water. Obadiah tried to kick his legs in fear. I am sorry, Tony. Hector threw him to the ground. Well, it ain't going to save you. I have everything needed to ensure your name is recorded in history as the biggest traitor. He took out a folder and threw some photos on the man's face. See this? Is that you picking the leftover suit in Afghanistan? And all the things you said today, you even confessed to ordering a hit on Tony. Not to mention, your computer was full of evidence that you sell weapons to terrorists. Talk about digging your own grave. As long as I wish, I can take every single penny you own. What do you want? Obadiah barked. Bam. Hector threw a paper on his face. Sign it. Sign that all your stocks will go to Tony Stark on your demise, and your property will go to the charity of Tony's choosing. Obadiah watched Hector's face. He couldn't see if this was the real deal, but that didn't matter anymore. You will just kill me after that. Haha, I will kill you anyway. I have enough folks in Congress to ensure all your property returns to Stark Industries. Signing is just an incentive for you. What incentive? He asked. A painless death. Tony jumped. You're going to kill him. Sigh, don't give me all your ideals crap now. This man is responsible for various wars and the death of millions. Death is the least he can get. Understand this, Tony, if you think I should treat Obadiah like any common criminal, should I not treat you like a criminal too? He asked. Tony had nothing to refute here. Hector continued to force Obadiah, your choice, painless death or a painful death that lasts hours. I will slowly skin you layer by layer, it takes time. Or maybe I can throw you in some village in Afghanistan. I will not sign. Fine, Mooney. Come here. Grr. Mooney showed all his fangs, not looking cute fluffy boy at all. He knew what he needed to do. He put Obadiah's whole bald head into his jaws and started pressing it. He increased the force slowly to maximize terror. Blood started flowing down Obadiah's face. Soon the pain also increased. Crack, the first crack on his skull sounded. Arg. I'll sign it. Mooney didn't him go until he had signed the papers. But his misery was not over. My death will be investigated. The board won't be happy. Hector smirked. Wahaha, fool, accidents do happen. After all, you're not a businessman anymore. You're a terrorist who sells weapons to enemy factions. And you tried to create an armored suit, which malfunctioned at the test and killed you inside it. Obadiah had forgotten one thing. Hector was not just a soldier, he was one hell of a politician. A politician with a mighty fist of justice and freedom. Mooney, drag him by his leg, he ordered. Tony remained silent the whole time. He knew he'd earn Hector's fury if he now meddled. After all, it was due to his lack of foresight on the company that this situation arose. He had to eat the deadly pill he had cultivated now instead of expecting to be given a rose of appreciation. My thirst for stones is eternal,